All right, more intro. Sorry, folks. We
Right, if someone can bring her in.
are already here.
Judge, would you like me at the podium now, or?
You can wait.
Dun, dun,
For
dun.
everyone in the gallery, once again, if you were not present yesterday, so you understand the instruction, once the testimony has begun, if you leave the courtroom, you will not be readmitted until the witness completes their testimony. Please also silence your phones.
Yeah, we are already live. Sorry about that. Sometimes this judge likes to start a little bit ahead, and here
Judge, may we approach
she
before we...
is.
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, Totally Pip. Hi, Totally Pip. Oh. Okay, and they start off with a approach the bench kind of situation. Yeah. Okay, a bit of a summary from yesterday then. We state's opening statement left a lot for me to want. I don't know if Sonny is there. I would hope so. I will send all the invites. So, okay, Mo has the link. Now she has her own show to attend to. And I'm sending off to Sonny.
Morning. You won't have to be sworn again. You remain under oath. Let's bring in the jurors.
All right, here we go. Bring in the jurors.
Better take this cough drop while I have the chance. Ms. Dugan's concerned about my voice.
Hi, Christine. Let's see if we are up and live on Rumble. Yeah, yes, we are. Hello, everybody over at Rumble watching. Remember to hit that thumbs up and give me a follow so I can get my subscriber count, follower count up on Rumble.
One minute.
Sal.
One minute.
Hi, Sal.
All right, Hamlin, hit her on the radio. Now it's real. Yes.
All right, we're doing it again, guys.
Okay, yeah. Christine says she had to subscribe to me again, so check if you are already subscribed or not. I'm just pouring myself some freshly brewed coffee here, if you're wondering what that sound is. Yuri is entering.
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury.
Good morning.
We are going to resume with the cross-examination of Ms. Adelson at this time. Mr. Rauschbaum, you may examine when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
So I want to go back to your staying in Tallahassee after the application motion was denied, okay? You understood that you couldn't leave Tallahassee after it was denied, right?
That's right.
And so you decided to build a life here with your boys, right?
I mean, I had been building a life here for 7 years before that, but to continue with my life, yes.
You had a large circle of friends.
I did, yeah.
You were in a book club.
I was.
In fact, on July 1, 2014, just 17 days before the murder that the state thinks you participated in, do you recall that you were excited that a friend of yours was moving to Tallahassee?
I do.
Do you remember that friend's name? I can refresh your memory if you need it.
Well, I think Renee Griggs was planning on moving to Tallahassee.
Apparently, she doesn't own a
May I
hairbrush.
approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you for identification purposes only, Defense Exhibit 3. Is that your email?
Yes, that's my email.
And is that your email with Ms. Griggs?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I'd offer into evidence right now, Defense Exhibit 3.
Any objection from the state?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
What is the exception that you're offering this on?
State of mind.
Please provide it to the court. The objection is sustained, however, the witness may testify here to her memory concerning this issue.
You learned on July 1 that your friend Ms. Griggs was moving to Tallahassee, right?
Well, I learned she was interviewing for a job in Tallahassee.
And you thought that was a dream come true, right?
I was really excited about it.
Why was it a dream come true?
To be able to be with her all the time would be fantastic.
You were dating men that lived in Tallahassee, right?
I was.
One of those men was Jeff Lacoste.
That's right.
We'll talk about him a little more later, but you dated him the end of 2013 through June, July 2014.
That's right.
And after you broke up with him, do you recall joining a couple date sites,
I did.
websites? I don't know if they're called date sites, but dating websites.
Yes.
Do you recall setting up dates for the week or so after July 18th?
I did.
Do you recall having emails with individuals setting up those dates?
I do.
Do you recall setting up those dates on July 16th, 2014 for 2 weeks later?
That sounds right.
Do you recall setting up dates on July 17th for around 2 weeks later?
That sounds right.
Now, yesterday, Ms. Kappelman talked about a house you did not buy in 2013. You recall that testimony?
I do.
Let's now talk about 2014. In the spring and summer of 2014, you were working with a local realtor to buy a house in Tallahassee, right?
I was.
I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibits 6 and 7.
Hit that thumbs up, and if you have Twitter, X. Follow me there, so we can so more people can get access to this stream.
Do you recall in April of 2014 looking at a property on Baird Street?
I do.
Do you recall in June of 2014 looking at 40 open houses that are available in Tallahassee?
I do.
Judge, I would move these exhibits into evidence as well.
Well,
Hearsay, Your Honor.
let me look at the exhibits. With the exception you're offering them under, once again.
State of mind, rehabilitation.
Hi, Jean. Peace Peony is here. Happy Friday.
Exhibit 6 will be admitted. Exhibit 7, I believe. Is this all of exhibit 7, or is it 7 and 8?
It's all exhibit.
6 is admitted, 7 is not. The objection is sustained as to 7.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Fun thing, I am streaming from Tallahassee Democrat because Law and Crime isn't up yet. Hi, Emu.
All right.
Oh, that's not.
Oh, that's not technology. It is not.
Here.
Was J. DePark Frog Realty your broker?
He was a different realtor I was using. I used a couple different people, but I heard he was good, so I had reached out to him about this particular property.
And that was in April 25th, 2014.
That's right.
And that's about, I think, 4 weeks before the first attempted murder in June, correct?
I don't know about the first attempted murder.
And if you weren't able to buy, you were going to rent, right?
I would have continued renting.
Do you recall speaking to a Leslie Andrews on July 7th about a rental?
I don't remember Leslie Andrews, but it's on, I mean, I had a main real estate person I worked with, so she would have been maybe someone who had a property I was interested in, but I don't remember.
Do you remember something called the Tallahassee Center?
I don't.
Judge, may I approach with Defense Exhibit 8 for identification purposes only?
You may.
And see if this refreshes your recollection that you were looking to rent a 1-bedroom lease, and this is from July, this email is from July 7th, 2014.
But you said I was looking to rent a 1-bedroom, and she offers me a 1-bedroom, but I say I need something bigger, right? So that doesn't work.
Nonetheless, you were looking to rent. You were in the rental market just 11 days before the murder occurred, right?
That's right.
In July of 2014, you planned for the boys to attend school in Tallahassee in the fall, right?
We were trying to figure out which school our older son would go to, and our younger son probably would have kept going to the same preschool.
In fact, you and Professor Markel were arguing about that, right?
We hadn't come to a decision yet, but
You wanted the boys to go to, I think they call it SAS.
we had put our older son in the lottery and he got pulled for it. And so we were exploring it as an option.
And that was the lottery for the school year 2014 and 2015.
Right.
So you didn't expect him to go to school in Miami.
No.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Now, in early 2013, you were appointed a clinical professor by the FSU faculty,
That's right.
and you were continuing to handle immigration and disability cases around Tallahassee,
That's right.
and you had plans to teach at the law school in the fall of 2014?
Yes.
Fall of 2014 meaning after the murder, after when your ex-husband was murdered, correct? You were talking to research assistants about working with you, right?
Yes.
Do you recall speaking to a research assistant about working for you possibly in the fall of 2014?
Sure. That sounds right.
Do you recall Z. Nolan?
I do.
And you offered them a job in the summer and they couldn't take it. And you said, well, come back to me in the fall. Do you recall that?
I do.
And in the spring of 2014, well, let me back up. You authored a book, correct?
I did.
In the spring of 2014, your book was selected by FSU for what was called the One Book, One Campus event, right?
That's right.
That means that your book was going to be required reading for all incoming freshmen at FSU.
That's right.
And that means that we're talking about the incoming freshmen after the summer of 2014, right?
I was supposed to speak at convocation in August.
Let's talk about that in a second. But before we get there, that was a big honor for you, right?
It was the highlight of my career.
And you were very excited about it.
I was super excited.
You were going to be the keynote speaker at the FSU convocation on August 24th, 2014, correct?
That's right.
You told your friends and family about it.
I did.
I hope
probably told
Sonny
everyone.
will be back.
You told your parents about it for sure.
I did.
And you told Charlie about it.
I'm sure I did. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 12 and 13.
No closed caption.
Take a look at these and let me know if you recognize them. Let me know if it's your email.
This is my email.
Morning, Dave. Morning, Old on Red. Morning, Budding Way.
You recognize these items?
I do.
Judge, I move Defense Exhibit 12 and 13 into evidence.
Any objection?
May I see these items, please?
Sure. You have them.
Hearsay and relevance. Your Honor.
May I approach, Your Honor? State of mind. Rehabilitation.
Yeah. Law and crime. Woke up late today. Dave, you have the link if you want to join.
abstained on grounds of relevance.
Judge, may we go sidebar, please?
Okay.
There's a lot of sidebars this morning. And not entirely sure why. They knew she was going to be on the stand. They knew everything. This could have been handled beforehand, but apparently Sal will be with us after breakfast. Yay! Just going to change a bit here. Dun dun dun. There, I will hope that. Damn, I have a lot of layouts going on. This, or, well, no, no, what's going on? That'll be fine, so. Oh. Yeah, good morning, everybody. We ended last night with, yesterday with the beginning of the cross-examination of Wendi. I think it was a mistake from the state to allow the cross-examination to begin. But then again, the state's walk-off yesterday wasn't that good. They could have handled this better. Hi, Melissa. Good to see you.
Do you recall that your parents and Charlie were quite excited to come watch you in Tallahassee at this event
They
in
were.
August?
Yes.
Do you recall your brother saying he couldn't wait to book a ticket, that it was fucking awesome?
Yeah. He was very excited.
Do you recall discussing with Professor Markel who would have custody of the boys during various trips in August and September of 2014?
Yes.
Do you recall having those discussions in July of 2014?
That would make sense. Yeah.
Her memory has improved
Do you recall
remarkably.
scheduling a whole host of meetings after July 18th, 2014?
Yes.
Let me be more precise. Before July 18th,
Sun is here.
2014, do you recall scheduling a bunch of meetings that were to occur after July 18th, 2014 in Tallahassee?
Yes.
Do you recall making plans with a friend moving to Tallahassee for July 25th, 2014?
I don't.
Let me see if I can refresh your memory. Do you know an individual named Tahira Lee?
I do.
Okay.
May I approach your Honor with Defense Exhibit 15? And I would direct you to the email on June 17th, 2014, which I think is the fourth email on the first page, and see if that refreshes your memory. But feel free to look at the whole document.
I see it, but you were asking if they were moving to Tallahassee on the 25th, or if I.
No.
No.
Did
Read
you,
yourself, Ms. Adelson, don't read aloud.
Okay. Sorry.
I'll repeat the question.
Okay.
Do you recall making plans with her where you said you would make plans with her after August 25th, 2014, because your family was coming to town?
Yes.
And That happened, that correspondence was in late June of 2014?
Yes.
Do you recall in June, you can put that aside now.
Okay.
Do you recall in June of 2014, late June of 2014, expressing interest in joining the board of a Tallahassee-based child advocacy nonprofit called American Children's Campaign?
I do.
That was in Tallahassee, right?
Mhm.
Do you recall scheduling a meeting for July 23rd, 2014, with a Professor Van Dern with the FSU College of Medicine?
So I don't, but I ran a medical legal partnership. So I would have been setting up meetings with the medical school, with the law school, with the social work school. So that would have been normal, but I don't remember it specifically.
May I approach, Your Honor? Does this refresh your recollection that you were scheduling a meeting with Professor Van Dern for July 23rd of 2014?
Yes.
Do you recall you can put that aside.
Okay.
Do you recall scheduling a meeting with your divorce lawyer to meet any time of the week of July 21, 2014?
Again, I don't remember specifically, but it sounds like it would have been made sense for the time.
Do you know an individual named Cindy Jean?
I do.
Do you remember emailing her and asking her if the kids were available to go swimming at the pool on July 19th to 20th?
I don't remember, but it sounds like something I would have asked.
May I approach, Your Honor, with Defense Exhibit 20 for identification purposes only? Does this refresh your memory about trying to set up that play date for July 20th or July 19th with Miss Jean?
Yes.
You can put that aside. Do you recall that your mom planned to visit Tallahassee in November of 2014?
I don't remember that.
I'm showing, may I approach, Your Honor, with Defense Exhibit 21 for identification purposes only? Please take a look at this.
Morning, Solomon. Morning, Jackpot. Bronze is here also. If you have social media, I've posted the links to my Rumble stream and this
Yes.
stream on my.
Does this refresh
Twitter.
your memory that your parents planned on being in Tallahassee on November 17th? Does that
Yes.
refresh your memory?
Mm-hmm.
You can put that aside. Do you recall asking your parents to come to Tallahassee on August 1, 2014 for a birthday party with Ben?
I don't remember doing that, but that sounds, it's close in time to his birthday.
May I approach, Your Honor, with Defense Exhibit 22? Does this refresh your recollection that you were going to have a birthday party for Ben in Tallahassee in early August of 2014?
That's right.
You can put that aside. And that your parents were going to come up for that?
Mhm.
Do Do you recall making flight reservations to travel to Newark?
If you prefer me to go over to Law and Seaward, because they have closed captions, so just say so and I can get over there, because they finally got live. All right, let's continue.
And then back to Tallahassee. So you're going to leave from Tallahassee and go to Newark, come back to Tallahassee for a wedding in October 2014.
I do.
And you made those reservations in July of 2014. Do you recall that?
I don't recall when I made the reservation, but I remember the wedding.
May I approach your honor with Defense Exhibit 23?
You may.
Does this refresh your recollection that the reservation was made sometime around July 14th, 2014?
Yes,
That you were booking tickets for a wedding in New Jersey on October 24th, 2014?
yes,
And the cost of those tickets were over $400, right?
that's right.
You put that aside. Those tickets weren't to go back to Miami, were they?
No, it was Tallahassee to Newark, Newark to Tallahassee.
Why did you make those tickets to go back to Tallahassee?
That is where I lived.
This is like women eating
We're gonna move on
salad.
to
She
the other
answers and then giggles.
Ms. Kappelman talked a little bit yesterday about the litigation.
Did she put in colored contact lenses for today? Huh. Or maybe I just didn't notice yesterday. Don't know.
That occurred after the relocation litigation with Professor Markel. You recall that?
I do.
And there were these pieces of litigation back and forth about money and about filing false affidavits. You remember those?
Yes,
It was what was called the motion against your mom that Professor Markel filed. You recall that, right?
I do.
Okay. With regards to the motion that Professor Markel filed claiming that you and your attorney filed a false affidavit, did you get the sense that you were going to prevail on that litigation?
Yes,
Was the judge getting frustrated with Professor Markel on that litigation?
very.
Did the judge admonish Professor Markel regarding that litigation?
The judge said he needed to stop.
Were you concerned about getting disbarred?
No,
Okay. Well, it wasn't objected to, so apparently.
I want to talk a little bit about Jeff Lacoste. You first met Mr. Lacoste in the fall of 2013.
yes,
It was casual at first.
it was.
You were dating other people as well.
I was.
It got more serious around March of 2014.
That's right.
Fair to say he was in love with you?
And I don't really remember. I don't think I could say, but it was more serious.
Okay. You weren't so sure about him. Is that fair to say?
I think my feelings developed over time,
And then they undeveloped.
and then they undeveloped.
You were very different people from very different backgrounds, right?
Yeah,
He didn't spend much time with your parents, right?
I think maybe he met them once.
He wanted to meet them more than once, right? He didn't like that he didn't get to see them more times.
I think he wanted to be more integrated into my life.
Jeff Lacoste met Charlie Adelson one time in March of 2014, right?
That's right.
He accompanied you on a trip with law students, right?
I used to run an alternative spring break, and he came with me.
And you decided to come down to South Florida for a day or two, right?
That's right.
And you had dinner at a place called Yardbird, right?
That's right.
Are you aware that that happened on March 11th, 2014?
No, I don't remember the date, just that it was during the spring break.
Fair enough. You remember sitting outside on the patio?
I do.
And it was you and Mr. Lacoste and Charlie and a woman named Catherine Magbanawa. Do you recall that?
That's right.
Who was Charlie's girlfriend at the time.
Yes.
Are you aware that Sigfredo Garcia was watching you at that dinner?
No.
Are you aware that he was contemplating running your brother over with his car at that dinner?
No.
This is
After dinner, you and Jeff Lacoste.
I have to remind you, this is not the first time she's testified. This is the third time, the third trial she has been testifying in. Now, questions are different and in a different order, but this shouldn't come as a surprise to her.
Stayed at Charlie's house, right?
We did.
Miss Magbanawa wasn't there, right?
I don't remember her being there.
It was just the three of you.
I think so.
And you left the next morning.
We did.
Now, you and Mr. Lacoste started having issues around May of 2014. Is that fair to say?
That sounds about right.
You started to become nervous around him?
I don't really remember if I was nervous around him, but I started thinking it wasn't the right relationship.
He started accusing you of being unfaithful, right?
He did.
He accused you of having an affair with someone that you had previously dated?
He did.
Excuse me. You told him that you didn't. You denied it.
That's right.
And he didn't believe you.
He did not.
And before this individual that you used to date, you had coffee with at a place called All Saints in Tallahassee, right?
I did.
And Mr. Lacoste saw you having coffee with this individual, right?
He did.
And that caused a confrontation. Is that fair to say?
He flew into a rage.
Subsequently, he went through your phone and planner, right?
He did.
And this is around May, June of 2014.
That sounds right.
And you and Mr. Lacoste went to Gainesville for a weekend for his work at some point around this time frame.
Yes.
And that Saturday night, June 28th, he basically exploded at you.
He did.
He yelled at you for hours.
He did.
He accused you of having affairs with multiple people.
He did.
You were very upset, to say the least.
I was devastated. Yep.
Now, you were scheduled to leave for South Florida, I believe it was on June 30th or June 29th to celebrate your dad's 70th birthday, right?
That sounds right.
And Mr. Lacoste wasn't invited.
No.
You went down to South Florida on June 30th, and you and the boys stayed with your parents, right?
We did.
You had the boys with you the whole time.
Yes.
Dan Markel didn't have the boys at that point in time. The boys were with you.
Yes.
And Charlie knew that, right?
Yes, he was with us.
Your mom planned a big party for the birthday.
She did.
Now, I think when Miss Kappelman asked you if the birthday fell on a Saturday, you weren't sure.
I remembered it being on his actual birthday, which I thought was a Saturday, but I don't remember the calendar from 2014.
May I approach Your Honor with Defendant's Exhibit 25? Ms. Adelson, does this refresh your recollection that July 5th, 2014 was on a Saturday
Yes.
and that the party was at 7:30 p.m. or
Yes.
thereabouts?
Mhm.
Put that aside. Now, when you got back to Tallahassee, you saw Mr. Lacoste on July 13th,
That sounds right.
and when you saw him, it was not a good meeting. Is that fair to say? It's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
She has amazing recollection all of a sudden.
You saw him the next day at a yoga studio,
I went to yoga and he wanted to come.
and it was awkward
It was.
and kind of tense.
It was.
And he
I mean, remember yesterday's direct examination when she was asked about certain how did you travel with your mom and dad that day and that day? Absolutely zero recollection. But here, oh, this amazing recollection. Anything that, well, this is usual. It's not abnormal to a person trying to avoid incriminating themselves or looking bad that they have a sudden memory loss. It's not unusual, but yeah.
asked to see you again later that week,
He did.
and you didn't want to.
I did not.
And when you got home that night, you sent him an email asking him not to contact you for at least 7 days, that you wanted to think things over. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You never saw him again, right?
No?
Are you now aware that there was a first attempt on your ex-husband's life on June 4th and June 4th, 5th of 2014?
Yes.
When you lived with Professor Markel on Trescott, was your address publicly listed?
I believe so.
Remember to hit that thumbs up, and if you want to support my channel, become a member. $3 a month, and there is members only content.
I have one more, Your Honor.
Apparently, I produce much more members only content than anybody else. I had no idea, but hey, I like to give. Okay, there's a lot of approaches. I mean, why couldn't this have been handled beforehand? And if you're here but prefer Rumble, let me post the link to Rumble.
Judge, at this point in time, we'd ask a stipulation be read into evidence.
Which stipulation?
The stipulation regarding the drop-off pickup schedule for the Markel children.
Very well.
Do you need a copy, Your Honor?
I have it right here. I'm just bringing up instruction 2.3.
More stipulations. So apparently they did a lot of things beforehand. And yes, Mo will probably be joining after her morning stream. Sal is having breakfast. And Dave, if there is a legal question, I can tell him and he will show up and try to answer it. And I seen that Sonny, who is in the courtroom, is...
Members of the jury, when the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact, you must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept are true are: the Markel children were enrolled at Creative Preschool located in Tallahassee. During the week of July 14th, 2024, their drop-off pickup schedule was as follows. Monday, July 14th, 2024, dropped off at 8:55 a.m. by Dan Markel, picked up at 5 p.m. by Dan Markel. Tuesday, July 15th, 2014, dropped off at 8:25 a.m. by Dan Markel, picked up at 4:50 p.m. by Dan Markel. Wednesday, July 16th, 2014, dropped off at 9 a.m. by Dan Markel, picked up at 4:30 p.m. by Wendi Adelson. Thursday, July 17th, 2014, dropped off at 8:30 a.m. by Wendi Adelson, picked up at 4:45 p.m. by Dan Markel. Friday, July 18th, 2014, dropped off at 8:50 a.m. by Dan Markel.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I want to first focus your attention on the July 17, 2014 schedule. On July 17, 2014, as Your Honor just recited, do you recall dropping the kids off at school at 8:30 in the morning?
Yes.
And Professor Markel picked them up at 4:45 p.m. on that day, thereabouts.
Which I just heard, but I wouldn't have known what time.
You didn't pick them up that
I
day.
didn't. No, it wasn't my day.
So it would be impossible. The person would be wrong if they said that they saw you and the kids by Professor Markel's house in the afternoon or morning of July 17, 2014, correct?
It would be some other woman and some other kids.
You spoke to your mom probably close to daily, right?
Yeah.
During this time period. She would know when you had the kids and didn't have the kids, right?
Probably.
We are a bit behind, so I'm speeding up.
I want to go back to something briefly that we talked about yesterday before we stopped. You knew that Professor Markel posted his travel plans on Facebook and on his profs blog, right?
Yes.
He would talk about places and conferences that he was speaking at, right?
You would.
Are you aware that on the weekend of the 20th, he was supposed to speak at a conference in New Jersey, and he posted it on profs blog as well as on Facebook?
Yes.
What settings were there? Were they private? Were there... I mean, there's a lot of things. Just because you post something somewhere doesn't mean it's open for the public.
Let's talk a little bit about Best Buy. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's marked for identification purposes only as Defense Exhibit 29 and 30. looking at Defense Exhibit 29, does that refresh your recollection that the warranty was under your father's name for
Yes.
that TV?
Mm-hmm.
The warranty with the Geek Squad?
Yes.
Now, before you look at Exhibit 20, do you recall that your mother scheduled the appointment for the TV to be fixed with this Geek Squad?
I remember that I scheduled it, but it looks like she scheduled it and gave me the number to call in case I needed to reschedule it.
And in fact, she emailed you on July 11th and told you if you can't keep the appointment on the 18th, call this number to reschedule it, right?
Yes.
You can put that aside.
Yeah, and you still have to ask yourself who directed them to the law blog. Charlie, who didn't care.
I want to talk a little bit more about July 18th.
Well, Wendi.
Do you recall leaving
Who did?
your house that day on Aqua Ridge Ray around 12:30 in the afternoon?
I do.
And you were going to meet a friend for lunch at a place called Mosaic.
Yes.
But you had to pick up a bottle of, I don't know if it's bourbon or whiskey. I don't even know if they're the same thing, but Bullet whiskey.
It was bourbon.
Bourbon.
Okay.
Hey!
It was for your friend's wedding shower that night.
They were having us stop.
There's a difference between bourbon and whiskey. Just because they call it a bourbon whiskey bullet, but it is a bourbon. There's a difference. Whiskey has to be 4 years stored in barrel, at least. That is not the case in bourbon. And then you have the ingredients and stuff like that.
Stock the bar party. So they asked for specific kinds of alcohol to stock the bar.
And showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 32. Is this the invitation that you received?
Yeah, they are quite
Yes.
repetitive.
Judge, I would move Defense Exhibit 32 into evidence at this point in time.
Objection.
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Exception.
State of mind.
You can provide me with the exhibit.
Okay, they are up again with some photo.
The objection is sustained. She may testify as to remember.
Do you recall on the left-hand corner of the invitation, it says, help the bride and groom stock the bar for their wedding and bring a bottle of Bullet bourbon? Do you recall that?
Yes.
It's easy to recall
You can put that aside.
when he says what it says. I mean, do you recall?
You
if there
decided to
was
go to
on the
ABC
invitation?
Liquors
I mean,
on
but-
Bedden Road to look for the bourbon, right?
You did.
You're not a big drinker, is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
You went to that store because you were familiar with it?
I'd seen it close to my house, so
Close to your old house?
close to my old house.
There could have been liquor stores that were closer to your current house?
Sure.
Now, when you drove to ABC Liquor, you tried to go through Trescott. Is
I
that
did.
fair to say?
It was blocked.
There are other ways to go to ABC Liquor, right? You could have gone down other roads.
I don't have the best sense of direction, so when I find a route, I just kind of keep using that route. I don't look for something else.
You got to Mosaic at around 1 p.m.,
That sounds right.
and your lunch was interrupted by investigator Isom, who told you that something had happened.
That's right.
You went with him voluntarily to speak
did.
with him? You let police search your car?
Yes.
You were interviewed with the investigator from approximately 2:45 p.m. until 7:50 p.m.
Yes.
He told you that your ex-husband had been shot and was unlikely to survive, right?
Yes.
You were in shock.
Yes.
You were pretty open with police, telling them a lot of things, right?
they kept telling me they needed my help. And so I kept trying to help.
Now, you remember on direct, Ms. Kappelman asked you about this interview.
Yes.
And she asked you about all the people you mentioned during the interview, including Charlie.
Yes.
And you said I was just wheeling off names, right?
Yes.
In fact, isn't the first person in the interview that you mentioned was yourself?
Yes.
You said that you would understand if you were viewed as the prime suspect, right?
Yes.
Before you mentioned anyone else, you mentioned yourself.
Yes.
You told them about the motion to relocate.
I did.
You told them about the fight you had with Professor Markel that very morning about some swimming for the boys.
Yes.
You were spitting out a lot of ideas.
I was.
And you agreed to let the police search your phone.
Yes.
You agreed to let the police search your car.
Yes.
That's where they found that picture that I wasn't able to admit of the invitation to the Bullet Bourbon, right?
Yeah.
You agreed to be fingerprinted.
Yes.
That will be for
You agreed to be checked for
redirect.
gunshot residue.
Yes.
Thank you, Sonny.
You gave them your computer to be searched.
I did.
Towards the end of your interview, you asked the police officer if you could call your parents, right?
Yeah, stock the bar party in their mid-30s. I mean, over here in Sweden we have something called Snattefest. That means that if you have bottles of something that is just a bit left in, that you really don't want to finish off, you bring it to everybody brings their bottles to the party, and hey, look at this pile of junk I brought, and hey, I brought this pile of junk. Let's get drunk with bad booze. That's what we are doing, because you yeah, you get gifted a lot of crap sometimes. Let's continue.
I did.
And the police allowed you to do that.
Yes.
And you called your mother's cell phone sometime around 7:04 p.m.
Yes.
And you spoke to your mom. I don't know if you remember, but do you remember your dad being in the shower because they were going out to dinner?
I don't remember.
Your mom didn't answer actually the first call, and you called back a couple minutes later and she answered. Do you recall that?
I don't.
And when you called your mom, she was surprised.
Yes.
And you asked her to call Charlie and tell him what happened, right?
Yes.
You didn't speak with Charlie that day, right?
I don't think so.
On July 19th, the next day, you spoke to Charlie at 10:50 in the morning. You won't know the exact time, but do you recall speaking with him in the morning?
I honestly don't.
Do you recall letting him know that Professor Markel had passed away in the early morning?
I don't remember the conversation.
When your parents came directly to Tallahassee, correct?
They did.
They stopped in Orlando and they got there on the morning of the 19th, right?
Yes.
And when they got there, they were scared and frantic, right?
Yes.
Your dad didn't sleep. He couldn't get police protection, so he planted his chair in the front of your window to make sure that no one was going to come to your house and shoot it up, right?
Correct.
Is there any evidence of that, or just the person with the immunity telling you?
Now, you all attended a memorial service on the 20th, right?
Yes.
And you arranged for the Markels to see the boys after the memorial service, right?
They all came over to my house.
And you left Tallahassee, correct?
Not on the 20th.
On
No.
the 21st.
Yes.
And when you left Tallahassee on the 21st, did you bring all your belongings?
I brought some swimsuits for the boys and some pajamas, and I thought we'd be back in a day or two.
And when you left, you were not yourself.
I was a mess.
You got to South Florida and you realized that you could not take care of the boys alone at this point in time.
I hadn't slept in days and I was terrified.
To get a little more specific, you wouldn't leave the house.
No,
And you would hardly eat.
I wasn't eating, no.
And ultimately, you decided not to come back to Tallahassee?
I mean, I made that decision much later, but
And you had a friend who you grew up with, I think last name Keener, go back and get more stuff at your house, right?
he did.
You have one more moment, Your Honor.
All right. She's saying a lot, but there's not much to back it up with. And it's still annoying that she has immunity. And all I'm asking myself is, from what does she have immunity? Why was she adamant on getting immunity for her testimony? What is excluded from the prosecution and the defense to ask her?
Now, it's been said in this courtroom that you have tried to erase Professor Markel's memory from your boy's life. Is that true?
It's not true.
You just
For the first 2 years after the murder, did you
what has happened since then is that the grandparents had Dan's parents either completely gone the boys from their life or very, very extremely limited. And as Sonny Tanner told us yesterday, Dan's mom, her opinion about the boys, brainwashed. So when she said, I'm not doing anything to remove Dan's memory from their lives, lie. Or not the entirety of the truth. Because, well, maybe it's grandma who does it, but you're their mom. And even if ex-wife, you disliked him, hated him, whatever, you changed their names. You removed part of their heritage. That was your choice. And now you're on the stand under oath and saying you did nothing to erase their dad from their lives. Utter bullshit. Utter bullshit.
limit Professor Markel's family from seeing the boys?
Absolutely not.
In fact, they had complete access to the boys, right?
100%.
They made dinners with the boys.
I cooked dinner for them, yes, every time they visited.
There were sleepovers and playdates.
That's right.
There was no animosity at all, right?
No.
And then in October of 2016, things changed, right?
Yes.
A letter was released where there was a suggestion that Professor Markel's mom was talking to the state about arranging custody for the boys in case you got arrested.
Yes.
And you saw that as a betrayal.
Well, the custody was foster care, so yes.
You saw that as her thinking that you killed her son.
Yes.
And as a result of that, rightly or wrongly, you decided to limit their access.
I was afraid they're going to put my children in foster care.
Do your children know anything about their father?
They know a lot about their dad.
Do they have
How
a
much
picture
of
of
it
him in their bedroom?
Each boy has a picture of them and their dad over their bed that we say good morning to and good night to every day.
Did you benefit from Professor Markel's death?
No.
The wording of that is interesting. Did you benefit? Well, every piece of cash from Dan is in the kid's name. Hi, Satanism. Technically, no, because they were divorced when Dan was killed. So technically, no, but yeah, it's the ex-wife of the victim. But as I started to say, when they ask, did you benefit? She says no. That's technically not true because for one, no more litigation about the kids. That benefits her. Now she has them full time. The money from Dad, the life insurances and everything, the 401k and everything, in the kid's name. So once they turn legal age, they get access to it. But she benefits tremendously from their dad's murder. So yeah, I am quite sure this will be brought up in redirect.
Well, you got to live in South Florida.
It's not a benefit.
How are your boys doing?
Hey,
You're doing very well. Thank you.
How has your job prospects been since this case hit the news?
Objection, relevance.
Sustain,
How are you doing?
Objection, relevance.
sustain.
Has this affected your life negatively or positively?
Negatively.
Does Charlie love his nephews?
Very much.
You have one moment, Your Honor.
okay, we are up to redirect. Oh, no?
Thank you, Ms. Adelson. I have no further questions.
Redirect examination.
This will get interesting.
The long list of plans that you went over with Mr. Rashbaum that you were going to have in Tallahassee post murder date, none of those plans happened, right?
No,
Because you moved to South Florida, right?
because I felt unsafe to stay here. Yes.
And did you feel safe in South Florida?
No,
Did you buy a house in Tallahassee after the murder?
no, I did not.
Did you rent a house in Tallahassee after the murder?
No, I didn't live in Tallahassee after the murder.
Did the boys go to school that fall here in Tallahassee?
No, all our plans were broken.
And what was the purpose of those questions? Of course you didn't. You moved to South Florida. You didn't have plans in Tallahassee that got executed. Why were you asked about all those things?
I don't know why I was asked questions by the defense counsel.
The book event that you were asked about, did that event happen?
I didn't speak at the event, but the event still happened.
Have you had several events related to that book that have happened?
I have.
And what events were those?
Do you mean just in Tallahassee or do you mean in other places?
Everywhere.
I've spoken at various schools about human trafficking and about my book. I think there was one event that still happened in Tallahassee about a year later.
And is that the only book you've written, or have you written more than one book?
I've only written one book.
What was the book about?
The book was about human trafficking and about
Hi, Salbert.
How are you?
Daily Talk. How are you doing?
Good. How about you?
All right. You have been listening in. Did you listen to anything yesterday?
Yeah, about half the day. And then a few minutes this morning. It's bizarre.
It is very bizarre. And for me, the memory loss she had yesterday about the during direct examination.
Yeah.
And then how she remembered flawlessly some things of the cross-examination. And still in the back of my head, she has immunity. The things she says in her testimony here, they can't use to prosecute her.
And she was the one who most likely masterminded everything. Unless it was her parents.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like, for me, opinion, a joint effort.
Yeah.
And now everybody's, let's this. Yeah, it's very, very weird.
Yeah.
But let's continue so we don't get too far behind here.
the vulnerabilities that lead to trafficking, the problems when it occurs, and basically how to recover from it after.
Where was the book set?
It was set in a fictional town,
What was the name of the fictional town?
Hiawassee Springs.
So Hiawassee. Is it located in the panhandle of Florida?
No, I used to see the name when I was driving from Tallahassee to Orlando, so it's somewhere in between.
And was the place modeled after Tallahassee?
It was definitely somewhere in Florida, but not supposed to be about Tallahassee, no.
Who was the central character in that book?
So there's 3 central characters. One was one of my clients, kind of a composite character from Eastern Europe. One was kind of a composite character of many clients I've represented from Latin America. And one was a public interest lawyer.
And was the public interest lawyer Lily?
Yes.
And is that the character that's sort of based after yourself?
No, really more based after a friend of mine.
And was Hiawassee, Florida, quote, just a small stop on the way back to what we had previously known as civilization? Is that a quote from your book?
That sounds like a quote from my book, yeah.
And who's the husband of Lily, the public interest lawyer?
You want his name in the book?
Yes.
I think it was Josh Stone.
All right. And what was Josh's employment?
Josh was an English professor.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Josh was an English professor.
A professor, where did he teach?
It's been a while. I wrote the book over 10 years ago. I don't remember what I named the university in the
North
story.
Florida State University?
That sounds right.
NFSU?
NFSU sounds right, yeah.
All right. And in the book, does Lily lament, quote, we moved to this godforsaken place for Josh's career?
Yes, that sounds like a line Lily would say.
All right. When you looked at page 187 of the divorce document on cross, and I'll hand that back to you.
Yes. I just saw that.
This is actually my copy.
A little late, but you know.
Yeah, at least a year too late.
Yeah.
Just turn back to 187.
Yeah, interesting line of questioning, as Peony says. Yeah, she more or less wrote a book about herself.
Well, it's like the that one woman who unalived her husband with fentanyl and then wrote a kid's book about grieving.
Yeah.
Do you see the quote that you read previously from that page?
I don't.
Has any testimony been bad for the defendant?
It had to do with
So far, the worst for the defendant was his defense opening statement when they more or less forced him on the stand to tell something that there is absolutely zero evidence for. So,
Okay.
yeah. So that will be really interesting.
let's see if I can find it. That you were very
Life back.
unhappy
Entertain
in the
people.
marriage. I think it's the third paragraph
Right.
there.
I see that line.
Okay, the
No
wife
pressure.
has been very unhappy in the marriage and files her petition for dissolution of marriage in August 2012. The husband continues to characterize this as abandonment and then goes on to say that he had been disparaging you to some of the folks at the law school. You remember reading that?
I do.
Was that intended to be the place in this binder where you allege emotional abuse by your husband?
I mean, I think it's emotionally abusive to suggest somebody has mental health issues.
Okay. What is the prof's blog?
Interesting,
You were
Sandy.
asked about that on cross.
Yeah, it was a blog that Danny started with some of his colleagues to kind of promote community in the law professor world.
And who reads the prof's?
Probably
Prof's blog.
other law professors and people interested in becoming law professors.
Who is on the Crim Prof listserv?
I don't know.
Were you on the listserv for that prof's blog?
I may have been on the listserv at some point.
Do you remember seeing the post that you were shown on cross?
I do.
And the post says something about Danny and I are planning to attend a conference that will begin Sunday, July 20th. Is there any other information on what you were shown about Dan's travel plans post-murder other than that?
I'm sorry. Can you please repeat the question?
The post says, Danny and I guess it's another professor writing this thing. Danny and I are planning to attend a conference that will begin Sunday, July 20th. Is that the type of information that he would typically have on something like the prof's blog or Facebook?
That sounds right.
Okay, but as far as the date he's leaving, the flight he's on, that kind of stuff, would that typically be on the prof's blog?
He wouldn't put what flight number he was on, but he would almost always communicate when he was going on a trip.
Okay, so going to a conference that starts July 20th might be an example.
Flying to New York tomorrow would be an example,
But
not,
he didn't
not a
put,
flight number.
but he didn't put flying to New York tomorrow on this occasion.
No,
You were referenced several times, not on direct examination by the state, but by your brother's attorney on cross as a co-conspirator. Are you charged in this case?
No.
This isn't your trial, is it?
No.
Is your brother charged with conspiring with you to do a murder?
no,
Is he charged with conspiring with you to plan a murder?
no,
Is he charged with soliciting you to do a murder?
No.
Who is he charged with doing those things with?
I don't think anyone.
Have you had an opportunity to review his indictment in this case?
I have not.
An opportunity to take a look at that document yourself.
They microphone the floor.
Yeah,
Who is your brother
You can hear,
alleged
like,
to have
stomping
been
over
friends
there.
with?
Catherine D. Magbanowa.
she.
Were you on the wire in this case, Ms. Adelson?
No,
So when the bump happened, are you familiar with the event I'm referencing as the bump?
I am now.
When law enforcement approached your mother on the street and handed her a piece of paper?
Yes,
Okay, when that occurred, who did your mother call?
I don't know.
Not you, right?
Not me.
Okay. And once your brother found out about the bump, did he call you about it?
No,
Who did he call?
I don't know.
Well, you listened to the calls to authenticate the voices, didn't you?
Just to hear the voices, not to hear the content of the calls.
Okay. And the voices were your brother's voice, right?
But I listened to the calls just to hear who was on them, so I don't know what content they're referencing.
I heard your answer. My question to you now is your brother's voice was on the calls.
He was on some of the calls I listened to.
Your mother's voice was on the calls.
She was on some of the calls I listened to.
All right.
Did you have any secret meetings with your brother post bump that happened in South Florida?
No,
You were asked about Jeffrey Lacasse and the way that your relationship ended. What is OkCupid?
OkCupid is a dating website.
Were you on that dating website?
I was.
Were you on that dating website at the time that you were dating Mr. Lacasse?
No, I wasn't.
And
I
were you
could have found
speaking?
her on
So I
that.
guess if you weren't on it, you weren't speaking to multiple men from the website during the time you were dating Mr. Lacasse. And I'll remind you that you provided your phone in this case, and it was cell-brighted, downloaded.
Argument.
Oh.
Hmm.
So she was dating and was serious with this guy, and now the prosecution is. Yeah.
Was
how
she
many
smiling
guys-
at?
Yeah, I don't know. Might be nervousness. Might be.
Yeah. Insecurity about not having a hairbrush.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, the prosecution has combat boots and elephant feet.
Okay, Cupid hasn't really been a thing in like
10
haven't used it in
years.
15 years. Yeah. I met my ex
Yeah.
on there like 15 years ago, but that's it.
Yeah, but this is 10 years ago.
Okay.
So, yeah, he,
Okay,
Dan
so
Markel was
Tinder
killed
wasn't really a
in
thing.
2014.
okay.
And yeah, he was one of the.
That is denied.
People
As
she
to
pointed
improper
out.
impeachment is sustained. Jury is to disregard the last comment from the prosecutor. Go ahead.
Didn't you just say that you weren't on OkCupid at the time that you were dating Jeffrey Lacasse?
I don't know when we say I officially stopped dating Jeff Lacasse, but there's a chance that, I don't remember in 2014 whether I had gotten the app and started talking to people before we officially broke up.
Okay, so my point is there's a chance that he was right. You were being unfaithful, or at least talking to other people. He had a reason to be jealous.
I think he had some serious jealousy issues that may or may not have been
This is
founded.
Yeah, I think we got from your testimony that you believe he had serious jealousy issues. My question to you is, did he have a reason to be?
No.
So he was wrong.
He was wrong in June when he accused me of being with multiple people that I wasn't with. Yes.
Okay.
And this is the exact way my ex would answer. The last girl I dated would answer that question.
What was wrong with Dan's
She cheated
mother
on me.
trying to make arrangements for the kids in the event of your arrest? Wasn't that a kind thing to do?
David?
I don't think it's kind to put my children in foster care.
Wasn't the foster care intended only to cover the time frame that it would take for her to get on a plane and get here?
She never said that.
You thought she was just going to leave them in foster care?
I didn't know what to think. They have a mother. They don't need to be in foster care.
But they wouldn't have a mother in the event of your arrest, Ms. Adelson. Wasn't that the intention of the email?
I don't know what the intent of the email was. I was not going to be arrested for a crime I didn't commit.
She didn't know that though, did she?
How naive.
I don't know what she knows or doesn't know. I can't speak to that.
Do Dan's parents know whether you committed this crime or not?
I don't know how to answer that question.
How would they? Particularly back at the time that she sent that email. It was fresh at that time, right?
I'm sorry, what was fresh?
All the events that were occurring, the arrests.
That was 2 years after Danny's murder. I don't know what she knew or didn't know. I know that my children don't belong in foster care.
Was it a specific foster care that she was requesting be called in the event that the children had no place to go and were going to be going into the custody of the state?
She did suggest a specific foster care agency,
A Jewish-run foster care agency.
a Jewish foster care.
How many times have the kids visited Dan's parents since this murder?
Many. It'd be hard to count.
Countless times?
Countless times.
How many times have they seen him in the last year?
We had a visit with Danny's dad and the boy's cousin this summer. We've had a lot of Skype visits. They do live in Canada, so it makes it a little bit harder to have in-person visitation. But every time they've asked for it, we've arranged it.
Every time they've asked for a visit, you've arranged it.
Yes, ma'am.
How many times have they seen him in the last 5 years?
Again, we
Countless?
as in the last 5 years, that overlaps with the time when they tried to put them in foster care. So since we've reestablished relations, we've seen them about twice a year whenever they come down to Florida.
So in the last 5 years, they've seen him how many times? 2 or 3 times a year?
About that.
Has this been a major issue between you and Dan Markel's parents? This issue of them having access to the kids?
The issue of them trying to put them in foster care is a major
No,
issue.
ma'am, that's
yes.
not my question.
I'm sorry.
Hasn't the issue of them trying to get access to your kids been a major issue, at least for them?
Since they tried to put the children in foster care, yes. Before that, it was not a problem.
Are you familiar with their work across the street at the legislature trying to get bills passed to give grandparents rights to see kids?
I'm familiar with their grandparents' legislation, but it's actually unconstitutional.
Oh.
I don't know if
Oh.
a jury would pick up on that, but
If anybody is a grandparent on that jury, and here
Okay,
she
yeah.
says grandparents' rights are unconstitutional. Oh, really? Lots of states have grandparents' rights.
do they?
Yeah, I think
I wasn't sure.
I checked it out the other day,
Okay.
completely unrelated. As of 2013, all U.S. states have statutes that permit non-parents to ask a court to grant them the legal right to maintain ongoing contact with a child.
Okay.
In many states, these statutes
Interesting.
explicitly name grandparents and great-grandparents as potentially eligible people. So her statements are factually wrong. Factually wrong.
Okay, so it looks like, at least according to this chart I'm looking at, Washington, you cannot petition for visitation. Every other
really?
state except Illinois you can, and Illinois has just no specific laws about it.
Okay.
Interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Okay. So that, I mean, it was very, how do I say that? It gave a very interesting insight into the way she thinks.
Yeah.
You know,
Especially since yesterday she claimed to not know what contempt of court meant.
Really?
Yeah.
She's a lawyer.
Yeah. She was specifically asked what could happen if you, because she filed for, asked for if Dan didn't do this, he would be in contempt of court, and she was asked what would happen with someone in the effect of contempt of court, and she says, I don't know, and all of a sudden.
Everybody
She
knows
claims,
that.
She claims grandparents' rights are unconstitutional. Yeah,
Yeah, Danny. I mean-
this will be.
Are you mad? Are you angry that according to your brother's theory, he and your mom have known who killed your children's father since 2014? You weren't told who it was?
I'm more angry that somebody killed my children's father.
So you're not mad about that they knew this whole time.
Sure, Jan.
That's what they're saying.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the
That's
question?
the theory of the defense in this case, is that he's known the whole time. Your brother's known what happened to Dan. Does that make you angry?
I'm angry about so many things. It's hard to
Is that one of them?
separate them.
Well, try.
I'm confused. It's hard to process.
And apparently, according to his lawyer, these killers had threatened to kill your brother's family members as well. Did you hear that?
I did hear that.
And that would be you, right?
It would.
Were you told that a specific threat had been made by the same people that had killed your ex-husband to kill your brother's family members?
I was not told.
Would that have been information you would have liked to know back in 2014?
Yes.
Would you have made the same decision to move down to South Florida, closer to the killers?
No, I would not.
And even after in 2016, you weren't told that that's what was going on the whole time.
I found out yesterday.
No further questions.
Members of the jury will be instructed to disregard the
There were so many other issues to bring up.
I know.
What is? Oh, I'm disappointed in the prosecution now. Yeah, her anger seems non-existent. Yeah, this is weird. I don't like weird, and I don't like that the prosecution. I mean, it's obvious they are after Charlie. They're going for the grandparents, or
Yeah.
at least Donna. That's apparent. But you need to convict him first, and you need to get as much information out of Wendi as possible. Why stop here?
Well, even if they don't convict him, they can still use the testimony,
Yeah.
right?
And this part with this at least was a decent walk-off with.
Yeah.
Did you know that your brother knew all along who killed your ex-husband and didn't tell you? Did you know your brother, according to the defense lawyer, even after? Yeah, that was a decent ending at least.
Comment of the witness as to the constitutionality of any portion of the Florida statutes. You may step down.
What was that?
The jury will be
They were
instructed
talking
to
about-
disregard the comment of the witness as to the constitutionality of any portion
Yeah.
of the Florida statutes. You may step down.
Yeah, judge is telling the jury.
Will Ms. Adelson be recalled at any point? Looking to both of you. Will she be recalled at any point?
That's possible, Judge. I'd ask that she remain under the rule, but she's free to go about her business.
Have a good day, ma'am. Please call your next witness.
Oh, she can be recalled. Or redirect.
Can I have a moment to see who's out there, Judge?
Go ahead.
Okay. Let's skip ahead a
So
bit.
10:15.
Okay. We are up to speed. Yay. Atheist and Wendi wasn't moving the needle other than that. Well, the final questions moved it a little bit for me. Just the improbability of this closely knit family, and Charlie didn't tell anybody, especially not Wendi, about he knew all along that there were threats to her. I mean, if nothing, Wendi will have some things to bring up with her parents after this. I
It'll be
mean,
an awkward Thanksgiving.
yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh God,
Yeah,
the holidays are coming up as well. They're going to have a lot of awkward family dinners.
Yeah. Also, there's a lot she's avoiding asking because of the immunity. I agree. Because if she says something here, they can't use it if they choose to prosecute Wendi.
Yeah.
So that might be why she avoids a lot of subject, because if she gets answers that, of course I knew that, or yes, I hid the murder
Oh.
weapon, or something like that, then they can't use that.
Because it's limited immunity.
Limited immunity, yes.
So they can still prosecute her, but they can't use anything she testifies about against
Mm.
her. Is my understanding.
Sardonism, their defense simultaneously requires that the family be super close, but nothing about, hey, sis. And that's the absolute weakness in the defense theory for Charlie.
Yeah.
He was extorted. I mean, the way he told it during defense opening statements, that this Tidis or Catherine came up the very same day. Oh, or the day after, or something like that. Oh, this and this happened. It wasn't my fault. Da, 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 da. They did it without whatever she said. First of all, there's no evidence, nothing in email or texts or conversation that suggests it. And there's a lot of texts, phone calls, and stuff. And the absolute easiest things for Charlie would have been 911. Yeah, something weird happened here. Yesterday, my former brother-in-law was killed, and now my current girlfriend, her friends did it. I mean, would it have looked bad for him? Yeah. Does it look good for him now?
Yeah.
$1,000 payout every month. It does sound like extortion. Yes and no. It can also be still payment for girlfriend. That okay. So it might have started with a payoff and then resulted in an extortion. So he paid them off, and then directly after, yeah, you know the things you paid us off to do? I'm gonna need a job. Bobby Bologna can't stand YouTube's method of sorting channels. Don't
Yeah, I
put
know.
the live stream at the top of the list.
You can do in advanced or filter or something, you can choose channels that are live and just only search for live channels. That's what I usually do to find them. But yeah, it's really annoying.
Yeah, I agree, because what YouTube does is they promote corporation media.
Yeah. And don't censor them.
Oh, thank you, Charlie Pip. Always have to type my name in search for me. Oh. But at least in my YouTubes, it is. I can try. Well, once I get online, I can share this. It looks like. Hold on. It looks like this. And here are all my subscriptions.
Yeah.
So I always know, okay, these are live. Okay.
Yeah.
Who do I want to watch and stuff like that.
Sometimes you have to refresh it again. Like if you've been on the page for a while, it's not automatic.
Yeah, these things here are not automatic. You have to refresh to, and then you say,
That reminds me, I'm writing a script to try to pull up and say which channels are live and which channels are going to go live soon.
Yeah. Yeah, that's also something because I get basically 0 notifications nowadays.
Yeah.
Nothing. So I'm always on Twitter and stuff like that, because most of the law tubers and me, we we just try to put every link out there, and my Facebook page I try to get out up there. I'm so rarely on Facebook.
Yeah, same. I don't use it.
Yeah,
I
I
have a
even
personal one, but
yeah, I even put out an ad on Facebook, but that
really?
resulted in absolute very low results. Hi, Mo. Mo is here.
Hello.
How are you?
Hello. Yeah.
Doing okay.
Oh, good to know.
You just went out, you ding dong. I don't know what's wrong with you.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. It's the dog.
Yeah, I could guess.
Oh, well, I mean,
Mm.
unless you both also went out, then I also
Mm.
don't know what's wrong with you.
Well, nobody does.
Well,
No,
as long as
Yeah,
we're all confused. We're just like those
Yeah.
Jeopardy people when they put up sports ball questions. We're like,
yeah. Yeah. Well, I guess you're done with your show.
yes.
Yeah. Well, of course you're done with your show. You're here. Well, cross-examination, basically uneventful, really. But she did have excellent memory all of a sudden. Excellent memory.
Ah.
Yeah.
So kind
Almost perfect recollection. And so that was interesting. And but not much to
I'm trying
move
to
the
figure out
needle
if
for
the
me.
mom is wearing a wig, because that would so if the mother is more hardcore Jewish, once you're married you wear a wig.
Dan's
You
mom
don't show your real
or or
no, Dan's
Charlie's
mom.
mom. Dan's mom. Okay, yeah, that might be so.
Yeah, Charlie's mom is not any form of
No, we could guess by the Nazi uniform thing that she's not that particularly devoted Jewish. Oh, they're
Well, I was just
Orthodox.
noticing the bobby pins up front, and when I'm wearing a wig, I have to put bobby pins up front unless I'm wearing a special headband that keeps the wig in place.
Yeah, I just put super glue.
When you're wearing your wigs on your
Yeah,
fun
when
nights,
I'm wearing my wigs, it's super glued. If I wore
I
a
mean,
wig, I
those
would
are
have had a lot more hair up here.
yeah, those I know very little, but that I do know. So I was thinking if she is that adherent to it, then
Mm.
look, y'all, I know very little.
Mm.
I just know that, and I don't know the reasoning behind it. So
Sardonism
you're barking
says
at nothing.
legally the defense has no burden, but they made a promise in that opening, and I think the jury is going to hold them to it. Yeah, and the final question in redirect, the final question, I wish the prosecution did more, but the final questions: did you know your brother knew all along who your ex-husband's killer was? Well, she found out yesterday.
How did she react when that question? I guess I didn't get to see that, and I was out of it last night, so I haven't seen her testimony yet. So
well, we
I
can
need to
listen to the final questions.
okay, because like I said, I was out of it last night, so I haven't seen her testimony
To
yet.
the
Did she come
killers?
up
No,
as
I
a
would not.
Dad, are you angry that according to your brother's theory, he and your mom have known who killed your children's father since 2014, and you weren't told who it was?
I'm more angry that somebody killed my children's father.
So you're not mad about that they knew this whole time? That's what they're saying.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
That's the theory of the defense in this case, is that he's known the whole time. Your brother's known what happened to Dan. Does that make you angry?
I'm angry about so many things. It's hard to
Is that one of them?
separate them.
Well, try.
I'm confused. It's hard to process.
And apparently, according to his lawyer, these killers had threatened to kill your brother's family members as well. Did you hear that?
I did hear that.
And that would be you, right?
It would.
Were you told that a specific threat had been made by the same people that had killed your ex-husband to kill your brother's family members?
I was not told.
Would that have been information you would have liked to know back in 2014?
Yes.
Would you have made the same decision to move down to South Florida, closer to the killers?
No, I would not.
And even after the killers were arrested in 2016, you weren't told that that's what was going on the whole time.
I found out yesterday.
No further questions.
Members of the jury will be instructed to
Yeah.
Okay, if I didn't already hate her guts, Friberto, chill yourself down.
Oh, and you missed the part where she said grandparent rights are unconstitutional.
They had a discussion about the access Dan's parents had. And
we looked it up, and 48 out of 50 states you can petition grandparent or non-parents can petition for access to children. Visitation.
And in a few states, and she said, no, that would be unconstitutional. So the judge had to step in after the testimony to the jury to disregard the comment about the constitutionality. If there's one grandparent in that jury, I mean...
all right, I'm trying to censor my words because it's not even 2 hours in, and it's only 10. If I found out that my mother and brother knew, because I can place myself in her shoes
position,
because I did lose my first husband, and let's say I lost my first husband, to murder, and I found out just days before that those two knew who did it, and I'd been sitting there for years and years. You couldn't get me on the stand. The amount of curse words, I would have probably done what Letitia's brother did on the stand. Why? Why? They wouldn't have been able to get me off. I mean, I wouldn't have been able to be professional. There would have been, they would have had to do how that nice judge did in the Letitia Stout case. Like, you need to take a break. I mean, I know she's a lawyer. I know that she's gotten that time. And if I were to be charitable, I could say maybe she's numb with the overwhelming advice of this new cockamamie cock and bull story. And the overwhelming ridiculousness and bullshittery is just overwhelming her senses. The iceberg of dumb has sunk her Titanic of stupid. But this is the kind of stupid stuff that would be coming out of my mouth if I were confronted with this. I would literally be having this kind of verbal diarrhea if I learned.
Yeah. And the book. She wrote a book.
Oh, of course she did.
Yeah.
She wrote
about immigration rights, fictional story that just happened to have a civil rights lawyer who resembled herself.
Of course she did a self-insert.
Who was married to a law professor. No, an English professor who taught at the same university as her ex-husband. And she had to live in that godforsaken place because of his career. But that's just fictional. And Sonny Tanner says the jury, especially men, did not like the story about the book. They saw through it. Some looked slightly insulted. Thank you, Sonny.
That's good.
But the trial has moved on.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to let Fry roam the greater house. I'm going to open the door so he can wander because I think he's upset being just in my room. He's going to go play with and worry the cats. So I'll be right back.
Yep.
Please raise your right hand, sir.
Oh, a cop.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Officer Brannon, number 510, BRANNON, with Tallahassee Police Department.
How long have you been with TPD?
Approaching 25 years, and I was with FSU PD for a couple years prior to that.
Did you go to the scene in this case on July 18th, 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your function there on Trescott Drive?
I ended up writing the primary report,
All right. What is the
It's-
primary report?
just the initial report of the basics of, what had occurred.
Okay. And as part of your duties out there at the scene, did you maintain the crime scene, the integrity of the crime scene?
Yes.
How did you do that?
We set up a perimeter, and once we had established the perimeter around the crime scene, I was guarding the north end of it.
What was the crime scene? Can you describe it for us?
It was on Trescott Drive, and basically we blocked off the road, 3 or 4 houses to the north and to the south.
Okay. So that whole area was considered the crime scene and only law enforcement was entering or exiting until you were done?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When you arrived there, who was present on the scene from law enforcement or?
Sergeant Sims was the first one on scene.
Okay. Was
And
EMS there by the time you got there, or did they arrive after you arrived?
They were already there also.
Okay. Did you participate in clearing the residents there at Trescott?
Yes.
Was there any evidence of a struggle or a robbery present at the scene?
In the garage
Okay. What was that? There was evidence of a robbery in the garage?
of an incident, a violent incident.
Compound question. I'm sorry. So there was some broken glass there.
Yes, ma'am. Observed broken glass on the floor and inside of the vehicle.
All right. But no
What
evidence
was
of
that?
anything that had intruded into the home.
No.
Okay.
To the right of the
As
prosecutor.
part of maintaining the crime scene perimeter, is crime scene tape put
Like
up?
a hairdryer.
Yes.
And did you participate in doing that?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
And I think you said it was a couple houses down in each direction is where the tape was placed.
Yes.
And where were you physically positioned?
My patrol car was blocking the roadway.
All right. And
Hey, Shizzy is
were
in the
you
chat.
on
Hi,
the,
Shizzy.
don't use north and south because that'd be lost on me. Were you closest on the side of the scene closest to Centerville Road or closest to the other side of Trescott?
Closer to Centerville.
All right. I'm going to show you an aerial map that I've marked as States Exhibit 125.
Yeah, this is from the last trial.
Yes.
This officer
That's a very
testified.
accurate map that includes
saw the
the scene in
van.
this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Does it
Wendi.
include the position that you were in at
Wendy's
the crime
van.
scene tape?
More or less.
Yes. We've been somewhere right in that area.
I should have published one.
Yeah. And that comes back to why was she driving to that particular liquor store to buy bourbon? And why did she drive by Prescott Drive? Getting there, because that's not a shortcut. That's about a 10-minute offshoot to get to that liquor store near her house.
Introduce and publish 125, Your Honor.
Yeah. And I have to apologize to EU because I was supposed to be on her Halloween party yesterday, but the short nap I took, I didn't wake up until 5:30 this morning.
I had to bail on my kids' thing last night too, so it was not a good night. And
So we can keep this moving, Mr. Rauschbaum. Are you objecting to 125? Please approach.
are we
Yeah.
objecting to booze?
Needed. Yeah, they should have shown a map of her route and how of an offshoot it was to get to that liquor store.
Yeah, I love how it was like, are you aware that she was asked to get bullet booze? It's like
Yeah, but they did show the invitation, and it said bring that her responsibility was to bring that particular kind of booze.
okay.
But
It still doesn't make sense that she would pick. But to be fair, and to give grace, which I don't want to, but I'm trying to be a better person for some reason. I have my favorite stores, and some of them are not the closer stores to my house.
Well, her explanation was that she recognized it being close to her house, but apparently there are liquor stores closer. So why that particular one, don't know, but she didn't took
You may
the
continue with
closest
your
route
examination.
to that store.
You may.
And for the peeps, if you have a Rumble account and does not follow me yet there, please do. I will share the
Right, so
link.
can you explain for the jury where the roadblock was that you were positioned at the crime scene?
So that blue dot right there is the victim's residence. I would have been somewhere right in that area.
And can you show us in relation to that where Centerville intersects with Trescott?
Over here.
All right, so if you were to turn onto Trescott from Centerville, can you just kind of show us with your light the route of travel from Centerville to the roadblock?
Comes around here, up, and back around.
Okay, so they are
Would you
showing
have been
around
able
now.
to see the roadblock from the intersection of Centerville and Trescott?
No.
If you had just started to turn onto Trescott and then rerouted back onto Centerville, would you have been able to see the roadblock that way?
No, you'd have to go a considerable amount around.
Okay. And from the roadblock where you were positioned, could you see the crime scene?
Yes.
And you mentioned that there was EMS and other law enforcement there. Were there marked law enforcement vehicles in the driveway and roadway directly in front of the crime scene?
When I was on the perimeter position, I know there was a lot of investigators and crime scene vehicles. I don't remember if any of the marked patrol cars were in front of the residence. They may have been.
Okay, so what type of vehicles were out there? Can you describe what sort of activity was happening at the Markel residence when you were at the perimeter?
Basically, the investigators and the crime scene techs taking care of their portion. And the crime scene tech vehicles are marked police and have lights on them and stuff.
All right, so would it have been obvious to someone approaching your position in a vehicle that there was activity, law enforcement activity going on at that residence?
I'll be back in a minute.
It seems likely.
Objection, Your Honor.
Or the ground.
Yes.
Sustained as a speculation.
You may continue.
I'm going to approach and show you what's been introduced into evidence. I'll just publish 18. Do you recognize this vehicle?
It looks like a vehicle that I saw approaching the scene that day.
I'm sorry, will you repeat your answer?
It appears to be a vehicle that I saw approaching the scene that day.
All right, and this vehicle, are you familiar particularly with the make and model of this particular vehicle?
Yes, my wife drove we still have it. My daughter drives it now, 2006 Honda Odyssey.
So at the time you had in your family this same type of vehicle?
Yes.
And did you know at the time that Wendi Adelson drove this type of vehicle?
Yes.
All right, so you noticed this vehicle or a vehicle identical to this one approach your position?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did the vehicle do when it approached your position?
Just stopped pretty quick and turned around and headed back in the other direction.
Did the driver stop and inquire of you what the activity was at the Markel residence?
No.
Yep. Wendi caught in a lie again.
Do you know what time of day that was that you observed this vehicle approach the roadblock?
Sometime a little afternoon, probably around closer to 1.
And just to clarify, were there any other roadblocks between where you were positioned and encountered this vehicle and the Centerville intersection?
No.
Yeah.
No further questions.
Okay.
Officer Brandon, good morning.
Morning.
So I want to get a little bit more precise. Do you know how many houses the tape was away from? Because we just heard a couple, we heard maybe 3. Do you know how many houses it was?
I don't know exactly. I'm approximating 3 or 4 houses.
Do you know a forensic specialist, Maltese?
I'm familiar.
She testified that it was 5 to 6 houses away. Could that be correct?
Could be.
You said that you saw the Honda Odyssey approach in the afternoon, and you said it was closer to 1. Do you recall testifying to that?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that cell phone data puts that car on the outer perimeter later, meaning after 12:30 p.m.?
I'm not familiar with any of that.
But it would be consistent with your memory that it was closer to 1 o'clock, right?
That appears to be, but it's been 9 years.
And when that car left, you're aware that the ambulance was already gone, right?
I believe so, yes.
Could you see that the driver of the car was on the phone at the
No.
time that she approached?
No.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
What are the odds of 2 of these vans, same make, color, and everything being in there?
Say have me the examination.
So when the minivan approached, there was crime scene tape and your law enforcement vehicle in the roadway. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And beyond that, now I guess we're 3 to 5 houses down. How many houses?
I don't know
What's your
exactly.
best estimate?
My best estimate was 3 or 4.
Okay, so 3 or 4 houses down from that tape is this law enforcement activity. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. And would the driver, however far away it was, have been able to see that law enforcement activity at that residence?
Speculation.
I'll allow him to answer if he hasn't been there.
You were there, right?
I was able to see it from my perspective.
Okay, nothing further.
Nice step down, Officer Gray. Will he be recalled by any party?
No, sir.
No.
Please call your next witness. Have a good day.
Jeffrey LaCasse.
And this is the boyfriend she set up.
We tried to set it up, yeah?
Allegedly in Minecraft, Tetris,
Allegedly.
and Pac-Man. And, Microsoft Word. Just to cover all our bases. Bill Gates. Please be wearing a bow tie. Please be wearing a bow tie.
Please raise your right hand, sir.
Oh,
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Jeffrey Lacasse. Sorry. JEFFREYLACASSE.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm an associate professor at Florida State University.
How long have you been with FSU?
I came back in 2013. I was also there from 2000 to 2008.
Have you always lived in Tallahassee?
No, I'm from California originally. I went to Phoenix for 5 years from 2008 to 2013. Really loved Tallahassee. So when I got a tenure track job here, I was excited to return in fall of 2013.
Did you have a relationship at some point with Wendi Adelson?
I did.
What was that relationship?
We met in the fall of 2013. Apologize for my voice. I'm just getting water.
You can have water.
We started dating in the fall of 2013, September 2013. We dated casually in the fall and more seriously in the spring and summer of 2014.
When did the relationship end?
Well, that's a little tricky, but basically July of 2014.
All right, we'll walk through that a little more
Yeah.
in detail. During the time that you were dating Ms. Adelson,
Is that me?
I don't know, maybe we need to move it.
Do I, is this about the right distance here?
I'm not sure it's you, but
That's not-
back it up a hair. I know, it's hard to get right.
Yes, sir.
All right, so during the time that you were together, did you become aware of Wendi Adelson's recent divorce from Dan Markel?
I did. On our first several dates, that was the primary topic of conversation.
And were you aware that this was an unusually nasty
Oh.
divorce?
Yes.
During the
best
time that you
candidate
were
where you
dating
talk about
her,
the
did you
divorce.
become aware that even subsequent to the divorce, there was ongoing litigation pending?
Yes.
Did you know Dan Markel?
I met Professor Markel. I did not know him. I probably spent 10, 15 minutes in his presence across the course of that relationship.
Were you specifically familiar with the litigation concerning Wendi Adelson relocating with her children to South Florida?
Yes, that was a topic of conversation for sure.
If you know, did Wendi want that relocation to take place?
Yes, on our second date, the topic of relocation and being stuck in Tallahassee came up, and the date was ended abruptly when she went to the bathroom, returned with tears in her eyes, and just left the date because she was so upset. That was about two and a half months after it was denied.
All right.
And it continued to be a topic, but that's
that issue seemed to be specifically what was upsetting her on that day.
definitely was she left a group date suddenly because it came up.
All right. And did she have family in South Florida?
Yes.
And what family was that?
Well, her brother, Charlie Adelson, Harvey Adelson, her father, and Donna Adelson, her mother, were the ones primarily that I heard about.
Were you also familiar with the litigation seeking to limit the exposure of Wendi Adelson's young sons to her mom, Donna Adelson?
Yes, in spring of 2014, yes.
And did you observe Wendi to be taking that filing seriously? Did she seem stressed or worried about it?
Every filing she took seriously, and she was stressed. I had reported to TPD that every time a motion was filed, it affected our relationship because she's very upset.
During the time that you were in a relationship with Wendi, did you have an occasion to meet her family members in South Florida?
I did. Well, I met her parents mostly up here. So I met Donna and Harvey Adelson probably 8 to 12 times up here. I met the defendant down in South Florida one time.
All right, so you only met Charlie Adelson one time.
That's correct.
When was that?
That was the evening of March 11th, 2014.
And had you already met the parents several times at that point?
Yes, probably 6, 8 times at that point, maybe more.
So they came here quite frequently.
Yes.
What about Catherine Magbanowa? Did you meet her?
She was present at the dinner that I attended on March 11th, where it was myself, the defendant, Wendi Adelson, and her went to dinner that evening, March 11th.
You're saying the defendant. Do you see the person in the courtroom
Yes,
that you had dinner with? Who's that?
that is Charles Adelson, known to me as Charlie.
Could you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Yeah, he's sitting in the center of the defense table wearing a light blue tie and a navy blue sports coat.
All right. And so Catherine Magbanowa, how was she related to this family or affiliated with the family?
I was introduced to her as Charlie's new girlfriend, essentially.
And was it your understanding that this was the first time that Wendi was meeting Catherine Magbanowa as well?
That was my understanding. She was excited about Catherine Magbanowa, and that was my impression, yes.
All right. So anything unusual happened at the dinner?
Well, at the dinner, Ms. Magbanowa mentioned that she had I guess it was her ex-common law husband, who had a criminal history that sounded very serious, and I did raise my eyebrows at that.
Did Charlie Adelson seem disturbed or upset by Catherine Magbanowa mentioning that?
I don't recall him seeming disturbed, no.
All right. What about after dinner? Where'd you go next?
We went to Mr. Adelson's home, and we sat in his hot tub and had a few drinks and talked for a little while.
Who's the we that sat in the hot tub?
Yeah, myself, Wendi Adelson, Charles Adelson was in the hot tub for a while, and his then roommate, Dr. Jerome Obed.
All right. So Dr. Obed was living with Charlie Adelson at that time?
That was my understanding. It was his roommate, yeah.
All right. And where was Catherine Magbanowa at that time?
She did not accompany us back to the house.
In the hot tub, did the defendant make some statements that were of interest in this case?
Yes.
What were those?
Judge, objection, motion to eliminate.
Right.
Okay. Prosecution seems to be wanting to get into stuff that he is not allowed to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't imagine. I don't know what they're getting into, unless they're getting into where he said he brought up the, amounts, because what I've gotten from the test or the little bit I got for the murder board, I mean, she talked in detail to her boyfriend guy, her relation dateship guy, about it would take 15,000 to 50,000 for a hitman.
Yeah.
All sorts of things. So, they might have been able to win certain motions that said,
Continue.
hey, you can't talk
More
about.
specific questions.
Yeah.
Adelson in the hot tub mentioned anything about having connections to a criminal element?
Yes, he did. He mentioned having contacts on both sides of the tracks, meaning dentists, lawyers, professional class people, but he also had people he knew that were a criminal element. Yes.
And did you get more specific about anything about these people that are the criminal element?
He mentioned specifically, I repeated it to TPD, about Cuban neighborhoods where you might find that criminal element.
Okay, so he had connections to those type of people.
That's what he said.
And
yes.
what was the context of this? Was he just seemed scared about it, worried about it, or something else?
Seemed to be bragging.
I want to ask you about a meeting with Wendi at a coffee shop.
We have to take in account here what the jury might think, and this is a very disgruntled ex-boyfriend. But even with that in mind, I'm not taking this as far out with everything else in this trial.
I mean, I would take it as disgruntled, but I would be more disgruntled that she pointed the finger at me.
Yeah.
Because he said they were dating casually. And I mean, this woman, so in their casual dating, she's already spent, look, if I were a dude and a chick spent a majority of our date time crying about her ex and then leaving a date crying because of stuff and then talking about her ex all the damn time, like, this sounds like the worst dates ever. Dude, go find a single chick and date someone happy, because holy crap, that sounds like the worst date ever. Look, I am more Mo than normal lately. I'm going to tell you all that. Fall is not the best time for me, and we are getting a cold front in. So take everything I say with a pound of salt.
Yeah. There's a cold front running in through most of the United States. I saw that Monday there's a slight warning of snow in Texas. Congratulations, USA! Trial. Yeah, trial.
But
That occurred on.
yeah, so I don't think that's going to. It's been so many years that I don't think that, had it been like the year after, I think that. But he's had so many years that I don't think a vendetta, a grudge would be held that long.
No.
He does have the problem glasses, though. He does have the I'm going to call your manager right now. Right now.
What's wrong with those type of glasses?
Well, with that pause frame that you have, but see, you're rocking the whole Viking look with it. He has the you don't have almond milk. You don't have soy milk right now, right meow. And he's my type. He's tall and nerdy and a little bit on the on the awkward side. He's my type, but it's just he does that look right now is just like, you don't have soy milk. Okay, now that I've made fun of everyone, we can continue.
Yep.
June 4th, 2014. You recall that?
Oh, dear Lord, Charlie, don't smile.
What happened at the coffee shop?
We went to the Red Eye coffee shop to have coffee, just to meet midday. And Miss Adelson canceled a trip that we had planned for July 11th to 17th to go see my parents, which was a big deal in the relationship. And she abruptly canceled it.
Did she offer an explanation as to why she needed to cancel the trip?
Not one that made sense. She said that she feared that we would not get back in time, and she emphasized, had to be back on the 18th to pick the kids up out of school, which would have been July 18th, 5 p.m., is my understanding. And I couldn't fathom why in the summer going through Atlanta, you wouldn't be able to get back in time. It didn't make any sense to me.
So she was worried you could be delayed and she wouldn't be able to pick the kids up.
Right. And we had people who could babysit. It didn't make any sense at all, but that was what she said. That day was very important.
All right. And so that occurred on June 4th.
It did.
All right. Did you see her later that evening?
I did. I went to the house to hang out with her and her children.
And is that her residence on Aqua Ridge?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was she that night? This is June 4th, right?
It is.
Okay.
She was a nervous wreck to the point where she was sick to her stomach. Asked me to get to her house as soon as possible. She was in that much distress. And she didn't have food poisoning or flu or anything obvious. She was just a nervous wreck. So I went to her house, immediately went to the store to get her Pepto-Bismol and a couple of things from the convenience store. I have the credit card receipt, is why I recall that so specifically.
And did you have any idea why she's acting? I assume this is unusual for her.
It was fairly unusual. The degree of severity was definitely unusual. But that whole week, June 4th to 9th, she was very nervous. So.
And she didn't tell you it was because killers were in Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel, did she?
No, I was stunned to later find out that there was hitmen in town at the time.
Okay. So let's go forward a little bit to this TV situation. Do you know anything about Wendy's TV being broken?
I do.
And when was the TV broken, if you know?
Between June 11th and 18th, I think it's closer to the 11th, but 100% in that week.
And how do you know it was in that week?
Because we rented a movie, How to Train a Dragon 2, to give the kids a special movie night. And I have text messages where I'm discussing having seen the movie by the 18th with friends.
So you were able to refresh your memory?
Yeah, I was able to
by going
refresh
through
my
those?
Yeah.
That's what you give
All
them?
right. So do you get the movie or?
Well, it's back in the day. It was Redbox. So I rented a DVD from a Redbox. It was 2014.
All right. And go over there with the movie and what happens when you arrive.
I walk in the door and Miss Adelson asked me to look at her television because there's something wrong with the television.
And what was wrong with the television?
Well, I turned it on and I was immediately confused because it really shouldn't have been a question. As soon as you turn the TV on, it's been struck by an object and is damaged and basically unusable.
Can you explain what the damage looked like?
Yeah, it looked like somebody stood in front of it, took their fist, and hit it like that. Was my first impression.
Like a
turn it
shatter
off to
mark with
see that?
spiders.
Yeah, there's like
He said he turned it on and then immediately knew.
Well, sometimes with that type, I don't know what type of TV it was, if it was an LED or a plasma,
Yeah.
because sometimes on plasma TVs, it doesn't show on the screen because yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't like the glass wasn't broken, but
Yeah.
Also, Salbert, this looks like a man who calls someone if a light bulb is not working at his condo for the
Yeah.
handyman to come fix it.
he calls for the handyman to change his light bulbs.
Yeah, this particular piece of testimony
Weird.
sounds a bit out of it because, I mean, that kind of thing, that's not your immediate thought. Your immediate thought would be, what's going on? And yeah.
I just said, which one of the kids threw something at this damn TV?
Yeah.
But that would be me having, all the children. But
Yeah. I mean, in the cross-examination, I'm not saying I would, but I could, more or less, because if you exaggerate, and you get caught in it, all of a sudden they can disregard all of it. So please,
I will
everybody,
say he does have receipts. and
Yeah.
text messages that I'm sure he turned over at the time. So they probably have backups of like the receipt from Redbox for the How to Train Your Dragon.
Yeah.
I'm guessing the repair guy took a picture of the repair he had to do.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
I'm just saying that even if he exaggerates, I'm sure they were probably crawling up these people's behinds once
Yeah.
they figured the Adelsons were there. So
Yeah,
I
and
don't-
back in the day with the Geek Squad, I don't know if they are still a thing, but
I don't know.
They are.
those people keep records
Yeah.
because they
Yeah.
were sued a lot.
Yeah. And they deal with people's computers, and if somebody has
Yeah,
illegal data
they-
on their computer.
Most of their clients seems to have been Karens.
Yes.
Just saying.
True.
An impact crater, and then there's from that and it's all pixelated and distorted, which makes it very difficult. Or really, no one would watch this TV unless you had to. And I had second thoughts about that. I looked around the room. Maybe the kids broke it, so I looked all around the room, and it didn't seem plausible that the children broke it. They're very small. This object had to be kind of heavy. I'd thrown a ball around with them. I just couldn't see how the kids could have done it.
But you didn't see how it got busted.
I didn't see. I didn't for sure. I didn't know we'd be discussing this in a murder trial, so I didn't investigate further or think about it very much.
Sure.
To be honest with you, I just thought, okay.
Were there other TVs in the house?
There was a TV in the back bedroom, a similar make and model that we had watched television with the kids before on that TV before. So yes.
Is that where you watched the movie that night?
No, I went to go hook up the DVD player in the back room. Miss Adelson insisted that it would not work, and actually stopped me from even trying. So thought that was very odd, but I didn't want to argue. And it's her house, her TV, her kids. So I said, okay.
So did you watch the movie on the broken TV?
Yeah, we gave the kids movie night where we watched a movie on a broken television that was distorted enough that you could follow what was happening, but the kids are whining and crying the whole time. And I wasn't whining or crying exactly, but I was tempted
Yeah,
to
you
because
were.
it was pretty frustrating. And I just didn't understand,
Dude,
what was going on.
You
And of course,
wanna
I
cry
related
if your
that this TV is
breakfast
broken,
burnt.
it's unwatchable, it's not covered by warranty, you're going to have to get a new TV. And I offered to go do
I
that for
believe
her
you could
anytime she
buy one.
wanted. She's a busy single mom. I'll run by Best Buy, get you a new TV. It was not like a 80-inch TV or something that was really that luxurious. It was a TV like you'd see in a dorm room.
It's
So
actually
you
really
could've
good
looked
sound
that way.
from.
All right. Did you end up getting a new
don't need
TV?
No, she turned me down several times on that offer. And again, it's her house. I tried to respect her boundaries. And I said, oh, okay. But it was inconvenient because after dinner, it's nice to be able to put the kids in front of that TV while you clean up the dishes and stuff. And
Okay.
it sat there being an inconvenience for a while.
All right. I want to ask you about when is Ms. Adelson's birthday?
April 22nd,
Okay.
Earth Day.
I've got this out of order. Let's skip over that for now and go to the big fight in June.
Oh,
Ms.
for the love
Adelson
of God, he
mentioned
knew
that
it was
there was a
Earth
big fight
Day.
for the end of June. Do you
Never
recall
mind.
that?
Yeah, that's the weekend of June
Pass.
27th, 28th.
Where were you when that fight
this
occurred?
guy is like
We were in Gainesville. Miss
the
Adelson
male
accompanied
Karen
me for
president
a
of an HOA.
Even the female prosecutors like I'm shielding and
She's
shame.
intimidated by him.
She's
What's
like,
going on?
and the testosterone award goes. She's like, oh my God, I'm cringing. I'm
He's
just
got
kidding.
5 times the estrogen I do. What do I do?
I mean, Rob Lawn Lumber, he goes out of his way to pause to not make people look bad.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I do the opposite.
I'm not that guy.
I don't try to make people look bad. I just tend to find the worst pauses. Unfortunately, I don't know if I have a talent, I guess.
A gift.
It's a gift from God.
Yeah. I see Mo and Polis is he does have nice guy vibes.
Okay,
This guy
why
lives
is
in
he
the friend
sticking
zone.
around? Okay, this woman is certifiable. Again, I would not stick around. It's like, okay, I brought this DVD over. I'm not sitting in front of this movie. I'm not watching this movie where I can't see it. These kids are going nuts. No. None of this is making sense. None of
I mean,
this.
of the women
And he
in
keeps
this
coming back
trial
for
area,
more.
Katie is the one doing the oral services. I don't know about Wendi, but hey, she's wealthy.
I mean, and well, and then we just said that the TV wasn't that luxurious. Why is she getting it repaired if it seems like
Yeah.
it's a TV from a dorm room? Why are we
I
getting
mean,
it
these are
repaired?
people who makes hundreds and thousands of dollars a year.
None of this is making sense.
I mean,
So either she is poor without a dime and, had to steal her ex-husband's grandmother's Holocaust ring to survive, allegedly, or she is rich beyond all compare and, filing frivolous lawsuits with her parents' money that they spent all their money to file these frivolous lawsuits, so they have to borrow it from their used to be, wealthy son.
yeah, I mean, if something like that happened to my TV,
Make it make
I do have one. I
mean,
don't
this
use
was
it much.
2014, but they were still pretty cheap then.
Yeah, 2014. I remember my first non-chunky TV I bought mid-noughts.
Yeah.
And that was a 32-inch non-chunky TV. I was so proud. I had that for 12 years. So so I must have bought my new one not my new one. Then I bought a new one in the mid 2010s. I think I bought it for something like $800, and that was a 46-inch. So it was. I mean, it's still a chunk of change, but it's not like these people. Oh no, I have to cut corners. Type of people. Yeah.
I guess this is where it's not making sense to me, and I need it to make sense.
I mean, this isn't like 1980 where you have these gigantic TVs that cost thousands and you have to repair them. And
Sonny is, for you who are new here, Sonny is in the courtroom and is reporting back. Who says there's one juror, a man who is a professional in the hospital. She was listening in on the jury selection.
Wow.
Don't be too informative about the jurors, would you please, Sonny?
Okay. Oh wait, she can't hear us. She's on.
Yeah. Okay. Somebody, if Mo writes it to her, she can't be too descriptive in that. But whoever he is taking notes and shaking in disbelief at Jeff's testimony. Yeah, but in what way? That's interesting. Either he doesn't believe him at all, or his Wendi is a C word.
I got to go to the pharmacy. I got to go to the pharmacy. I'll be back in a little while.
Okay. Thank you for being here. See you in a bit.
We'll see. Bye.
Let's continue with it.
And we had that scheduled for a while. She accompanied me on a work trip, and we ended up having a pretty big argument Saturday night in the hotel.
When did that have to do with you accusing her of seeing other men?
That was one of the issues. There'd been a lot of tension bubbling. That was the major issue. But just to give that some context, I suspected very strongly she was seeing other men. Of course, your office had confirmed recently to me that there was multiple online active dating accounts. The whole time we were supposed to be exclusive. But just to give context to that, that was combined with Wendi promising me the
10
world.
minutes behind.
Talking about me moving in. Shouldn't get a Jeep. You should get a car.
They're currently having
car seats will fit in.
Or that one.
Kids should start calling you daddy. Was
Thank
the most outrageous one. And so she's like throwing herself at me over the top in a way that felt totally disingenuous and fake. And at the same time, I think she's seen other guys. So it just kind of boiled over. I tried to have like a serious, honest relationship conversation with her, and that didn't go very well.
So you were kind of, at least up until all of this started happening, you were kind of full steam ahead, and it seems like she was a little stop and go, hot and cold. Is that
it was a roller coaster, is what I would say. And I had felt since April that I was perhaps being strung along. I had that intuition. I couldn't fathom a reason why you would
Female intuition,
string a guy along like that. It didn't make any
liberal
sense.
intuition.
All right, so we're in June, like
was
28th
telling him.
range.
Okay.
Okay, when do you come back from Gainesville?
The morning of the 29th, after this fight or this argument, we drive back. We drive back to Tallahassee. I had another ride back, and I offered to take that other ride if the fight was that bad, because we could have broken up after this. That was
But you
she
did-
wanted to ride back with me.
You
So,
rode together.
Yeah, we rode together.
All right, so you rode back together, and then was she leaving that day?
I believe it was I thought she picked up the kids the next day from Professor Markels' house, and that's when she met Amy Adler, and that was a big deal to her.
Amy Adler was Dan's girlfriend at the time?
Yes.
Okay, so it's at some point after the big fight and the return from Gainesville, does she leave to go to South Florida?
Yeah, I know. A day or two later, she definitely leaves to return to South Florida. She's in South Florida by July 1.
All right, and was that the trip that she was there for her dad's birthday?
That's correct.
Did you attend the dad's birthday?
No, I was never invited to the dad's birthday.
All right, and were you aware what the big gift was for dad's birthday?
No.
All right, so when did you see Wendi next after she leaves to go to South, or I
Yeah.
guess after you returned from Gainesville?
So during that 2-week period, we're exchanging emails, texts, long phone calls, video chats with the kids. Things are up and down, but it seemed like it's probably going to be okay. That's the impression I was given by Miss Adelson. Or I was being strung along 2 more weeks. But I see her again on the 13th when she comes back in town and is excited to have a date with me. So we had a date.
All right, so now we're at July 13th, 2014.
That's correct.
So within a week of the murder.
That's right.
Okay, tell us about your interactions with her that day.
Yeah, we went to dinner and a movie, and we returned to our house on Aqua Ridge.
All right, and did she tell you anything asked to tell you anything in confidence that evening?
Yeah, in a very serious tone of voice. The topic of conversation as we're walking up to the house is about relocation, being stuck in Tallahassee, and Danny, as the conversation always was about Danny Markel. She said in a very serious tone of voice, "Can I tell you something in confidence?"
Objection, Your Honor. Motion to eliminate.
Now, Ms. Kappelman, I understand the court's rulings.
I think I do, Judge, but asked to approach.
All right. Did I miss anything interesting?
So he's talking about them kind of talked about them kind of breaking up, her stringing him along, kind of bouncing between her having dating profiles up, possibly seeing other guys, and then also wanting to call the kids to call him daddy. So she was just all the cray.
Yeah.
Like, he was just trying to get her to have a serious relationship, and she was just insanity crazy. Now, they've gotten to July 13th or 14th, and I guess it says Sonny Tanner says the jury is out. They're arguing double hearsay about Jeff.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to type more since I realize Sonny can't hear us.
Bringing
To
up both
keep
the
her in the
motion
loop,
limiting and the
too.
prior order that has been issued on this matter.
And not two in the microphone. Since
Yeah.
this is not an ASMR channel.
Backdoor double hearsay. This is not the Jodi Arias trial, just so everybody knows. So it's not that kind of backdoor.
Damn it. Here, I thought it was going to get much funner, but no. Always with the regular backdoor.
Waivers over at Rumble just asked, he just got there. Thank you for being here. Is that the guy on the stand, the defendant? No. The person showing right now, that's the defendant. The guy on the stand is the ex-boyfriend of the ex-wife of the victim.
The ruling that was made as to the defense motion in limine concern the state eliciting this as a part of its case in chief. However, Mr. Rauschbaum, at this point, Ms. Adelson has specifically denied making this statement. Why is this an improper ground for the state to explore this on impeachment?
It's still hearsay, Your Honor. It's double hearsay. It's not done to
All sorts of matters that otherwise would be inadmissible can become impeachment.
Judge. If Dr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, made that statement to Mr. Lacoste and he denied it, he could impeach him. They're impeaching another witness. That's not allowed. That's number one. Number two, I brought up
the impeachment of one witness's testimony through another is not allowed.
But they're impeaching her to go to his statement. They're stuck with her answer. They could have kept on cross-examining her of why they thought her answer was wrong. They can't now backdoor it through hearsay in another witness. That was the whole point of the motion. Similarly, Judge,
I kind of
we
agree.
brought this issue up first thing this morning, sidebar, because if they were going to be allowed to do it, I was going to ask Ms. Adelson other questions on this issue. They said they weren't going to do it. So I didn't ask her those questions. And I didn't ask her those questions because I didn't want to open the door to it. And I can't call Ms. Adelson back as a witness because she has a Fifth Amendment right and I can't give her immunity.
I kind of agree with the defense here.
Reason.
This guy is testifying
yesterday.
about
That's why I
something
brought it up today.
Wendi allegedly
You
told
can't backdoor a double hearsay statement based
Charles,
on a
yeah.
denial by that witness. Can't do it.
Ms. Kappelman.
It's one step removed hearsay.
Impeachment, Ms. Adelson was specifically drawn to the time and place of this statement and asked if she made it, denied it. This witness heard her make the statement.
Why doesn't she have a mic, for the love of Christ?
This is not an insignificant fact or an immaterial one. Mr. Rauschbaum, if you wish to find some authority, I will give you 5 minutes to look if you have anything to argue as to this matter. Ms. Adelson has denied making the statement. She can be impeached through other witnesses regarding this matter.
Judge,
I will give you an opportunity to find some authority. If there's something more specific you can point me to other than what you're arguing right now.
Judge, I brought this up this morning so that I could front it with Ms. Adelson, and we were told, you were told, that they weren't going down this path. If I'd been told something different, I would have done something different that I can no longer do. It's precisely why I went sidebar first thing in the morning.
What is your response as to that portion of the argument, Ms. Kappelman?
That's a legal argument. I was asked if I was intending to offer double hearsay. I said I would never be offering hearsay without an exception.
I assume he's making this on fairness grounds, which goes to this would have changed the strategy of how he examined the witness.
Toodly Pip, they have lapel mics? Oh my God. Say it so.
To get that denial. So I'm not sure why the issue wasn't raised at that point.
Judge, I was really specific this morning that the double hearsay related to my motion to eliminate related to Jeffrey Lacoste. You knew what I was talking
Hold on. My ears work perfectly well. You don't have to raise your voice. Make your argument.
Ooh, don't
Please.
get spicy, sir.
Everyone sidebar.
What's
knew
the first
exactly what
rule
I
of
was talking
lawyering?
about. And we were told, Ms. Kappelman told you as an officer of the court that she was not going down that road. And so when Ms. Adelson was on the stand, I stayed away from it, not to open the door to it. She knew exactly what statement we were talking about. If you tell me you didn't know what statement I was talking about, I'll sit down. I was very specific. I was very specific that it was the double hearsay statement related to Jeffrey Lacoste that we filed our motion in limine on. I was very specific that it applied to this and also the Juvia dinner. Those were the words specifically out of my mouth back there, because when she asked the questions of Ms. Adelson, which were completely appropriate, I thought she might be going down this path. And so the first thing in the morning, we went sidebar so I could stop the charade, so that if the court were going to allow it to come in, I would handle it. She stayed silent. And I've been jumping up and down to try to prevent any possible mistrial twice, and still no mention of it. It's completely unfair, completely improper, and it denies him his constitutional right of due process.
Again, that's why I raised the issue. This goes to the fairness aspect of it. We'll take a brief 5-minute recess. If you have any authority you wish to present, I will entertain it further.
Okay. And we are up to speed. Okay. Let's see, where were you? Okay. Georgia. I can't help if Mr. Ashburn have a
Okay,
better
so
start. Yeah.
so let's go back. If to make it fair, if they were to go back to Wendi
Mm.
and this was the thing that she was going to ask, and Wendi had said, "No, I never said that." And she said, "Yes, this is a line of questioning we're going to be following."
Yeah.
What would have changed his questioning? "Did you lie about that, Miss Adelson?" "No, I didn't." "Okay, thank you very much." Are you
What
sure you didn't lie about that?
what should then the defense brought it up in sidebar. They cannot go down this path. We have a motion in limine about it. That what the defense might have missed was to strike answer or something. Yeah. For me, if there was a motion in limine about this specific issue, about that specific testimony, then and the objection from the defense.
Okay.
No,
I
wait
guess
a minute. He didn't
sorry.
object. He did a sidebar later on. So this might
But
have been
does her
through.
lying open the door? Because if she lied about it and this defendant said, or this witness says she did tell me, I mean, there's two different stories. If she said I never did it and this person said she did, does that open the door because she brought the subject up and said I didn't? So you can
Well,
impeach her?
the question, yeah, it's the form of the question should never have been asked because it has a
Oh, okay.
motion in limine. And if the defense didn't object to it at the time but shows sidebar on it.
Look, y'all, I don't.
Oh.
This judge seems to be.
Yeah. I'm calling Dave.
Yeah, because we need Dave here who practices law in America, because I can tell you that
Yeah. I sent him. He has
I
work
can
to do,
only
but
tell
if we
you
have a legal
what
issue, then we could contact him. So I just sent off a message.
I do like. Ask your local Dave.
Yeah, ask your local Dave.
Yeah, Shizzy, what is your legal advice for us? I do like that this judge is letting both lawyers say their piece. I mean, he is reining the defense back a little bit when he's getting. I'm joking, Shizzy. I know you're not a lawyer.
Everyone can be seated. Unless either party has additional argument, I am prepared to rule at this point.
I have one thing I wanted to raise that I'm not sure here before. Ms. Adelson is still under the state subpoena, so I think she could be brought back for whatever additional questions need to be asked.
As to that point, Mr. Kappelman, the ability to extend immunity have, Mr. Rauschbaum does not. He calls her as a part of her, as a part of the defendant's case. What is your response to that?
I don't know. I mean, we're still in the state's case, so.
Well, the defense can't call a witness within the state's case.
I know, that's a good point. I just wanted to point out that she's still in the case. That might be a solution. I don't know it hasn't been proffered what questions would be asked that weren't asked. I don't know what that is, but maybe there's something that could be worked out if that was your Honor's ruling, was that that would be required.
Mr. Rauschbaum, anything else?
Judge, I'll just rest on 9609 Florida rule and its progeny, and Crawford and its progeny. And what I said before.
Very well. Court's ruling is as follows. The defense's motion in limine went to the state's ability as a part of its case in chief to present testimony from Mr. Lacoste that would be hearsay within hearsay. The motion in limine was granted on those grounds. However, the motion in limine and also the court's ruling did not discuss or limit in any way the state's ability to present this information as impeachment. Ms. Adelson, at this point, she has testified, she has denied the statement taking place whatsoever. However, as it goes to fundamental fairness grounds, which are also a part of the ruling that has to be made, the defense did earlier at sidebar ask if this was going to come up in some way. As it related to substantive evidence, I believe the state responded it was not. The state did not make any representations concerning impeachment. I will find that this did affect the defense's ability or their strategy, at least in examining the witness, as the witness also can invoke her Fifth Amendment right and through a separate pleading has stated through counsel that she will invoke any Fifth Amendment right unless she is being granted immunity for that testimony. The ability of the defense to address this matter is compounded by the constitutional right of the witness and their inability to call her. On fundamental fairness grounds, I'm not going to permit the impeachment on this topic. You may proffer the testimony from there. If the state is intending to recall the witness at that point, the issue of impeachment may be revisited. Does everyone understand?
Yes, may I make one clarification for the record?
Go ahead.
It's already on the record. We were at sidebar. What I was asked, my understanding of what I was asked is, was I intending to introduce any hearsay within hearsay through Mr. Lacoste? And my answer was that I would not introduce any hearsay within hearsay without exceptions. I think it was clear what I was intending to do was set up an impeachment through Ms. Adelson by drawing her attention to the specific date and time of the statement and asking her specifically if she made the statement, which she denied. I find it hard to believe that that doesn't alert the defense in fairness that that's what I'm intending to do. And that's what I did in the last trial successfully, which the defense in this case was in attendance at. So I think it's unfair to the state, but I understand Your Honor's ruling and we'll be ready to proceed.
Please bring in the witness so we can go through the proffer.
So what does that mean in non-legalese?
Okay, so here's nice. I was over on Baker's. I was like, oh, Nick is calling me. I got to go run over there.
Yeah, I is confused.
Yeah. So, okay. So let's talk about hearsay real quick is an out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted. All right. So what that means in plain English is that the witness is on the stand saying this other person said this thing. And I'm telling you that as a matter of truth that this person said this thing. All right. That's an out-of-court statement, right? Because the other person's not on the stand. It's just the witness on the stand. So that's hearsay. There's a ton of exceptions to it. One of the biggest exceptions or non-exceptions is hearsay within hearsay. Amy told John who, and then John told me that Amy said this, right? That's hearsay within hearsay. There's no exception to that. That's not permissible. Now, what you can do, however, is if this witness says on the stand, well, John said this, okay, it might be permissible, it might not be. But if you want to impeach that witness and be like, well, Amy was also part of that conversation, and Amy says that John didn't say this, right? That's impeachment, but it's also hearsay within hearsay. The way you do that is you call either Amy or John, because then you only have the one level of hearsay, okay? Does that make sense now? We're not going too deep. We're going to at least one of the other sources. So it's still just one level of hearsay. That's how you get around that if you want to impeach the credibility of the witness. I hope you guys are following.
Yeah,
So
and the credibility of the witness in here is Wendi. Wendi is not on the stand. The other person in that situation is the defendant. So now they are calling the ex-boyfriend of Wendi to testify about something somebody else told Wendi.
Yes. And so you can impeach the credibility of Wendi by calling another witness, by reducing that double hearsay down to a single hearsay, and you're doing it only for the purposes of impeaching that witness, right? You're calling someone else to impeach Wendy's testimony by basically saying she's lying. There's nothing wrong with that, and you can do that for a particular witness. However, if the witness you need to call in order to do that is pleading the fifth and unwilling to testify, then we have a confrontation issue. We have a due process rights issue. And that's what this judge is addressing. He's saying you can't ask the double hearsay question. And I know in normal circumstances, you could lay the foundation by asking a double hearsay for impeachment purposes later, but you're unable to impeach because the person that you need to call to impeach is pleading the fifth. So I'm not going to allow it. It would be fundamentally unfair. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
Problem
here is that the question was asked and witness told in front of jury. You can't unfuck a clusterfuck. So, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I hope you guys understand that. And if you have any other questions, let me know. But that's really what it is. You can't ever introduce double hearsay within hearsay. Amy said to John, who said to Wendi, and now Wendy's testifying about it. You can't do that. You can,
unless you're Judge Schroeder in the Zachariah Anderson case.
Yeah, you can't say, well, Wendi, if I called Amy to the stand, is she going to say that, or is she going to say that you're lying? Right? You can allude to that, but that would necessitate then the other side being able to call another witness, to kind of back that up. And if that witness is not available to their dead Fifth Amendment, whatever, then we have a problem.
Yeah. By the way, Judge Schroeder officially retired.
Oh,
yeah.
Is it official? Because I heard there were rumors.
Well, Sal said so.
Solomon, he was talking about that yesterday too.
Okay, no, but Sal told me today. Sal, not Sol. Yeah. So I'm not sure if it was official, but
Nick, I think that's hearsay within hearsay.
Yeah, that's hearsay within hearsay. Sal was told by Sol, who told me. That's double hearsay.
That's right. It's not admissible, folks.
Yeah.
No, I did hear that he is likely to retire here very quickly.
And yeah, you can't unfuck a clusterfuck.
And for all of your legal knowledge.
What does my mug say? If I like you, you're very special because I effing hate people. So there you go.
Yes. Okay, so I just hope that makes sense.
Yeah.
That actually makes much more sense because when he said something, I was like, I don't know what that means. So basically, she's not allowed to ask this question.
She's not allowed to ask the question because the right to confront might be hampered because in a separate pleading. And that's the other way too, by the way, because we talked about the Fifth Amendment and the possible sanctions and stuff. So if you're going to invoke the Fifth Amendment and you're not a party to the case, you're just a witness, you need to do a filing, which the judge just referenced, saying on advice of counsel, I am exercising my Fifth Amendment right. I'm not going to be testifying to X, Y, and Z. If you want to call me and ask my name, sure. But the rest of it's going to be, I plead the fifth.
Oh, okay. So you can't just get up there and decide that day, like, I'm going to plead the fifth, you get in trouble.
If you show up with an attorney, you can probably do it spur of the moment, but the judge is not going to be happy.
So I cannot.
Wendi is still under state subpoena, so the state can recall, but we are still under, because this was a part of a motion in limine. That was the objection that started all of this. So this has been covered. Unless the door is opened, nothing can. And the state argued that Wendi said She has never heard anything of the sort. So then they called this guy to say, well, I heard that she was told that. But
Well, I heard that she was told is double hearsay, but you could
Yeah.
be doing it to set up for impeachment purposes, potentially. I wasn't listening to the whole thing. I don't know all the dynamics, but the judge's ruling, I like the judge's ruling. Listen, if it's impossible for the defense
Yeah.
to impeach that because the witness isn't available due to the fifth, I'm not going to allow the question. I like that. That's a good,
So I
fair
guess-
decision by the judge.
Yeah.
Is Wendi able to fifth herself out of prison time? I mean, I guess, is Wendi going to be able to?
That's the other thing I don't like. Okay. So
Yeah,
you can
this-
get immunity for your statements, right? Which means they cannot be used against you. Nobody can grab a transcript and take it to court during your trial and say, didn't you testify to this, 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 and this? Fine. That's fine. However, by the very act of you speaking, you are completely organizing for them the prosecutor's case against you. They might not be able to use your words, but they're going to use it as an outline to gather more information, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and this is more or less what they have been doing since day one of the trial one.
Yeah.
In the first 5 minutes of the prosecution's opening statement in the first trial was about the Adelson family. So they have been working towards Donna and Wendi since 2016. And the 2019 trial and the 2022 retrial, and now this trial.
I consider myself a student of people. I like to learn how people think and what they are doing. And I'm not at all a body language expert, nor am I a psychologist, but in my field, I have a lot of experience with people. I have a suspicion. Mommy and daddy are behind all of this.
Yeah.
You don't
I
say.
have a suspicion that mom is extremely controlling, wants the best for her kids, including her daughter. That man isn't going to get one over on my daughter. He's not going to get the grandkids and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Son, you need to do something about this. I'm employing you. You know, they're like little puppet masters.
Yeah. I was disappointed in the redirect of Wendi because during the cross-examination, she said explicitly that she had, I don't remember the exact wording, she did not gain anything by her ex-husband's murder. In redirect, I would have gone in immensely on, well, didn't this remove all the costs of litigation? Don't you get social security by death? Don't you don't your kids have over $2 million in their names?
Yep. And because she is the mother, she is going to establish a trust for the kids and spend that money for the kids. So if the kids want to take a lavish vacation to Spain, but mom's got to go with them.
Yeah. The trust is handled right now by Dan's sister until they reach 18.
Yeah.
But she's still no more litigation, no more litigation costs, and
but that might not have been that might not have been the plan. That probably happened with some court action. Dan's sister, the victim's sister, probably came in and said, "Hey, the mother's under suspicion. Judge, let's take the trust, put it in someone else, give it to me or give it to a public administrator or whatever, but don't let mom do it." And the judge probably granted that. That wasn't in her plan, though. I guarantee that.
Yeah.
She had a Lori Vallow moment. What do you mean he changed the beneficiaries?
You know, I would say this. I used to advise people. I said, all right, your divorce is finalized. Change all your estate planning stuff. Now I advise people when they come in and they sign that retainer, change your beneficiaries now. Don't wait until the divorce is done. I had a guy, we fought for about 6 months so he could get custody of his kids and do all this stuff. And so our focus was entirely on the custody and parenting time and all that. And we fought. He had 1 weekend with his kids. And then the following Thursday, he dropped dead of a heart attack. And
Oh.
none of the estate stuff was changed. And the soon-to-be ex-wife got everything.
Jesus Christ.
I
Yeah.
hate
So I say
everyone.
change your estate plan the second you file. Don't wait.
Yeah. Yeah. But we have a trial here and we are getting a bit behind.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I derailed.
No worries. No worries.
Kappelman, as to what Mr. Rauschbaum was raising, we probably should have clarified it at that point. Please bring in the witness.
And we have a lot of coffers, just to add spice and fun to this whole thing.
Rauschbaum, as it pertains to the other rulings in the defense's motion in limine that the court has previously addressed, although they may not be, certain rulings pertain to the state's ability to present as substantive evidence. You understand this does not affect their ability to present it as impeachment as it pertains to all of the items that have been ruled on previously. June and Chimda, meaning everything that we've been previously addressing through these motions.
Well, they still have to follow the extrinsic evidence rule, collateral evidence rule.
My point being, something that cannot come in substantively can still be impeached with. You understand this?
Can, yes.
I'm not saying it's necessarily going to happen,
Right.
but so we're not doing this song and dance about any other matters.
Is there a contract?
All right. If we need to have sidebars and you're attempting to clarify something, if you're asking specifically as to
I'm not
impeachment, you need to be specific as well.
Fair enough, Your Honor.
Ms. Dugan, please bring in Mr. Lacoste.
Is there a contract in this case somehow? An agreement of some sort?
Well, they had the immunity agreement with Wendi. They have some kind of
The parole evidence rule was interesting that he brought that up. Because the general rule is that when you're interpreting a contract or an agreement, you look to the four
You may be
corners of the
seated, Mr.
agreement.
Lacoste.
That's it. Parole evidence says you can look to outside sources.
Mr. Lacoste, when we broke, we were discussing a statement made to you by Wendi Adelson on July 13th, 2014 at her residence here in Tallahassee. Do you recall which statement?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what was that statement?
After asking to speak to me confidentially, she told me that last summer that Charles Adelson had looked into all possible options to take care of the Danny Markel problem, including hiring a hitman, and it would cost about $15,000. I revised the amount. I said potentially that could have been $50,000. I'm unsure of the amount. The rest of the statement, very confident it's true.
So you weren't sure whether she said 15 or 50.
Right.
But she didn't say 15 or 50.
The
She said
jury
one or the
is
other.
in at this moment.
She said
by the
one
way.
number that I thought was 15 when I talked to TPD, and I thought that could have been 50.
Okay, I'm with you. And this statement was made in what context? What was her demeanor?
You said the jury's out or in?
Well, she has to speak to me confidentially. She's dead
Because
serious
this is the
about it.
testimony
It was a
that
chilling
the
statement. I had
the
a
judge
reaction
ruled
to
on.
it. My stomach flipped.
So now
Staring
they're
over
just
here.
okay.
So it was a
What
very
is he
serious
actually
statement
was?
she's
What was
making.
he supposed to testify about?
So clearly not a
Or
joke.
this will be
No, it
within
was not a
the
joke. There are other
judge's
jokes in
ruling.
that
I
domain.
think.
This was completely distinct and
Yeah, so
discrete.
this is
from
for
any
proffer,
joke. This was
correct?
not
Yeah.
And this statement was made within
I'm
5
learning
days
all the
of Mr.
judgy
Markel's
words.
murder by a hitman.
That's correct.
I need
And
to just as smart as
was
Daryl Brooks soon.
this said in any way in
Will
the
be a
context
tacit
of the
agreement.
relocation issue?
Well, what preceded her saying that was a discussion of under what circumstances could she or would she leave Tallahassee, and she stated that the only way to leave Tallahassee was if something happened to Danny. That's what led into the statement I just
All
repeated.
right. Thank you. That's the proffer, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination concerning the subject of the proffer?
I'm sorry,
Any cross-examination as to the subject of the proffer?
yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
The statement was chilling and serious, right?
Yes,
Did you go to the police?
I did not.
You were so scared about the statement that you didn't alert the police the next day, that night.
I did not,
Why not?
because it was a past tense statement, and I thought Charlie was a scary guy, but it was about something supposedly he did last summer. No, I did not know there was a present case, a present instant threat. I did not know Hitman had visited Tallahassee. I didn't have the context.
So the statement comes out and you say, all right, I'm not going to call the police. Hey, Wendi, you want to go out tomorrow?
That's not quite how it went.
No, you didn't try to go on a date with her the next day?
No, we did go on a date the next day, and then she cut off all contact without barely talking to me on that date. So I didn't have a lot of time to process it, but it was a shocking enough thing that it took a day or two to process. Also, I had repeated that statement to a friend of mine before the murder, and I didn't get a reaction from her like, this is shocking. I sought feedback from a friend who verified that I made that statement before the murder. And she didn't say, oh, geez, you should call the police. So it wasn't just me. There was another person that I consulted with because it freaked me out. And we decided I decided after talking to her, it was past tense. So probably not that dangerous. And we were really wrong. Maybe I should have called the police.
So Charlie Adelson lets you know that he's has friends in the criminal element, the Cuban criminal element, right?
Yes.
And you know that there's a heated dispute between this family. You testified to it today, a heated dispute.
Yes.
About relocation, about divorce.
Well, the dispute's no longer about relocation. But yes, there's an ongoing litigation for sure.
Right. And then Wendi Adelson tells you that this man, who is part of the criminal element, really looked into hiring a hitman.
She did say that.
And you thought, I'm not going to go to the police on that. That's your testimony, right? That's
the decision I made. It didn't really cross my mind because of the past tense nature of it. And I consulted with the friend, bounced it off of her before the murder. And neither one of us thought, oh, geez, let's call the police. So it's possible that probably is so dangerous that I should have called the police. Yeah, but I did not.
And so at this point in time, your relationship with Wendi Adelson was really bad, right?
It was hard to tell.
Hard to tell that it was really bad?
It was a roller coaster ride constantly because you referred to the next night, next day, the 14th. On the 14th, I got a warm, inviting call from Wendi Adelson, eager to spend time with me. Maybe trying to distract me. I don't know. But
well, we're going to get to the distracting part.
Yeah.
Because that's what this is all about.
But it wasn't the relationship was not in a great spot. I'll concede that to you.
So
yes.
Your testimony is that when this woman is about to break up with you, when she is avoiding you, when you have just been caught going through her phone and her
how's she avoiding me?
Well,
Mr. LaCoste, you're not here to ask questions.
Yes, sir.
Your testimony is that when you are on the outs with her, which the record will show you were during this time period, that she confides in you the most serious, the most important thing in her life. That's your testimony, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
She has a history of boarding out things that aren't in her own self-interest.
Judge, I would ask that to be stricken from the record. It's unresponsive.
This is just a part of the proffer. And if you reach the end of your cross-examination on the proffer section, we can move on.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Mr. LaCoste, or actually, Ms. Kappelman,
The court's ruling remains the same. You're not to inquire further as to the subject matter. We will revisit later if it comes to it. Please bring back in the witnesses, or excuse me, the jurors.
Yeah, but he said it, and the jury heard it. You can't unfuck a clusterfuck.
Yeah, and
I think that was deliberate from the prosecution. They can't.
There is the celebration dinner.
They-
I'm sure that's the next one.
I do wonder how they were able to do it in other trials then.
Yeah.
It's in the same motion to eliminate, Judge.
Oh, Mo disappeared. Mo.
Number 2, I believe this just concerns statements. It didn't say anything.
It
about
wasn't
that.
me.
All rise, jury entering the courtroom.
One moment.
Back up.
Where is the celebration dinner covered in your motion?
It's in the same motion to eliminate regarding the hearsay statements. There were several of them. The first one was the statement that we just discussed, and the second one is that Charlie Adelson said that he went to dinner with, that she told him that Charlie Adelson said it was a celebration dinner. It's in the same motion to eliminate.
But
However, this statement is being directly attributed to your client that was heard by the witness.
No.
Mr. LaCoste, please step down and go.
It's the same exact issue.
The state.
Wendi Adelson telling him what Charlie Adelson said.
Kappelman responds.
Yes, sir. I asked Ms. Adelson about the dinner. She acknowledged there was a dinner. She did vomit at the dinner table, but denied calling it a celebration dinner or hearing Charlie Adelson call it a celebration dinner. I anticipate this witness would indicate that it was referred to as a celebration dinner.
Oh, she's on the podium. Yeah, I would assume Judge is reading through the motion and eliminate.
It's the same issue, and you ruled on this issue. It's the same motion to eliminate.
I'm looking at the line now.
You know, this lawyer's going to get.
Kappelman, I believe we find ourselves in the same position unless you have an argument which
It's only day,
differentiates
what,
the television
3,
from the
correct?
celebration dinner.
I think I understand what you mean, Judge. I don't have any additional argument other than this is offered for impeachment. It's not hearsay, not covered by the motion. The appropriate grounds were laid, and it's admissible as impeachment.
Do you wish to proffer the celebration dinner by Mr. Lacoste as well?
No, sir. I think my preference at this point, assuming your ruling will be the same on the celebration dinner, is to have Mr. Lacoste step off the stand, proceed with another witness, and revisit this issue after the lunch break.
Very well. Please bring the jurors back in. You may end your examination in front of them, and then Mr. Rauschbaum will have his opportunity. Well, actually, Mr. Rauschbaum, how long do you believe your cross-examination of the witness will take?
I'm a little
in front of the jurors.
I'm a little confused. Are you?
The ruling is the impeachment as the celebration dinner is going to be excluded on the same grounds for now. If we need to revisit later, we will. But as to your cross-examination that will be taking place in front of the jurors on the subject matter that's already been covered, how long do you think that's going to take?
Oh, she's going to stop asking questions of this witness.
I believe she just indicated she would.
Okay. For the issues that we've dealt with just now,
prior to any proffers and sending the jurors out.
I'm not really sure, Your Honor. Probably maybe 30 minutes.
All right, let's bring them back in. You can start your cross. We'll take the lunch break and then pick up from there.
Ready?
Please bring back in the witness.
All right, you're entering the courtroom.
Okay, so that impeachment is out the door so far.
Yes.
Everyone can be seated. Bailiff, if you can please instruct Mr. Lacoste to come back in.
For you over at the Rumble, I would
State have any
appreciate
further
if you
direct
give me the
examination
thumbs
of
up
this witness.
and give me a follow. Thank you.
You may cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Professor Lacoste, good morning.
Good morning.
Professor? Yay.
You met Charlie Adelson one time, right?
That's correct.
It was a trip that you and Wendi took down to South Florida for a day after a spring break with kids that she taught.
Yeah, we were in Immokalee, and then we went over to Miami, or to Fort Lauderdale and Miami, just for the 11th. That's right.
And you had dinner, you said you had dinner on March 11th of 2014 at a place called Yardbird.
That's correct.
You recall Charlie was in his scrubs?
Don't recall that, but it wouldn't surprise me.
And Catherine McBanawa was at that dinner, right?
She was.
And I think you said that she was bringing up stuff about her ex, right?
Not a lot, just a little bit, but she did bring that up, and I recalled it.
Is it fair to say that she was pushing for information at that dinner?
From who?
From Miss Adelson?
I don't recall that.
Well, was she trying to get Miss Adelson to talk about her ex-husband?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall there being a lot of discussion at the dinner about Professor Markel?
Don't recall a lot. It always came up for a minute. It came up in the context of Wendi Adelson's book. Most of it was Charlie talking.
You recall Katie asking questions about how the divorce was going, how he was treating her, where he was. You don't recall any of that happening at the dinner?
I do not recall any of that.
The only thing you recall is her saying something about her ex-husband.
That's what stuck out. We've had previous legal proceedings where I also could not, I can't. It's a dinner 9 years ago. I don't remember a lot of detail of it. And it wasn't long either. It was just an hour.
Isn't it likely that she was talking about her ex-husband and her problems because there was talk about exes?
I mean, that's pure speculation on my part. I don't recall. I do recall some other things we spoke about, but I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about them or not. They involved your client. They were, so I'm in my head trying to figure out how much space was there for other stuff. As I previously testified, most of it was Charlie telling us stories, kind of.
But Katie was clearly wanting to bring up the topic, as you said, about her family situation, correct?
Yeah, but I'm talking about 2 or 3 sentences here. I only recalled that in retrospect because there was a murder. And I thought, oh, geez.
And it was important enough for Ms. Kappelman to ask you about that, right?
Okay, yeah.
Right? So you remember her talking about her family situation. Right?
Yeah, and I also remember Charlie talking about a party he had recently attended. There's a few other random things.
Fair enough. I didn't ask, with all due respect, I didn't ask you that. Let's just stick with the family situation.
Okay.
So Catherine McBanawa was talking about her family situation, correct?
For 2 or 3 sentences, she mentioned that Sigfredo Garcia, not by name, and the tensions with him. Yes.
Okay. You say that Charlie talked in the hot tub or the pool about having connections to the criminal element. That's what your testimony was, right?
Yes, starting with my initial statement to TPD. Yes, sir.
And you're talking about your statement to TPD after the murder, right?
3 days after the murder.
And after you thought Wendi Adelson was trying to frame you for the murder, right?
I didn't think that in that interview. Okay. It took me some time to process.
You were aware that you were called in as a suspect for the murder, right?
Yes.
Okay. And after that point in time is when you gave that statement to TPD regarding what Mr. Adelson said. Just yes or no?
After I was called into the police station?
Yes.
Yeah, that's when I gave my statement at the police station.
Right. What I'm making clear is it's not like you had dinner and were in a hot tub with Charlie Adelson and you went back to Tallahassee and gave the statement then, right?
I would have no reason to do that.
I understand that, Professor Lacoste. I'm just trying to make it clear for the jury when you gave TPD the statement.
Yeah.
And the answer is you gave him the statement after the murder and after you were called in as a suspect on that murder.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, do you recall texting Charlie Adelson after you met with him?
I texted Mr. Adelson one time, yes.
Okay. And do you recall saying to him, "Hey, Charlie, it's Jeff," as in Wendi and Jeff. "Hey, man, thanks for your hospitality the other night. Sorry about the clusterfuck with the cab. It was great to finally meet you. I can tell how proud you are of your sister. I am too. She's really 1 in a million. Take care, dude, and look forward to seeing you again sometime soon." Do you recall texting him that?
I do recall texting him that.
Okay. You like hanging out with the criminal element?
It was my new
Oh, for the
girlfriend's
love of-
brother who she was very close with. I've been dating Wendi seriously for 12 days. I didn't think it was right to give I was polite rather than honest. Let's put it that way. I mean,
Let me ask the question again.
Yeah.
Do you like hanging out with the criminal element?
no, I don't do that.
Did Charlie Adelson text you or did you text him?
I texted him. I can't remember if that was solicited by Wendi Adelson or not, but I texted him.
It wasn't solicited by Charlie Adelson, right?
No, we never spoke again, though.
Okay. Actually, he texted you back.
Right, I never answered.
And he said, "It was great seeing you. I'm glad you made your flight. Hopefully we can all hang out soon."
Seems like the thing you do when you don't want to get shot for being mean to someone who is with the criminal element.
I need to be at least
Now,
cordial to
you
this guy.
testified that Wendi was a wreck. Hold on one second, sorry. One
Sir,
moment.
do not open
I
the
lost my
damn
foot.
door. You're going to open the damn door. you
Yeah.
Idiot.
He is really bad.
I'm not
yeah.
a lawyer guy, and I know that.
He has to be really, really careful.
I mean, allegedly, I know that.
You testified about some of these divorce filings on direct, correct?
Yes.
And that Wendi, you testified that Wendi was a wreck about him, right?
Yes.
That's not what you thought in the spring of 2014, though, was it?
You're questioning whether it is what I thought in spring of 2014. I noticed repeatedly her reacting to motions and litigation and getting very, very upset. I'm not saying there was never any good times, but she was very upset when he filed something.
Didn't you say one time she was nice? I have your answer here, sir. You were smiling in this picture.
Do you recall sending an email to Wendi Adelson in March 27th of 2014 where you tell her that she's adapting really well to unpleasant circumstances and that she needs to give herself more credit?
That sounds familiar. I would say it got increasingly worse March, April, May, June in terms of her reactions to the entire situation. But I know I sent that email. Yes, trying to encourage my girlfriend at the time. Yes.
Oh, really? It got worse. Filings in March, April, and June.
No, I don't know when the last filing was. Her reactions, not just to filings, but the entire situation. Let me clarify that. So.
Hold on a second. Would it surprise you that there weren't any filings
No,
in May or June?
No, I'm aware of that.
Would it surprise you that there's been testimony in this courtroom that actually things got a little better?
Wendy's status didn't get better. My observations of Wendy saw her spiraling downward in that time period is what I was trying to refer to.
Do you recall that in the spring, summer of 2014, Professor Markel asked Wendy's parents to babysit for him?
I didn't know about that, or I don't recall it if I did.
I'm sure you did.
Objection? That remark?
Now, do you recall telling law enforcement that your impression was that Professor Markel's filing was going to fail?
Yes, I was repeating things I'd heard from Wendi Adelson. So most of that content that was, I mean.
Sir, I'm just asking you for a yes or no question.
Okay.
Let me follow up of where you get that information from.
Okay. Okay.
I know you have an agenda.
Yes, I told police that. Yes.
Okay. So
Did he just say, I know
you
have
told
an
the police
agenda?
that Wendi wasn't concerned about Professor Markel succeeding with that motion.
No, she was highly anxious. She was highly anxious.
Did she think that the motion was going to be granted?
I don't think she knew. I think that's what caused the anxiety.
Didn't you tell law enforcement that your impression was that Professor Markel's motion was going to fail?
I did tell law enforcement that, yes.
And didn't you just tell the jury that that impression came from Wendi Adelson?
Well, from my interactions with her and partially my own opinion, to clarify. But yes, that's true. Yeah. Yeah.
You also told law enforcement that everyone in the legal community agreed with that assessment.
I didn't speak to everyone in the legal community.
Well, let's read your interview then. And let's see if it refreshes your recollection.
Nicholas, would this be the attitude you would take?
You don't recall being recorded where you said, and I quote, everyone in the legal community agreed with that assessment. At 2 o'clock on 7/23/14, interview part 1, at 34:35 in the interview. You don't recall saying that?
Can you give me the date in the interview again, please?
7/23/2014, interview part 1, and 3/6/2015. You reiterated it at 34 minutes and 35 seconds into the recording. You don't recall saying that?
Vaguely, I do recall saying something like that. I'm a non-lawyer trying to figure out the situation. Getting different messages from different people.
I have no further questions right now, Your Honor.
That didn't take 30 minutes.
Well,
At the time you were in the hot tub with the defendant, did you know that he was a criminal element?
What?
I mean, okay, let me rephrase it. Did you know he was conspiring to commit the murder of Dan Markel?
I had no idea.
All right, and when you were at dinner with he and Catherine McVanawa, did you know that she was conspiring to commit the murder of Dan Markel?
I had no idea.
So you didn't know when you were in the hot tub that you
I
were
would
hanging out with a
object to
criminal
this
element in
questioning
your car.
because that calls for a legal conclusion.
Because you step down, you may be recalled at some point.
That would call for
Members of the jury, we're going to take our
wording
lunch
of the
break. At this
question
point,
is legal
once again, I'm going
conclusion.
to remind you not to
Did you
discuss the
know
case with
they
each other
were
or anyone else.
conspiring?
Do not look at any news coverage or discuss the.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the way she worded those questions were legal conclusion. Did you know they conspired? Not allegedly, nothing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But he didn't object. And she didn't object to him being a total douche canoe. So
Yeah.
they seem to be not objecting to objectionable objectionistness.
Yeah, but just because the defense were allowed to doesn't mean they can't object to the state doing it.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I don't know. The defense, I understand being a vigorous advocate, but there's also your tone and this man isn't trying. He said something about, and maybe I heard it wrong, but I know you have an agenda, is what I heard.
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
And
I'm just changing the background a
no
bit.
problem. I was making sure. I was like, am I having a stroke or did something flicker in my eyeball? I was just making sure I didn't have a stroke. It all works.
Yeah.
But It seems to me that you wouldn't go again when soup to nuts. He didn't. He basically kept out the damning testimony. Then I wouldn't have gone after the witness that hard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He, but he. This is a grating attitude. He's already being a booger monkey right off. And he's already. This judge is kind of laid back. It doesn't seem like you want to start being an a-hole right off the bat with this
Yeah, I
judge.
mean, Judge is very laid back, but then
I-
again, he has good control. But it is one of these judges that says, "Hey, this is you battling. If you want me to rule on something, you object, you bring it up, then I'll talk. I will not. Until then, I will sit back." Yeah. I have to get myself something to drink. Tell
Okey-dokey.
everybody you are somebody.
Oh, good. Well, that works.
Oh, something happened. Mo froze. Okay. Yeah, I hope she will be back. Well, that was Mo. Yeah, okay. What to do? Okay, let's do it. What time is it? What time is it? It is grifting time. Yay. Yeah, this channel survives and thrives on memberships and the occasional super chats. For $3 a month, you will get access to members-only content. According to people in the chat yesterday, I produce more members-only content than anybody they know. I didn't know that. I didn't know I could make less, but there are a lot of things in my members-only section. You also get access to my Discord, where you and you and a bunch of other people can keep debating the cases I'm following, next case in line, and previous cases to give your input and discussion, like the Dinkins trial, the Charlie Adelson trial, and stuff like that. So, yeah, if you wouldn't mind, at least consider it. But first of all, views, subscribers, and thumbs up, and be active in chat. But if you really like my content and me doing all of this, consider being a member. Thank you. Oh yeah, and you can also, for those who are members, you can buy memberships for others. Okay, that's the end of... All right, back to the normal schedule. Yeah, they are at lunch, and that might take a while. Now, yesterday we left off a bit on the Mo's murder board. So I thought we would try to play more of that. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. So share. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, I will do it. This. Pum, pum, pum.
Now, Dan
Let's go back a few minutes.
and drained, pillaged accounts, heirlooms.
Let's see.
Married
Let's go back to
to
the start of
Dan,
her explanation about
you
Wendi.
know, the woman who started the whole war, if you will. So Wendi Adelson is a lawyer, a former professor at FSU, and she is in immigration law as far as I can tell right now. And that is one of the reasons, supposedly, that she gave for wanting to move to Miami, 400 miles away from where the Markels resided when they were married. Now, she decided that she was unhappy in the marriage and decided to move the children, all their belongings, and everything else, and leave marriage dissolution papers or divorce papers on the marital bed while Dan was out on a business trip. So she went from zero to for zero reason, as you do, and pillaged accounts, heirlooms, and household items, refused to tell where the boys were for about, I think, 16 to 19 days.
Thank you so much, Cutting Way.
Wrote
and
frivolous motion
congratulations to
upon
Moni G
motion
for
upon
receiving it.
ridiculousness. And despite being from a wealthy and affluent family, required Dan Markel to pay her a lump sum and child support for the boys. She did misappropriate funds. She did, use the boys as weapons. She talked extensively with her mother about, using psychological warfare because Dan, as a devoutly Jewish man, would be absolutely very upset if she were to, I don't know, baptize her sons as Catholic or dress her sons up as Hitler Youth. Now, keep in mind that all the Adelsons are also Jewish. So not only would that be completely disrespectful to Dan, but also to their own heritage. But what does that mean when you're trying to win a legal war? Why put the kids first when you can, show the dad off for some stupid reason? Now, Dan, in the final blow to Wendy's ego, won a motion that basically said, no, you cannot move 400 miles away. And Dan went on the offensive. He basically wrote a bunch of motions, and he was a better lawyer. He was better trained and, had a better grasp of the law in general. And basically said, Wendi is using the cushion of her parents' affluence to keep filing frivolous and ridiculous lawsuits with no legal merit. And the grandmother is disparaging me to my young boys, and I would like her visits to be supervised. And Granny didn't have that. Now, I don't know if those two things were the final straws, but it seems close enough in time that that's likely what happened. Now, Wendi would tell everyone who would listen about how her brother bought her a TV as a divorce present because a hitman was too much. But he deeply, deeply, he researched it. She claimed to have driven by the crime scene when she was looking for booze. She was very coy and ridiculous on the stand. She would not allow paternal grandparents access to the boys. More on that in a little bit because they got the last laugh, and I'm laughing right there with them because these people need a little bit of karmic justice, if you ask me. Now, she is currently living with mommy and daddy down in Miami. She did also drop the paternal grandparents' names from the boys, so almost completely erasing the father's entire history from the boys' lives, both figuratively and literally. Now, in possibly the most devious thing I've ever seen, her mother set up a TV repair appointment right at the time that her ex-husband was being shot, and she was telling the TV repairman the joke about her brother getting her a TV instead of a hitman. Now, in the most devious thing I've ever seen in my entire life, let's go to Jeffrey. I wasn't going to include anyone but the Adelsons, but this is too ridiculous and freaking evil to not put up on this board. Jeffrey LeCase. He was an assistant ACL or FSU professor. He has dated Wendi around this time right before the shooting. And he is still alive, lucky for him. He was familiar with the TV Hitman joke. Wendi told Charlie he investigated the multiple ways. He told him he investigated multiple ways that, he could hire a hitman for the Dan problem, and the cost would be between $15,000 and $50,000. And the comments to Jeffrey seemed chilling and disturbing. They broke up several days pre-shooting. Keep that in mind. Now, here's the most ridiculous and disturbing thing. What did Jeffrey LeCase drive? Jeffrey LeCase drove a light-colored Prius. I forgot to mention that Tito, Toto, and Boobs committed this crime in a light-colored Prius. Now, who does Wendi point the finger to? Because he was set to travel out of Tallahassee area in a similar Prius. She pointed the finger at Jeffrey LeCase as a disgruntled boyfriend in killing Dan Markel. That's right. They broke up, and it just happens that a light-colored Prius was used in the murder. This is some evil BS right here, but we get to the eviler part. Now, Wendi has never been charged and or accused of anything except for pretty much on the internets.com, if you will. Now we get to Donna Adelson, aka the godmother, aka Satan. Look, I read this woman for filth. Nicholas and I read some of the emails that this woman sent, and this woman I have no respect for. And no idea. Now Edge is not working, so now Chrome is not working on my computer, so I'm back on Edge. I have no idea. Never will I understand anything on the internets. I called Mr. Mo. He's like, what did you do? And I was like, I don't know. He's like, did you touch any buttons? And I was like, not to my knowledge. And he's like, don't touch anything else.
Yeah. They were speculating if the feds got to you. Is it really you, Mo, or is it AI? Say something intelligent.
What? I'm sorry. I was trying to not.
Yeah, okay, it's Mo.
Yeah. That's true.
AI Mo would have set some math equation.
Ghost Tree, I am using Alienware. I don't know if that's Mac or PC. I don't know. Lord, it doesn't tell me. For the love of Cheetos, I don't know what I am using. The whole thing is...
You press on, it works most of the time, and it has shiny things inside of it.
Pretty much. It turns different colors if I change a button.
Oh! I'm told I can do that too, but it kind of changes the color by itself. So I don't want to stop it.
There's only so many. I have
Hmm.
never said I was really good at the technical-ish stuff.
Oh, Alienware is PC. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Mm.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm a genius.
Yeah. When I got this new one, I said, okay, this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm using it for. And then they asked, okay, anything special? Well, I don't mind shiny things.
So now
Here's my keyboard.
I'm back over here. Something about the one source or one drive, and it needs more storage space, and I don't know what the hell I did to anything. So he has something to do. I'm sure I did something. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? But yeah, we didn't finish the murder board yesterday, so I kept playing it. So we might as well during the pause in the proceedings.
People can, call me out on it, being petty, but I have absolutely no respect for this woman. I don't. And I'd even bless her heart. Just effing no. So she is Granny, Mommy Dearest. She called Dan, gibbers, effer, bastard, Elvis, any pejorative she could. She is also Jewish. I want you to keep this in mind. Now,
Yeah, Grandma is one generation from people dying in the Holocaust. And this is the way she's acting. Keep that in mind. Her parents, Grandma Donna's parents, probably has lots of relatives that perished in the Holocaust.
I was trying to not curse. I did curse at the end of this.
Yeah, we are past 3 hours. Yeah, so.
Well, but it was for a good
constant
cause.
Emails to Wendi to bribe or belittle, Dan, to try to bribe him out of the boy's life. But it didn't start out like that. No, Donna actually helped shop for Dan. Dan met Wendi on J-Date, and they were happy for a little bit. Donna actually facilitated their relationship. She picked him out. He was a good Jewish boy, and she, picked him out and said, yes, that is the one that, you must marry. She actually cut off contact with one of her sons because he married outside the faith.
Yeah, but we all remember the testimony from Wendi that, oh no, my mother didn't facilitate this at all. But they didn't go too much into it. So, yeah, maybe they are saving it for next trial. Because as Dave said, or if it was Sal who said it, that it probably doesn't matter if Charlie is convicted or not. They will go after the rest of the Adelsons.
I think so. I mean, at this point, go for broke. It's been 9 years. Go for broke.
Yeah, and I honestly think that the defense theory, if they don't perform it perfectly, flawlessly, that might actually get him convicted.
It's unless they can prove that Miss Boobies was men's level smart. She is more on the pinky side of the pinky and the brain spectrum of criminality.
Yeah, I mean, those three, directly after the murder, bought motorcycles, cars, boob job. I mean, they weren't really resting on. I mean, laying low was not in their vocabulary. I
Yeah,
mean,
this wasn't stealthy.
and even though it sounds well, he paid her off $1,000 a month. If it was an extortion, why would it be only $1,000 a month when she knew he had hundreds and thousands of dollars in cash?
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a very large payoff, if you will.
Yeah. For me, that's more likely that in order to cover up why she got all the money from, okay, let's put you on the payroll, $1,000 a month, and then you can explain anything else with, well, I had other jobs, I don't know, I don't know, stripper, I don't care. But
Yeah.
that would explain at least some of the money that she spent.
Possibly the luckiest kid of all the group. Now, this woman is evil. And I'll tell you why. In one of her many psychotically long, ridiculous emails, she decided to encourage Wendi over here, Mom of the Year, to use the boys in psychological warfare against Dan. Dan is a faithful Jewish man. Dan likes to observe his faith and grow in his faith. He wanted his sons to do the same. He wanted to share his faith with his sons. And Donna thought, well, the one thing that would really tick Dan off would be to have Wendi start posting that she was going to turn her sons Catholic. And if that didn't spark enough of a reaction, well, could we not get some Hitler Youth outfits on those little boys? Because that surely would turn him into a raging person. All of this to maneuver Dan into a spot where he would accept $1 million to allow those boys to move to Miami.
Not yet.
And greatly limit his, ability to see his sons. Now, Donna Adelson works with her husband, Harvey, at the Dental Institute. She's been photographed with Catherine Magbuena, although Catherine really doesn't work with them. And I generally just don't understand how these two people got together. She was confronted by the blackmailer and didn't seem shocked as to why anyone would be approaching her. If someone approached me with, hey, you had something to do with so-and-so being murdered, and I'm going to need you to help me with that, I would be like, who the hell are you and what are you talking about? She seemed to be kind of nonplussed, like, interesting, but I'll have to talk to my attorney. Now, this woman is just evil for all those things. I read her for human trash. I'm sorry, but the fact that these people, all of these Adelsons, are willing to throw these boys around like human Molotov cocktails to destroy a man who just wants to be a good dad, human garbage. Okay, I don't care. I'm sorry. That's my line. You don't mess with kids and a man who just wants to be a good dad. This is ridiculous. And you don't kill a man who just wants to be a good dad. Now, she and her husband are being compelled to work with investigators on this case. They have threatened to plead the fifth. The judge has said that if they do that, they might be facing contempt charges. I hope they do. I hope this woman goes to jail. I'm sorry. I have let me find my petty patch. Let me find it.
My desk is still a mess.
I'm going full on petty on them. I don't care. I hope they go petty. I hope she has to eat full on carbs. I hope it's non-kosher. I hope all the things. Look, when adults don't put the best interest of children first and start acting like ridiculous children themselves, I'm gonna lose my mind. Now, we've got There's not much about Harvey. Oh, for the love of all that is cheap. Damn it. It is still a duct tape and holy water production round here.
You have to name your production company that.
Harvey Adelson is the grandfather, but it does seem, according to, let's say, stereotypes, the nanny, and let's just say stereotypes.
The mom
that,
rules
you
the
know,
roost.
The mother rules the roost in this family. The dad is
Old Mo
there,
couldn't have said it
but
better.
mom kind of is the one that you go to when you have to get everything clearance through. Dad is there, but mom's in charge, if you get the drift. So he is a dentist. He is head of the Dental Institute. Mom works there. You know, he was the Leon County ordered them to answer questions during this deposition for this case. He was ordered to appear on the 17th at 1:30. He and his defense team or his lawyers stand by the fact that this is a fantastical fan fiction of the FBI, that the Adelsons had nothing to do with it, and somehow Toto, Tutu, and Boobs just got in their head one day to get Dan Markel because reasons. Just one day, Boobs decided Dan had to go. That's just all there is to it. That's his stance. And the only good guy, except for Jeffrey LaCase in this case, is Dan Markel. And let's zoom out here a little bit. Center up.
I even worked with the damn remote and I'm still bad
Dan
at it.
Markel, possibly the only good guy in this case. Dan Markel was a Canadian-born attorney and law professor at FSU. Now, he did criminal law, and he was very brilliant. He's written books. I mean, he studied internationally. He earned a JD from Harvard. He was the editor at their newspaper. He studied at both Oxford and Israel. He met Wendi on J-Date, and they got married in 2006, had 2 sons born in 2009 and 2010. And in his mind, they had a good marriage. He had no idea that anything was wrong. He went on a business trip in 2012 and came home to an empty house and accounts all cleaned out. Safe deposit box. His grandmother, who survived the Holocaust, her 2-carat diamond ring was gone. I mean, heirlooms, family heirlooms gone, everything gone. He described it as the sacking of the Visigoth, the Pearl Harbor of their marriage. Just ridiculous. It took about 2 weeks to 19 days before he knew where his children was. His wife refused to tell him where his kids were. Needless to say, the divorce was acrimonious and just litigious as hell. Both of these people were lawyers. Wendi had an endless bankroll to just try to hammer him on the most ridiculous, nonsensical, stupid things she could do. And unfortunately for her, he was the better lawyer. He was better trained, and he had the facts on his side. He opposed Wendi moving 400 miles away with his boys because he wanted to be a part of his boys' lives. He wanted stability. He wanted those boys to know who their dad was. He wanted those boys to grow up in the Jewish faith, to have a strong faith base, and to be, aware of that their dad loved them. He was a good dad, and by all accounts, except for the a-hole Adelsons, a good guy. He legally outmaneuvered Wendi and petitioned to have the Granny Satan's visits supervised. Now, I don't know if that was the real catalyst for the killing and not the fact that she couldn't move. Dealing with looking at the personality, and look, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a mentalist, I am not a psychologist, a shrinkologist, or anything else. I'm a redhead who mouths off on the internet. But I can tell you
Still true.
personality type, if Granny Satan found out that she was going to have supervised visits because she was bad-mouthing the dad, that could be enough for Granny Satan, okay? I'm throwing that out there allegedly, okay? But the court was siding with the dad more than they were siding with the mom. And that was unacceptable to the Adelsons. Again, when you have money and power and that still isn't working for you because the facts aren't on your side, well, then you go to whatever lengths, apparently, when you are the Adelsons. Now, unbeknownst to him, he was being stalked. He was being monitored. Somebody in his life was telling people his movements. Some people in his life were telling people that he would, generally, when he had custody of his children, would go to drop them off at their school, their preschool, go to the gym for about an hour, and then go on home. He was talking to his mother on the way home from the gym the day he died, got off the phone with her because he was going to call one of the teachers from his son's school because he wanted to talk and keep up with their education. He actually got off the phone with her because he said, hey, there's someone I don't know, in my driveway or something to that effect. He got into his garage and he was shot in the head. And his neighbor came over. He was still alive. He managed to survive, I believe, 14 hours until the next day. And then he passed away. This man was killed because he wanted to be a dad. In the last laugh, and I'm going to leave this here because you know what? And I apologize for the cursing, but fuck you, Adelsons. The Markel Act 2022 passed both houses and was signed into law, and it grants more access to grandparents in court proceedings. The Markel grandparents will now have more standing in court to argue for seeing their grandchildren. So, F you Adelsons, and congratulations to the Markels. The Markel family lost their only son, and for many years lost any contact they had with the only two legacies that they had left with their son. And they've been poisoned against their father, I'm sure. But that is what I have for you today. I hope that this has been informative. I may not have gotten all of the facts, and this was pretty quick in the evening. I tried to get a lot. As witnesses come in, I might do, week one, trial boards to try to keep all of this going if you guys would like that. I'm trying my best with these, so I hope they're getting a little bit better. I hope that this has made things a little bit more clear. I am working on it. My handwriting is still what it is, but I hope you have enjoyed this and this has made it a little bit clearer. And please like and subscribe. Have a wonderful day. Be a little bit kinder to each other. Say one nice thing to someone else. It's a tough life out there. And have a great day. I will see you guys in just a little bit. Thank you guys so much for watching. And I will see you soon on Nicholas' channel for a review of 2019.
Or whatever year it was. Because who remembers what years these things are?
Yeah. Yeah, this was just before you showed up for the 2019 when we watched the opening and closing arguments, which was Monday. Yeah.
Yes.
Now, I like that murder board, and I agree with Brennanko. that that some of that should be used in closing argument.
Sorry about that, but F you,
Yeah.
Adelsons.
Yeah. And
Well, I know some people don't like cursing, so I try to, if generally I don't, unless I say like, is this going to be a cursy stream? I try to warn people. So
yeah. No, but I understand Wendi after they filed their petition, but they were preparing if Wendi gets arrested. They don't want the kids with the grandparents. So in preparation, of course, because they are in Canada. It's not like they can just skip down there. That was in preparation for them to get down to Miami to do this, because I'm quite sure they would relocate to Miami, at least for a while.
Oh yeah,
to
and
take
he
care of
has a
their
sister.
grandkids.
He has
Yeah.
a sister who's the executrix, I believe, of the trust. So, I mean, she has to be around his age, unless she was a late in life or early in life kid.
Yeah.
But so, I mean, they have sibling. But he was the only son again. So it's
Yeah.
so again, it's that trying to erase that, and then if you've gotten any grandparents on that jury, and
Oh, with that,
you
it's
have
unconstitutional. Oh, that would not go over well. And then they were told to disregard any comments about the Constitution. And because she was factually wrong. It is all over the United States, or about grandparents. Now I know there are scary stories out there about hideous mother-in-laws
Yeah.
who tries to get access through this, but this is not something that gives grandparents automatic rights. It's something they can use if they feel they are alienated. And sometimes mother-in-laws or parent-in-laws or stuff like that, they can, in situation where one partner passes away, it can get extremely emotional.
Yes.
Well, it will get extremely emotional. And for some partners who wants to move on, might sometimes go a bit overboard, and because they don't want to be reminded of their previous loved one, and unintentionally removes the grandparents from it. That is what these are for, not the people that both, for instance, if they are really horrible, that you have to go no contact, well then, hey, yeah, Sunny, hey,
Hello.
what can you tell us? What can you tell us about today?
Okay. No, the jury is very engaged. It didn't seem like they were buying this whole book story she was trying to sell. It was a fictional character, you know. The town was, nobody was buying that.
Yeah, nobody here either.
I think they're calling Wendi back because as I was leaving the ladies' room, so they had that whole sidebar without the jury in there about the double hearsay.
Yeah.
So I guess they have to call Wendi back because walking down the hall, I heard the prosecutor say, "What time do we have to be back?" 1:15. I'm on the phone with her lawyer, Mr. Loro, right now. That's Wendy's lawyer.
Yeah.
They might be calling her back. She denies saying that, but
yeah,
anyway.
They are trying to open the door for that impeachment, but there is a motion in limine at place, so it will be hard, but it will be interesting to hear.
Yeah, it's some, you know, I'm looking around like I'm mostly watching the jury and Charlie. When there's sidebars or the jury's out, um, Charlie gets to, if there's nobody in the witness box, Charlie gets to stand up. And he stands up, he's quite tall. And he talks if some deputy is there. We're not allowed to talk to him, but he'll talk with the deputies and this and that. Then there's sometimes when the jury is out, but the witness is on the stand, Wendi, and she's just looking down, and he is boring eyes into her. She will not look up. He is like, please let's communicate. She won't even look at him. She's got a handler and her lawyer. This morning, so Wendy's got a bunch of haters in the YouTube world. I mean, you just look up Fancy Fiction. She's made a career out of slamming this lady, and rightly so. She just hates what she did to Danny. And nobody knows who she is because she only uses an avatar. So every time Wendi and her hand is recognized, they think it's this lady, Fancy Fiction, that has to get her. You know, so it's all paranoid. And so this morning, I'm sitting in the hallway waiting for court to open with my daughter, and Wendi and her handler come up, and they see us sitting there, and the benches are in front of the bathrooms and stuff. And Wendi goes up, and they get in each other's arms, and she's whispering something like, I gotta go to the bathroom. And her handler says, well, wait, let me go in there.
Oh, no. Oh. Yeah, Sonny's help is 100% appreciated, but I hope Sonny can come back here because I know internet around courthouses are sometimes really, really horrible. There's not much you can do about it. It's a US thing, I think. I don't know why. I remember during the Depp v. Heard trial, same thing. Internet around courthouses are horrible. When they got to Sonny? No, I don't think so. Yeah, but if Sonny doesn't come back... Oh, here she is.
Where did you go? I'm sorry.
No worries.
Did you hear me?
I hear you now. You were just about to tell about her going into the bathroom thing.
Yes, her handler wanted to go clear the bathroom, make sure there were no crazies in there. And I thought that was kind of odd because, you know, I thought you were so well liked. You had so many friends. You didn't do anything wrong. Anyway, they're going to call her back. I wish I could see her and Jeffrey together. Jeffrey's doing a little... Jeffrey's doing, according to the chat on the Tallahassee Democrat or Law and Crime, my daughter's monitoring that chat while I'm watching your chat. People are saying Jeffrey's embellishing a little more than the past couple of testimonies.
Yeah, I got that notion as well, that he is trying a bit too hard.
Yeah.
And, but, yeah. I remember something about...
What else I wrote down here? So this was weird that in the beginning when they were talking to her about having, she has realtors, and Georgia was saying, and you know, she's like, oh, I was going to buy a house and this and that, and she says, I had realtors, but I heard this guy was good, so I called him. And that's another agent that she didn't know. And then she's looking at a one-bedroom. Well, you have 2 kids. Why are you looking at a one-bedroom? Okay?
Yeah.
And then she said, oh, this won't work. And she set up all of these decoys that she thought were going to fool us, and they didn't. Buying a house, looking at an apartment, you know. It's just too convenient. It makes me think that this was set up way, way sooner when they're letting on.
Yeah.
They're watching, let's see, oh, this is another thing. Okay, I've only been in town 6 days, literally since Sunday. There is a liquor store on every flipping corner, and next to every liquor store is a smoke shop. That's like all there is. And she had to drive down by her old house to go to the liquor store. I mean, look up the map. She's crazy. Like, I don't drink, and I see liquor stores everywhere. So she
Yeah.
never noticed any liquor stores by her house. That was really weird. Okay, so now, when Georgia was talking about asking her, do you see the kids? Do the kids see their grandparents? Okay, now I'm sitting directly behind Mrs. Markel, her husband, her ex-husband Phil, their daughter, and the advocate for the victim. Danny's sister was shaking her head so hard, no, 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 when she said, oh, there's a picture of each child with their father over the bed, and they say pray to it every morning and night or something. Her sister, I swear, I thought her head was going to shake off. Then,
Yeah.
and then the advocate, then she's saying, oh, they have plenty of visits. Well, the advocate turned and looked at the family and was like, can you believe that she's actually testifying to this? Because I talked to Mr. Markel yesterday, and he said they've had 3 visits in the 9 years, and they've been extremely uncomfortable. The kids are brainwashed, and even when they brought Danny's sister's kid there for a physical meeting, to maybe play games or this, that, nothing, it was just too awkward. So there is no relationship. She's really lying about that. I mean, it's not going over, nobody's buying it.
But do you know if they are calling Dan's parents to impeach that part? Yeah, the grandparents. If you know that.
They're sitting in the states. So there's 2 rows for media, and then the state's witnesses, and they're sitting in those benches.
But
so
if they're victims, they could be. Wouldn't that be grandfathered around the whole you can listen to testimony and still be a witness rule?
Yeah, I have to ask Dave about that. I will send out a Dave sign about that.
There we go. Dang it.
Yeah, well, right outside the courtroom, in between the court and the hallway, there's 2 rooms, one's for the state and one's for the defense, but nobody really seems to use them. They just seem to wait out in the hallway, but maybe they'll go in there now, because, you know, there's a couple people on the jury that taking very good notes. Okay, I don't really want to say what the colors and this and that are. I know it's 8 women, 7 men, 1 man is black, 4 women are black. That's what I've noticed. The white man that's a doctor or whatever, he's like some kind of phlebotomist. He does blood transfusions in the hospital or something. He's an intelligent, educated, employed man. He seems quite amused, and he's writing stuff down. He's looking at Georgia and Wendi like it's a tennis match, and then Rashbaum. You know, it's quite interesting. And Charlie is just trying so hard to look bothered by everything, but he's just coming off disingenuous every time the camera pans to him. It's like he's amused by it.
How is the jury taking the defense attorney's kind of aggressive tone?
Well, he was out. They were out of the room for a lot of that. And the judge said, you know, you don't need to yell. I can hear. And that there's only a wall separating. And I don't want the jury to hear this. And Rashbaum, I'm sorry, it's just my nature. But they seem like I just want to say, like, interested, and only the back row I could see. I'm lined up with the front row, and they're like sitting facing the wall, so they're not in front of me. It's odd. I'll have to. I can't make a picture, but
oh no, that's okay.
You know, it's like a church, and the gallery is all pews, like, and then the jury is on the right hand side, like where the little altar boys would sit. So I can't always see their faces, but they are writing notes. They look engaged, and some of the women. One girl kind of looked. I'm a little worried about her because when Wendi was talking about the book club, she was smiling and nodding her head, and I was like, "Oh no, don't be relating to Wendi." And this woman her husband's in the service. She's I think she might have a job, but she's got 2 little girls, 5 and 2. So first I thought she might be a Wendi sympathizer, but now I'm thinking she might be. I'm going to keep my eye on her.
Yeah. Okay. Mo has problems with the internet. Dave, our lawyer, is here to answer question about can Dan's parents be called as impeachment witnesses regarding Wendy's testimony about how often they saw Dan's kids? If they they are in the they are in the courtroom, if they're in the gallery.
So if they're being called as impeachment or rebuttal witnesses, like if it's not, well, okay, we're starting off with the presumption that there is a sequestration order in place, meaning that witnesses that are scheduled to be testified, that people are anticipating testifying, cannot be in the courtroom and listen in on the testimony. We'll start with that presumption. So if they are not intended to be called, but they're going to be called as rebuttal witnesses or impeachment witnesses, then yes, they could listen in and still be called if their only purpose is to impeach the testimony of Wendi. If they are there to offer truth, facts, relevant to the matter, then there might be an issue. They might not be able to call them because they were sitting in. But
these are the parents of Dan.
Are very limited.
Yeah, these are the parents of Dan. They still have the right, just as say in the Zachary Anderson case.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was thinking. So these are the parents of the victim.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, they could be called as rebuttal witnesses. You'd be calling. I'm assuming they'd be called as defense witnesses, right? And so
no,
you'd essentially
no, either as defense witness or state witness, just to impeach Wendi.
So you can't call them to impeach your own witness,
right?
Okay. So impeachment is only allowed for hostile witnesses. Now, if you could anticipate this and ask the court to treat Wendi as a hostile witness, if the court has made that ruling, then potentially you could call impeachment witnesses, but only for hostile witnesses.
Yeah, but she have been granted so-called immunity. Jeffrey is called as an impeachment witness, but also as an impeachment witness and as a witness.
So I heard
Wendy's former boyfriend.
Yeah, I heard the state might be calling Wendi back, and that's why I'm wondering, what do they want to impeach her, or what would the state be bringing her back for, if just to argue that she didn't say that to Jeffrey because the state admitted she's denied it?
Yeah, see, so what the court rules generally, and I don't practice in that state, so I don't know, but in Michigan, the court rules generally disfavor battling back and forth regarding the credibility of a witness. So, for example, you can call a witness, and then the other side could call an impeachment witness, which their only testimony, like let's just assume for the sake of argument, the only thing that you're calling them for is to impeach the credibility of Wendi, right? So the defense during their case in chief will call somebody to impeach her credibility. Well, then the state cannot necessarily, and it's highly frowned upon, about calling a rehabilitation witness, essentially calling another witness to rehabilitate the Wendy's testimony. So
I'm not getting no vibe from this.
Then you're going to have a 4-day trial or a 5-week trial just trying to establish the credibility of one witness. And the court's like, no, we're not going to waste our time with that. We'll allow
I'm
you
not
to
getting no vibe from the judge.
And then you can call that witness back again to rehabilitate that witness's statements, but that's it. There's no more impeachment. There's no more rehabilitation. So it's very narrowly, tailored so that we're not wasting a bunch of time on this other stuff. Let's get to the matter.
I would assume that
somebody's breaking up.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello. We hear you just fine.
Can you hear us? We can hear you.
Is that me? Okay. I hear some breaking up.
Okay.
This judge doesn't seem like he's going to put up with much of that nonsense.
Yeah, he doesn't. I listened to him.
Yeah, he's kind of like moving on. He used to be a teacher. It's amazing that you could change careers and still be this learned after already having another career before this. But, he could tell he was a teacher because he comes over and talks to us like we're students. And then he used the word potty break. I mean, when's the last time the judge used the word potty in a courtroom? I mean, and then there was a little bit of a scuffle yesterday in the. There was a lady sitting in front of me when Wendi said she didn't know what contempt was. The whole freaking courtroom erupted. I mean, we all made some kind of noise. I mean, it escaped.
So
It's just one of those. You just can't, like, she's a lawyer. She wouldn't say she's a lawyer. Georgia had to say, she goes, oh, I've been a member of the bar. Are you a lawyer? Well, I'm a member of the bar. So
yeah, I don't know what that means in Florida. Like in Michigan, in order to practice, you have to be a member of the bar, which means that I'm licensed to practice. Now, I might not actually practice. I do, but someone that's licensed doesn't necessarily.
She does legal work in Miami. She's an immigration lawyer. She tries to pass herself off of. She's having trouble getting hired because of all of this. And everybody just keeps writing to her bosses saying, why are you hiring a named unindicted co-conspirator? Because that's what she is. She's a named unindicted co-conspirator in a murder. And we keep everybody that wants justice for Dan keeps contacting her employers.
I am a huge proponent of you are absolutely innocent until the state bends over backwards to prove you're guilty. She hasn't even been charged. So I'm not going to hold that against her. I just don't like her face.
Yeah, thank you. What kind of face you want to reach out and smack, huh? So she might be on the
You just want to hit her. Yeah. You do.
All right, I'm going to get back in the court. It was great. I'll try and reach you tomorrow. If you're no court tomorrow. I got to go home and take care of some things, and I'm going to come back to town again. It's a 7-hour drive, but my daughter said we'll do it. We'll do it
I
in
have
6.
a question for you, Sonny. Are you just interested in this particular case, or are you like interested in cases in general, or why are you in the courtroom?
Well, in 2016, I got selected to sit on a grand jury in the Southern District of Florida, and that ran for 18 months. And I actually thought that was the most amazing thing I ever did. And Dave Ehrenberg is our state attorney, and he actually went to Harvard with Dan. And then Wendi is like every Jewish American princess I went to school with down here in Florida. Not kidding, she is. The entitlement of this family, they have no brains, they have no looks, they just bleh.
They have artificial look. It's like artificial intelligence, right?
Well, she got scholarships and all this. I don't think that the other lawyers in the room thought they weren't impressed, because she didn't want to say that she worked to go to law school or waited tables, like Georgia said when I was waiting tables and stuff. There's no humility with this family. But Charlie actually was flunking out of dental school, and his parents had to arrange for him to get his diploma but not walk across the stage. And the guy who was going to flunk him or not give him a passing grade in one of the classes in the periodontal, he accused of sexual harassment after. So that's what kind of people these are.
Nice.
Right?
Well, it sounds like you're in the courtroom.
Get back into court. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Guys.
I hope.
Love you.
I hope I can see you back on Monday.
Me too. We thought maybe Tuesday because it's the homecoming for the college here, and the prices of the hotels are crazy. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you so much. Bye.
You're welcome.
Salvador, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm missing your Jensen sweater.
Yeah. I'll wear it tomorrow.
Me and Dave are apparently coordinating our looks today.
Yeah.
I think I have a shirt like that.
Salvador didn't get the memo about the flannel.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently not. Yeah, but having Sonny in the chat and getting in here under the lunch break, amazing to get that kind of input from within the courtroom. And
no, that's very cool.
Yeah.
You get a different feel for things in the courtroom. I with the Megan Mirowitz case, I went to opening arguments in person because we didn't have a proper court feed. So I'm like, I'm just going to go. And it's interesting to kind of get the feel for it. I wish I would have sat through the whole thing, but then I couldn't obviously comment on the case live. So, no, but that's very cool to have eyes and ears in the courtroom.
Yeah, it's a very different feel.
Oh yeah, Salvador. I forgot you went to court.
Yeah.
You met a lady.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Defense attorney equals cutie.
Oh my gosh, those notes were amazing. Please tell me you have more notes and you're going to go to court more, because I want to read those.
I will.
I want to do a dramatic reading of Salvador's notes from court.
Well, when Lori Vallow is going to come to Arizona, she's going to be tried here in Maricopa.
Oh yeah,
nice.
Lori
So I'll try to go
Vallow
to
will be
that.
tried. Yeah, that will be interesting. Yeah, but husband Vallow is being tried next year. Is it?
I think so.
Yeah, that will be interesting. But I've said this in a previous stream about Lori Vallow, that now when she is in state prison, she is probably more dangerous now than she was before. Because that cult-like, even though she ended her kids, that cult-like personality in prison, she can gather a following.
Yeah.
And get more people to do stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because she can get people to think, no, you are good, you are a light person. The persons who did this to you, they are dark persons, they are zombies. Because she's extremely persuasive. So now in prison, because she will be in Gem Pop eventually, with people who will get out of prison. So, in my opinion, she is more dangerous now than she has ever been.
Yeah.
But no, that was very cool.
Oh,
I saw
yeah.
Sunny on for a minute. I was listening to her, and then you had messaged me about the victim's parents testifying, so potentially testifying. Yeah, they could be called as impeachment witnesses. It's a weird thing when you're trying to impeach your own witness. So the judge must have...
The state wants the Adelsons. So even though Wendi is a state witness, she is a state witness both against Charlie, her parents, and herself, because the state is going after all the Adelsons.
Yeah, but if Wendi was truly a state witness, like on the state side, she would be implicating herself potentially. So that's what I mean. Like she's a hostile witness. She's got information. The state's calling her, but she's not friendly to the state side. So therefore, she should have been treated like a hostile witness. And in that case, you could call other witnesses to impeach, but you're calling hostile witnesses to impeach other hostile witnesses. It's kind of a disaster for the state, really.
Yeah.
No, but Dan's parents, I don't think, will be hostile witnesses, but not Lori Vallow, Wendi Adelson was subpoenaed. She's also has immunity. What she says cannot be used against her in this trial, cannot be used against her.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, the state will write down everything. So
oh yeah, they literally can't point to the transcripts and hold her to that, or impeach her with it, but they will use it as an outline for potentially bringing charges against her, for sure.
Yeah. So this will be interesting to see the development of this. Yes, Charlie is on trial today, and I honestly believe he's had, in my humblest opinion, the thing that speaks against him the most, except there are a bunch of evidence and stuff like that, but his defense theory, if they don't nail it, he's gone completely. If they don't nail down, because there's no email, texts, or they have wiretaps, they have this video surveillance of him and Katie talking about potentially ending somebody. But they don't have anything where he tells her, you need to stop extorting me, or her saying to him, where's my money, you MFer. So all they have is Charlie's potential testimony if he takes the stand. So
I'm just looking at the chat here too. So basically, she could get up there and lie with impunity. I mean, she could literally get up there and testify to the exact opposite things, in theory, and they can't impeach her with it. But they could potentially bring perjury charges. So perjury charges would be different because she doesn't have immunity from perjury. She's still sworn to tell the truth. So they could bring perjury charges against her. So it would be a bad idea if she said the opposite, essentially.
Yeah.
So she has to kind of keep her story straight. If it's a story, right? The truth, ideally, the truth is easy to keep straight, but you'd be surprised. But yeah, in theory, she could be still up for perjury charges.
Okay, I'm reading here. Thank you, Sal. Okay.
I don't know if you've discussed it already.
No, we haven't much about the Delphi murders. The Judge Fran Gall, who was the judge who more or less set up the defense lawyers to get thrown out because, it's so weird because there's a lot of crap going on in that Delphi case. Somebody who knew one of the lawyers, defense lawyers, took or got access to the crime scene photos.
I think it was a friend of the lawyer.
A friend of the lawyer who had access to the lawyer's office.
House or office,
House or office, took access of crime scene photos and documents and then leaked them somewhere. And for that, the judge was just about to disqualify the entire defense team.
Well, I think she was going to read a letter that would humiliate them, said in the article, and kind of forced them at the moment to make an oral motion to withdraw. But they haven't submitted anything in writing. So they're now arguing that they're still on the case because they haven't filed a written motion. And then they try to get the judge to recuse herself.
Yeah, but of course, that had to be filed towards the judge herself. Yeah. And she denied it. She is not refusing herself. But now they can bring it to a higher court.
Well,
but the entire
also, in theory, bring it to the chief judge.
Yeah. She just threw out the filings and said that they're not his lawyer anymore, so she's not going to consider them, basically.
Yeah. And all while this, Richard Allen is dying in prison.
1 year ago, yesterday, is when he was arrested.
Yeah.
That's how much he's deteriorated in 1 year.
Yeah. And the pictures that are out there of Mr. Allen, when he first was arrested, and then the pictures those are just months old.
He's wasted away.
He was a 5'4", 200-pound guy.
Oh, he's only 5'4"?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Now he is around 100 pounds. He lost. I mean, he's
skin and bones.
His skin and bones, and his mental health completely deteriorated. That is the guy who.
Was there ever an order entered removing those attorneys from the case?
No, but they withdrew on the record orally after the judge forced.
But there still needs to be a written. So you don't have to have a written motion, but you have to have a written order removing them.
Yeah, no, I don't know. There's so much crap going on, and I'm trying to find all the filings and stuff like that. I know Mo got a hold of a bunch of the filings.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, but about the Delphi case.
So of course, so judges have a lot of leeway when it comes to these things. Like, for example, I was on a case, and then at one point we brought in a second attorney, and we were going to handle different things. And then I needed to withdraw on the case because I just didn't have time.
I'll be right back.
I brought a motion to withdraw, and the judge said, okay, well, I am going to make you, Mr. Helm, argue this particular motion. And then once we're done with that particular motion, then I'll grant your motion and withdraw. And then this other attorney can take over. But it was like, well, part of my issue was I wasn't really prepared to argue the motion because I just didn't have the time. And one of the reasons why I wanted to withdraw is I didn't have the time for the case. The judge still made me argue the motion, even though one of the reasons why I said I didn't want to, or I wanted to withdraw, was because I didn't have time to argue the motion. But he still made me do it, and then signed the order having me withdraw. So it's just, judge kind of have that discretion a little bit. That's why I tell people, I work the way I work, and some people are like, well, can I just pay you a little bit and then you file in on my case and handle this one thing? And I'm like, I can't, because once I'm on a case, that's not like I could just walk away and withdraw. I have to get court permission to withdraw. And the court can deny it, or the court can actually order that it happens. Sua sponte. The judge has a lot of control there. But at the end of the day, I would imagine there should have been, if the judge is saying, hey, you made an oral motion to withdraw, you're off the case on October 19th, there should have been an order to follow. Whether it was entered on the 19th or a few days later, there should have been an order in paper, drafted by the judge's staff, whatever it is, ordering the withdrawal of those two attorneys on this case. And if that wasn't there, then acting as the attorney, I would have said, all right, well, I guess I'm not off the case. I still have an obligation to my client because there's no written order removing me. I'm going to file a motion that I feel is in the best interest of the client, because I'm still technically on the case. And now I still technically have an ethical obligation to the client. And I have to do these things. And so it's just, it sounds like there's some bad blood with the judge and these attorneys for whatever reason. And unfortunately, the defendant's being caught in the middle.
They argued to the judge that since the client haven't signed off on having them removed, they still want to represent him, arguing she strong-armed them into oral argument of withdrawal, but they still want to represent him. But then she ordered that motion to not be withdrawn, be stricken, and they are now removed from the docket as his attorneys.
So, Ghostly asks, a lawyer cannot just drop a client. Not if you're in litigation. You need to get court permission to. Now, usually it's fairly easy to do, but sometimes there's some hangups. Like on that particular case, the judge said, I'm going to grant your motion to withdraw, but only after we hear these particular arguments. And then the rest of the case, this other attorney can take over. Okay, it is what it is. It's interest of justice, it's due process, it's considering the legal rights of the other side. It's a whole, judicial economy. We don't want to waste the court's time. All kinds of things the judge can take into consideration when doing something like that. So that's why I'm very picky with my clients, and I do turn down some people because, either I don't have time, I don't believe in the case, or whatever it may be, because I don't want to be stuck in on a case that I can't get out of. I'm selective.
I'm reading in here suggestions that Rizzo can file a new appearance in the case.
Yeah, he can file a new appearance in the case. But does he want to?
He does.
He does.
Then just file a new appearance.
He did. But the judge
and then renew the motion.
Him. Yeah.
You can file a new appearance and then file the motion again. At the same time, you can do it.
Yeah, you filed a verified notice of continuing representation.
That's not an appearance.
Okay.
No.
I don't know. It's Indiana, I don't know. It's whatever. It's
that's the motion. That's the motion that was stricken by Judge Gall. Gould or whatever.
Gould.
But since she struck that, he can make a motion of appearance. or whatever.
Yeah, see, in Michigan, you just have to give notice. So we have what this thing is called notice of appearance, and with their standard forms, or you could draft your own. But I mean, essentially does the same thing. It just says, hey, clerk of the court, put my name down as the attorney of record for this individual. And it goes out to the prosecutor and to the judge and everybody. And it's just called the notice of appearance. And once you do that, then you are legally the representative of the party in that case. You could sign in as co-counsel, as lead counsel, whatever you want to do. In Michigan, we allow limited appearances too, on certain circumstances. But, you know, if I was in Michigan, I would just file a new notice of appearance. I wouldn't even do a notice of continue. I would just file a notice of appearance. There's another one. I'm on the case again.
Yeah. And it's a clusterfuck of a case, that case. And I'm guessing that me and Mo will do an episode about this recent development sometime. Not during this trial, because I'm covering this trial gavel to gavel.
Are you guys on a lunch break?
Yeah, they should have been back by now. They said 10 or 15 past, and we have passed that. And I'm looking at, I have everything here in the background.
Okay. All right. Well, you guys keep chatting. I gotta take some more calls. As you can hear, my phone is ringing. Everyone wants to call me, and it's funny. So I'll get like 3 phone calls during the day, and then as soon as 5 o'clock hits, my phone blows up. But it's getting later in the day, so now everyone's calling me.
Yeah.
All right, you guys have fun.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, thank you. Bye. That's.
Yeah.
Oh, money. You missed Dave. Oh, yeah. Go.
The latest letter wasn't to the judge in her criminal trial. It was to the judge, I guess, in the divorce of her, or like a custody dispute with her ex-husband, and like finalizing the divorce. Apparently, her ex-husband is saying some very mean things about her to their kid.
Oh yeah, the latest Sarah Boone letter. That was interesting to watch, because apparently, as soon as apparently she
second scariest question I'm going to
stopped
ask
paying
today. Do
alimony.
the parties have anything to raise before the jurors come in? Ms. Gappleton. Mr. Rauschbaum.
No, Your Honor.
Please bring in the jurors.
I wonder who they will call now directly after lunch. If they are bringing back Wendi immediately.
Yeah.
I would assume so.
Oh, one sec.
Yeah, we are back after lunch. Let's hope that she...
While the testimony is taking place of a witness, you'll need to remain outside until that witness has finished with testimony.
Okay. Yeah, that's a nice, that's a judge's chair. Really nice one. I need to get me one of those. I want, because I'm a big guy, and these chairs I'm keeping buying, yeah, they make sounds.
All rise, you're entering the courtroom.
With better padding, because I'm sitting down quite a lot of hours here. I would guess that they make them to order.
Everyone can be seated.
locally.
Members of the jury, I hope you had a restful break. We are going to resume with the state's case at this time. Please call your next witness.
State call Stephen Webster.
Okay, Stephen Webster. I wonder who that is. He looks like a smug motherfucker.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you, Judge.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Webster, Stephen Webster.
How are you employed?
I'm an attorney
How long have you been a member of the Florida Bar?
since 2005.
Did you represent Dan Markel?
I did.
During what time period did you represent him?
I think it was May of 2014 and until he was murdered.
And during the time that you were, well, let me ask you, before his murder, when was the last time you had spoken with him?
I spoke to him that morning.
And what was the main goal of your representation of Mr. Markel?
So I had just started my firm, and like any small business, you're scared and you're hungry. And a friend of mine called me, Tor Friedman, and said, I have a client for you. And I was like, okay. And he said, he's a law professor. And I was like, okay. And he said, it's a family law case. And I said, well, Tor, I don't do family law, and you know that. And he said, well, it doesn't matter. He's a law professor. He'll teach you everything you need to know. And I said, okay, well, that makes sense. So I agreed to meet with him. And the night before, I read all the papers, and they were voluminous. I printed them and actually read every word. And we'd already set up a meeting at Voodoo Coffee on Tennessee Street. And I really didn't think I was going to accept the case. I could just tell from the tenor of the papers that it was really, really contentious. And it just didn't feel like something I probably wanted to get involved in. But I wanted to meet him anyway. And so I met him, and I liked him. I liked him a lot. And so I decided I would take the case. I mean, it's not a prerequisite that I like you to represent you. But in something like that, I didn't want to get involved in a contempt type case with law professors, where ultimately it could end up being disrespectful to the court. And I didn't want to be involved in something like that if I really felt like it was going to be that kind of a relationship. But when I met him, I didn't feel like it was going to be that way. And so I agreed to take it. And his primary concerns were he wanted to get more time with his children, if at all possible, but he didn't want to change the kind of the time sharing. He had a kind of an unusual request. He wanted to see if there was any way that he could see the children every night when he didn't have them, to tuck them into bed and kiss them goodnight. And he said, look, I'll only stay 5 minutes. I promise I won't bother anybody, and I'll leave. And I said, Dan, that's probably never going to happen. That's just probably not reasonable. And then he was really concerned about parental alienation, which at the time I wasn't really familiar with it. I didn't do family law, but I was familiar with it from the perspective of I learned about it in law school and stuff like that. But he was really concerned that the grandmother, Donna Adelson, was really trying to drive a wedge between him and the children. And he actually told me that he heard her refer to him as stupid on a Skype call. He couldn't see her in the Skype screen, but he heard her say something to the effect of stupid's on the phone. And he was livid about it. And he was ready to basically kind of go to war over that.
Did that sort of reference the filing that we're familiar with where grandma says you're stupid, and he was seeking to have grandma enjoined from having unsupervised contact with the kids?
Yeah, and I didn't have the opportunity to actually talk to him about that yet because he was killed. But it was my understanding that after that filing, he heard her. Actually, he heard her, because that's what he told me. He said, I heard her call me stupid. But she wasn't in the screen, but he knew her voice. And so he was very upset about that. And then the other thing that he was upset about, he wanted the Holocaust diamond back.
So the property of his family property that Wendi had.
Yeah. And he wanted that back.
All right. So what about money? Was he worried about money?
No.
Any chance that the case could have been resolved through $1 million payoff to Dan Markel from the Adelsons?
In exchange for what?
A relocation?
No.
We've heard some testimony that everything was going well between Dan Markel and Wendi in the few weeks leading up to his death. Do you have any knowledge of that fact?
It's untrue. There's a reason he hired me. He didn't retain me because he needed a friend. Tor basically told me on the phone call, he said, look, there's going to be a trial and it's going to be acrimonious. And he needs a lawyer that can go into the courtroom and be prepared to fight. He said, that's why I think you could handle this case. And we were heading towards a trial. And he certainly, he sent me an email the day before talking about how he was irate because Wendi, unbeknownst to him, had actually enrolled or applied to have been enrolled at the School of Arts and Sciences. And she didn't even talk to Dan about it. So he found out the day before when he got called from the school saying that Ben had been accepted. And so he emailed me and said, I'm irate about this. He said, I don't think it's appropriate. Okay. So no,
so there were a bunch of issues still going on.
Yes.
It was hot at the time.
Yes.
All right. And there was some suggestion that Dan Markel was expected to lose all the filings that were currently pending at the time of his death, and Wendi was expected to prevail on everything. Do you agree with that assessment?
You mean like with the contempt and all of that?
Yeah.
No, I would not have got involved if I thought he was going to lose on the contempt. My reputation travels with my clients too if they're doing things like that, right? If you're representing a client who is disrespecting the court, it's hard not to feel like that's bleeding off on you and you're disrespecting the court. And in Tallahassee, Florida, if you practice in this circuit, if I disrespect Judge Everett today, every judge in this circuit that matters to me is going to know about it before lunch tomorrow. And it's just no. So no, I would not have accepted. That's why I didn't think I was going to take the case when I read all that.
Seeking contempt is kind of a big deal amongst lawyers, right?
Yes. Contempt is, it's a very ugly kind of prospect. And as a lawyer, that was one of my main concerns is, she was a lawyer. And I did feel like she should be held in contempt. She didn't disclose things on her financial affidavit. Dan convinced me of that. But
that was to be determined, right?
But
by a court.
Yes. But in my mind,
yes,
that was the only reason I took it.
Okay.
And, at the end of the day, you can lose your law license for that. I guess you would have to report that to the bar. I didn't research it, but the court would refer it to the bar. If the court found you were in contempt, the court would refer it to the bar and, you could lose your law license. So yeah, it's pretty serious, in that regard.
We heard, I think from both sides in opening that Mr. Markel was brilliant, but I'm not sure anyone that actually knows about that has told us. Do you have any knowledge of that?
Yeah. It was why I decided to take the case. I liked him. He was actually funny. He had good humor about it. Even kind of as acrimonious as all of this was, the big picture stuff he didn't have any anger. He was angry about the calling him stupid. That made him angry. But I think in his mind, eventually a lot of this stuff would resolve and should resolve. He wasn't vindictive, or vengeful. And that was a big part of the reason why I was willing to get involved. I felt like he was kind of looking at it like a business deal still, with the exception of the stupid comment. So he was funny and obviously smarter than I am, that's for sure. So
what are a lawyer's ethical obligations to a client in terms of the client knowing what is in the filings that are being filed on their behalf?
Well, I think that depends.
It's not an expert.
Well, true. He's not he's entered as a witness, not an expert witness. For him to testify about law and rules, he has to be proffered as an expert. Yeah, this testimony is still, I mean, this is a trial against Charlie. But in reality, it is a trial. Every trial so far in this has been a trial against the Adelsons. So they are gathering as much information as they can, and they want everything on record as much as possible, because in the next trial they can always reference, except for Wendi, what is being said. Yeah, as Marty said, he just wanted to be a good dad. And that's what Mo said in her murder board. He wanted to be a good dad, and he was killed for it. Yeah, I can't fast forward because we are up to speed. While we wait for them to come back, remember, hit that thumbs up. That helps the channel. It helps the channel grow. It makes YouTube promote the channel and all of that stuff.
Are all attorneys in Florida governed by the rules of professional conduct?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you, as a 20-year lawyer, familiar with those rules?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so what are those rules in reference to, can a lawyer put things in a filing that the client doesn't know about or not?
You have a duty to keep your client informed. That is an actual affirmative duty on every lawyer. That you have to
Be in contact with your client, keep them informed of important events that are going on in the case. There are certain decisions that only the client can make, like whether to testify, things like that. But, you know, there are certain decisions that a lawyer can kind of make, procedural decisions on filing certain things, but you have a duty to keep your client informed of important events.
Yeah, this doesn't look good for
If
Wendi.
Dan Markel was planning to move or seeking to relocate himself at the time of his murder, would you have known about that?
Yes.
And was he planning to do that or trying to do that?
Absolutely not.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Further questions?
Cross-examination.
All right. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lipson.
Good afternoon.
You started representing Professor Markel in, I think you said May 2014, around that time frame?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
By the way, at that point in time, what did you specialize in? What was were you a divorce lawyer?
No.
Had you ever done a divorce case?
I mean, I had done some, like I worked for other firms, you know, and, but for the most part, if I was going to take it, like me personally, it would have to be no kids involved. And like, you know, one of those situations where the assets were already like agreed upon how they were going to be split up. I didn't want to get involved in fighting in cases where kids were going to get hurt. It's not how I wanted to use my law license.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for talking with you. What did you specialize in?
I mean, as an attorney, I don't think I'm allowed to say I specialize in anything unless I'm board certified. So I'm not board certified in anything.
What did you, what type of work did you do more of?
At that point in my career, I'd primarily done a lot of criminal defense work.
Okay. So you were a criminal defense lawyer who was going to do a divorce case.
Yeah, I guess that's fair to say.
Were you aware that Professor Markel's previous lawyer had quit?
I saw in the filings that lawyers had withdrawn, and yeah.
And you never went to court with Professor Markel, right?
No, he got killed before I had my chance.
You're aware that the court admonished Professor Markel in court earlier in the year, right?
I don't know if I was familiar with that. I read the papers. If it was in the papers, I mean, look, it appeared to me that, you know, it was very acrimonious, and, you know, there were lengthy pleadings and filings, and, you know, it was one of the things I talked to Dan about. I said, you know,
hey,
you need a lawyer. We need to stop drafting voluminous pleadings, and we need to just get this on the rails and focus on what matters.
Okay. Ms. Kappelman asked you about court filings and the ethics of lawyers. You recall her asking you that?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes you file things. You have to keep your clients informed, right?
Mhm.
But sometimes you file things, and you're able to file things that you don't have to go over every word with your client, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
No further questions.
Redirect examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Webster, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This testimony is purely against Wendi.
Yes, sir.
Doesn't move the meter towards Charlie at all for me. But as I said earlier, this is a case against the entirety of the Adelsons. Charlie doesn't look happy or healthy. Oh, June is here. Will she testify? June? What?
Please call your next witness.
The state calls June Mchinga.
Okay, this was Charlie's girlfriend when he was arrested. This will be interesting. Allegedly, she lives in an apartment bought by them even though they are no longer a couple. That's interesting. Why is the cop holding the chair? What's going on? Something's going on. Did you run off? What's going on?
Should we approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh, please say she ran off.
Yeah.
Because that's not June. June is of Indonesian, Thai origin of some sort. Yeah, okay, so that was Sunny's representative who did not bring the witness in. So where is June? Oh, this will be a cluster F. If she ran off, she will have a warrant for her arrest immediately. And her lawyer can be in trouble if she knew and didn't tell the court. This will be interesting. Yes, the Gucci girl. Who... Yeah, this is weird. This is very weird. Oh yeah, popcorn time. Either way, this does not look good for Charlie if a state witness runs off. They're not supposed to take it into account, but
Members of the jury, we're going to take a brief break at this point. bailiff will escort you back to the jury room. We'll resume with the testimony as quickly as we can.
Oh boy, what's going on? Yeah, that is my first AWOL witness. Okay, what has happened is they called a witness. She is supposed to be there. She is subpoenaed. Her lawyer is there, but the witness isn't there. So hopefully they will address it once the jury is out.
How long do you think it'll take Mr. Newland to find her?
Gotta go to all the ladies' rooms. We'll advise the bailiff as soon as we have her ready, Judge.
All right. All points bulletin on the next witness. We'll be in recess at least until 1:50.
I have a request from the jury. So when the projector is not needing to be used, turn off, it's causing lights and glare. Yes.
Uh-oh.
Nothing wrong with you. Nothing.
Missing witness was physically present earlier in the day. I would assume so. Judge says APB. What's APB? Okay. This all points bulletin. Okay. Yeah, they are on the hunt for her. How long does it take them to find her? She should be there. She has been called. Her lawyer is there. Yeah, she is a wanted fugitive as of now. Oh, this doesn't look good for Charlie. No matter if the jury, they just saw, okay, why? Who's June? Why isn't she here? And now we are sent out. Okay, Charlie's girlfriend June. He cheated with Wendy's best friend's nanny and had a kid with her, but June took him back because he bought her a Gucci bag. Oh, Charlie, you have a certain kind of type. The type that can be rented, allegedly. This is interesting. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm not entirely sure how to address this, if they have some other witness lined up or not, if they were planning to do up to next break, because hold on. If they have, the court have a schedule. Oh, there she is. Oh. She's here. No? Yeah. They just simply couldn't find her, I assume. She was in the bathroom. Yeah, it's Toto, titties, and Gucci. Okay, so not that damning. Not that damning. She was just not where she was supposed to be. Who? Yeah. I assume that she will get a stern talking to by the judge, because she's not supposed to go anywhere when she is and she can't really say, oh, what where is she, and The attorney might. She's on the bathroom. Her attorney could say she's on the bathroom break. She will be in a few minutes, but then the words wouldn't have been spoken about how long will it take to find her. Now, she might have been, I assume she was constipated and had to cram one out, and it took time. That's as good of an explanation as anything. Yeah, I'm going with that. She had to press out a log. But now she's probably getting a stern talking to. Yeah, Sunny, we have to write to Sunny because she can't have sound on when she is in. That is what I'm going with. We will probably not have an explanation from the judge or the court, just that she was late. So I will be going with. She's wearing a Kim K dress. Why? She has no ass. I mean, where was she? Why? I mean, why would she be wearing a Kim K without an ass? I mean, from the neck down, she's flatlined. But hey, everyone for themselves. Let's go back to live and see. Oh, no, nothing yet. Still getting a stern talking to. YSL bag that clocks in at about 2K. Yeah. Style can save her. No, oh geez, no. That one is high maintenance. Really high maintenance. Yeah. So, I need to brush my hair as well. Ghostery asks, the witness is either wealthy or she has been provided haute couture items by Sugar Daddy. The latter. Why and we know booty? Yeah, I hope they can. Well, they already sent the jury away, so they will probably wait a few minutes while she is sworn in, get a stern talking to. I mean, if she does not have a good reason, even to be a few minutes late, she could risk contempt of court. Depends on the judge. Depends on the judge. Yeah. Allegedly, according to the reports and what Sonny said and stuff like that, she lives in an apartment that was bought for her. Oh, am I looking very metal today? Thank you so much. I'm not going for the type, but I kind of look the type anyway. It's not much I can do. No worries, money. I mean, if you see me once in a while when I'm typing something on the phone, it doesn't look good. And I refuse autocorrect because it autocorrects wrong. It's, yeah, and my fat thumbs just, I mean, at least I changed from this type of having to text via phone to this. So I'm learning. My nieces and nephews are very impressed. No, they're not. Has Drunk Nick bought me anything? Here's the thing. I got this package in the mail. I have not received an email or anything that I was about to receive anything. I have no idea what inside it is. But after this trial stream, I will have my Finally Friday stream. And if a certain amount of members join and a few super chats, I will open it live on stream. But I have genuinely no idea what's in that package. Normally, when Drunk Me buys me gifts, I have at least a notion that something was bought. I get email notifications that something is on the way, and once I open it, oh yeah, now I get it. No, that doesn't mean I black out when I'm drunk. I never get blacked out drunk, or rarely. That means that I just it's not important to me, so I place it way back in my head. But if you wonder, I am. You could probably argue that high functioning borderline alcoholic, but once you have seen a few dismembered bodies, you need something, and most of the time therapy helps, but sometimes it doesn't. Is there a St. Nicholas celebration in Sweden too? Because all you need is a red Pope hat and you're him. Oh, I don't have a Pope hat, but I have a fez. Does this does it? As far as I can remember, I never get blackout drunk. Yeah. Oh, come on, Charlie. Let's get going. Well, I posted my Amazon gifts link, but I mean, this was shipped from. Yeah, maybe. Well, under this is an other sticker. So it's been sent internationally, then a new sticker nationally. So it's been sent internationally, so it can't be from my Amazon gifts. Am I the doctor? Maybe. Do I? I have a tool, but I'm not going to show it. Oh. I don't know. I'm hoping that Sonny can write something in the chat that I don't know if it's fan mail. I have no idea because it was sent. I haven't. I mean, if you really want to, my address is out there, but it's not on any of my official pages. But I simply don't know. No sonic screwdriver. I can screw around with it. Oh, and Slidey Pie is back over at Rumble. Hey, hey, Slidey Pie, good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, there are currently between 15 and 20 people watching over at Rumble. Please thumbs up and the follow sign that is right below the stream. Press that so I can get more followers. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hey, Alexa is here. Hey, you. We are waiting for the court to come back because currently the last witness was supposed to be there. She wasn't. So, and the attorney apparently said through a sidebar, well, she's supposed to be here. I can't find her. They put her out APB, but just a few minutes later, she appeared. So maybe 5 minutes after she was called, she appeared in court. And yeah, we are all going with, she was in the bathroom, constipated and pressing out a huge loogie or a huge log. So that is the story we are going with until we are told otherwise. She entered in what in the chat was said was a Kim K dress, which I find amusing because Kim K is known for her curves and June has none. It's like from the neck down, it's a straight line. Peace Peony says the bag was a fake Louis Vuitton based on the color. Real ones run 2K. Yeah, maybe not. Her sugar daddy has been in jail for a bit, so depends on what she's doing for a living. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Did you enjoy your tour of the courthouse?
I've been here like twice before.
Tour of the courthouse. That means she was escorted to the.
You're good.
Yeah, okay. Maybe she was just got lost because the sign in the courthouse who says this is the trial in that room apparently escaped her. But again, she should have met up her attorney outside and been escorted.
All rise, you're in the courtroom.
She had a boob job as well. I can see that from here. Hey Dave, that is June, who got lost on the way to the witness stand, and they had to send out a guard to find her.
Everyone but the witness may be seated. Please raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Yes, this is Charlie's current girlfriend.
Please state your name and spell your name.
Hi, I'm June. I'm Chinda. It's June first name, last name UMCHINDA.
You don't have to, I don't think you're going to have to lean that close to the
Oh,
microphone.
okay.
We can let you know if we can't hear you.
All right. Like that.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I'm in South Florida.
Do you know Charlie Adelson?
I'm sorry. It was my alarm to come down here.
Oh, really?
Is it silence now?
Yeah.
Half an hour.
Okay. Wait,
of
let me
yours
just
supposed
check
to
if
be
it's.
there?
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I don't want it to snooze. Okay.
So it's a fake PK dress?
Okay. Do you know Charlie Adelson?
I do.
How do you know him?
He's my ex-boyfriend.
Do you see him here in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you please point him out and describe what he's wearing?
He's the middle one there with the navy blue suit on.
The record reflects the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will reflect.
When did you date Mr. Adelson?
We initially met in I think
February.
it was like February or so, and then
February of what year?
2015.
Okay.
And we didn't speak for about 8 months. We just had like a brief meeting, and then in October we officially started dating.
October of 2015?
Yes,
And how long did you date him?
for roughly 2.5 years,
Okay.
like officially.
Okay. Does June of 2017 sound like the correct end of your relationship?
Officially, yes,
All right. And did you continue to talk to Mr. Adelson after the breakup?
we did.
When was the last time you spoke to Mr. Adelson?
A day or so before his arrest,
Okay.
we were playing phone tag, and I was supposed to see him. We didn't see each other for a long time, but I was supposed to see him. I didn't get to, and then I wrote him back. I saw a message from him, and then the next day he was taken away.
All right. So that's obviously significantly after the official breakup.
Oh,
What
right.
was-
This was in April of last 2022.
What was the nature of your relationship after the official breakup? Were you kind of on again, off again, or just casually seeing each other when you were both single, or what was the deal there?
I mean, it was a lot of years that went by after our official
You would
relationship.
love
So
this trial, Valhalla.
there
You
were like
absolutely love this
different
one.
periods of times where we were seeing each other and then casual, but we always stayed in touch throughout the years. So
All right. And do you still have feelings for Mr. Adelson as we sit here today?
so he's my last serious boyfriend. So I would say yes, that there's something still there. I care about him, but obviously I haven't seen him in God knows how long. So.
All right. And do you recall being interviewed by the Tallahassee Police Department in reference to this case on July 24th, 2018?
I do.
Okay. And back at that time, when you were interviewed, it had been about 2 weeks since you had talked to him. Does that ring a bell?
Something like that, yes.
Okay. And you had talked to him prior to that interview around your birthday. Is that right?
On the phone, yes.
And when is your birthday?
June 28th.
Okay. So is that was obviously prior to his arrest, but just a few months before the trial of Catherine Magbanua? Did you talk to him then as well?
I'm not sure. I don't recall when her trial was. I know she had a retrial, so
Okay.
I don't know the date specifically.
Okay, but in one of those trials, didn't you testify that you had spoken to him just the night before that trial?
Right. I mean, we were still talking, so yes, I did speak.
Okay, so I'm just kind of trying to establish in reference to the important dates of this case, you seem to have had some communication with him pretty close in time to those important dates. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
My chat is amazing.
But you haven't had any contact with him in reference to what you're going to say here today?
No, not since he got arrested. I haven't heard from him.
Were you dating him when what we're calling the
Now
bump
she's
occurred
nervous.
back on April 19th of 2016?
Yes.
And are you familiar with what we mean when we say the bump?
Is that the money extortion thing from?
The thing when Donna Adelson was approached
Yes.
by an undercover officer? Okay, so how far into your relationship with him were you at the time that that occurred? And that's again, April 19th of 2016.
About a year roughly, I would say.
All right, but you began dating officially
Well, from October, so that's not a year. It's
more like 6 months.
Yeah.
What was the status of your relationship, or can you kind of describe for us what your relationship was at that time, April of 2016?
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to think of the dates again. So the bump was 2016, you said, in April?
Yes, ma'am. So this would be about 6 months into your relationship. Were you seeing each other seriously? Were you seeing a lot of each other? Tell us about that.
Every day, yeah.
Every day. Okay. And have you previously described the relationship at that time as a fairy tale?
Back then, yes.
Okay. Perfect.
Yes.
Inseparable?
Yes.
Okay. So the two of you were together quite a lot during that time frame.
Yeah, I
Yes?
basically lived there.
Okay. And so you spent most of the time that you were together over at his place?
Yes.
And is that the place on Whale Harbor?
It is.
And did the relationship change at some, well, before we leave that, when the bump occurred on April 19th, 2016, did Mr. Adelson, tell you about the bump?
No.
All right. So at some point, did the relationship change around this time frame, April of 2016?
I can't say exactly like when it changed because we've had a lot of ups and downs, but I mean, it did change. So I don't know when exactly it was.
Okay. I want to draw your attention specifically to the time frame between April and May of 2016. Are you able to tell the jury about some changes you observed in Mr. Adelson's behavior during that time frame?
They refer to the bump as when an undercover officer did a sting operation where he approached Catherine and Donna with allegedly extorting them because he had information and they need to pay him off. That's apparently something the cops can do in Florida. In Sweden, that is not allowed, those kind of sting operations. But in Florida, apparently it is, where they were trying to extract information they then could use in the investigation. So that is the bump.
I don't know, like, if it was in that time frame exactly.
Okay. Do you recall giving a law enforcement interview in this case?
I do.
Okay. And that was done on July 24th of 2018?
Right.
Would your memory have been better back then on these issues as far as the dates that things
Does
happened?
it say what date? Like, they didn't ask me specifically when, how he was acting when. So I don't know exactly what they meant, like how he was acting, what time.
Okay. So you didn't tell them that he began to freak out around that time and act sneaky and go places without telling you where?
I said that, I just don't know at that specific time frame if that was referring to that. Like
Okay.
right now, I really have no idea right now.
Okay. At some point, did a reporter approach you in Mr. Adelson's driveway?
They did.
All right. And was that the first that you learned about this murder?
Yes.
So Mr. Adelson had never even told you during your serious relationship with him that his brother-in-law had been murdered?
He mentioned that he'd been murdered, but there were no details. It was just he said, we don't know who did it and this would happen. So,
Okay. So do you know when this reporter approached you?
like what time or when?
Was it approximately around June 17th of 2016? Does that sound right?
It was right after, like, I think a political holiday because I had a Band-Aid on my arm from a burn that we went to at a barbecue. And it was embarrassing that they took a photo of me with it. So I remember that I still had that Band-Aid on my arm. So it might have been
Okay.
around May or something.
All right.
Maybe Memorial Day.
Are we sure it was in 2016?
Well, there's a picture like the reporter has on the internet. So whenever that article came out, it would be then.
Yeah. She comes off as
I
airy.
can show you an article and ask if this is the one you're.
Charlie apparently likes.
Yes. So there's a Band-Aid on my arm, as you can see.
All right, and what is the date of that article?
That says June 17th. So when is Memorial Day, May?
Yes, what is the year on the article?
2016.
Okay, so can we agree it was approximately in June of 2016 that you got approached?
I believe it was May, but I think they published the article in June. But yes, around June, May, June.
I thought the reporter had the article with them when they approached you. Is that not the case?
No, I mean the photo. Like he made that article and posted it, like
From the interaction.
story. Yeah, from I guess our candid shot or whatever.
All right. So maybe you were approached in May and then the article came out in June.
I believe that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And that was when that reporter approached you, that was when you found out that there was this whole backstory to this murder that may involve Charlie Adelson.
I actually didn't find out at that moment. They like ran up to me asking if I'm Catherine, and I had no idea who that was. So I didn't even know who they were.
How come you didn't know who Catherine Magdanoa was?
Not at all, no.
All right. So is that the first? Did you eventually find out who she was after you learned that name from the reporter?
Yes, eventually.
Who was she?
She was Charlie's ex-girlfriend, and she also worked for another friend of mine at the front desk.
And who's that?
Jerry Obed.
All right. And what was she working for Jerry Obed at the time that you learned about her, I guess? Learned of her existence?
No, so I guess I met her in the front of Jerry's place once briefly, and then when I heard of her, my mind went back to that day, but I had no idea like her name or anything back then.
All right. So you were confused in May of 2016 for her by a reporter. Yes. Right. And then you learned, oh, she was an ex-girlfriend of Charlie Adelson, right?
Eventually, yeah.
Okay. And then subsequent to that, you realized, oh, that's the girl that used to work for Jerry Obed.
Yes.
Okay. I'm with you. All right. Once you found out about this sort of backstory to this homicide and investigation, did the defendant, Mr. Adelson, tell you anything about how to handle the police if you were to be approached by the police?
He said if anyone came knocking on the door asking questions, I don't know anything. And at that time, I really didn't know anything still. So
he told you not to talk to the police?
Right, because I think he had to go away that weekend or week, and I was at the house by myself. So.
And had he been acting strangely for weeks before that article was published? And again, that article was published June 17th, 2016.
I believe so.
All right, tell us what acting strangely means.
I think I said it in my interview that he would kind of run off to places without really giving me an explanation. We kind of had a routine going. We would work, go to the gym, and then every night usually see each other at a certain time. But it was getting to the point where like he was running late or things were happening, and I didn't really know the reason. And also, I think I just felt like something was different in our relationship.
And did you notice that he had begun communicating with Catherine Magbanua around that time?
The time, which
the
time
2
was it?
weeks prior to the publication of that article, which was published on June 17th, 2016.
2 weeks before that. I can't remember exactly when I found out about Catherine Magbanua. Like, I know it was after May. So if it was in that 2 week period before the article came out, then
Did you say in your interview with law enforcement that in that time frame you saw him going back and forth with Katie on the calls, and I said, oh, why do you guys talk so much? And also you were commenting about the calls being at odd hours and how he's not normally up that early, and that's when you saw the call activity on his phone. Do you remember telling law enforcement that?
I remember saying I saw her name come up or something at some point in time. Again, I don't know if that is the same time, around that time.
It's amazing
And
what girls
also,
put up with
the odd hours thing, I was referring to another
when
girl
their boyfriend is
that lives in Philippines.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to page 72.
I don't have a binder.
I'm going to bring you one. Page 72, lines 7 through 22 on your interview. This is a mini, so it needs to be bigger. I'm going to work on that. But this is 72 here. Okay. If you'll read to yourself, lines 7 through 22.
Okay, so
let me ask a question.
Yeah.
Are you still maintaining you're referencing another woman in that comment, or were you talking about Catherine Magbanua?
So in that comment, I actually was referring to when I found out the phone records of Catherine and Charlie, speaking in the morning when they showed how often they would speak on the phone.
All right, thank you.
So,
Did Mr. Adelson ever express any interest in or curiosity to you about who had killed his brother-in-law?
He just said he didn't know who did it, and it was just like an unsolved blank mystery.
I'm going to ask you to look at page 34. 34 of that same mini transcript in front of you. And if you'll review lines 10 through 15. And just let me know when you're done.
10 through 15?
A lot of women.
So yes, I see it.
And didn't you tell law enforcement back when this interview was conducted, quote, if it wasn't him, he never said, oh, I wonder who killed Dan. Or if it was just him saying, just fearing, he used to have clothes by his bed in case they came to get him and stuff. like in the middle of the night. He was just very scared that they would come and take him. Is that what you said?
So I was saying,
Ma'am, is that what you said?
well, no, I didn't say that exactly.
Okay.
I said,
Did
he never said he wondered who
you've
killed
answered the
Dan,
question.
Don't speak over each other. Please wait for her to ask you a question, then answer it.
So the transcript is incorrect.
Judge, improper question. Objection.
Overruled.
Is the transcript incorrect?
As
That's a yes
opposed
or
to
no.
your question, or you mean in general?
The question I asked you. I
It
just
doesn't
read from
match
it.
up to your question, no.
Judge, may we go sidebar?
I'm going to request that we not go to sidebar. I have another question to ask the witness.
Very well.
Did Mr. Adelson ever express any sympathy regarding the death of Dan Markel in your presence?
I mean, yes.
I'm going to turn your attention to page 84 of the transcript, lines 23 and 24. Page 84, lines 23 and 24. I'm sorry.
You mean section 84? Or?
No, ma'am. It's page 84. I think I've got the lines wrong. Let me just take a look. Yes, okay. I was correct. 23 and 24, but you might need to back up a little for context. Didn't you tell law enforcement? That's what was weird to me. I'm always like, well, if you didn't do it, then who do you think did it or something? And he wouldn't ever like show any sympathy or anything.
I don't even see page 84.
All right, thank you. What about, let's go back to Catherine Magbanowa. Did you ever actually meet her or just knew that she worked at Obed's office?
I mean, she greeted me when I walked in the door there. So I met her as like somebody walking in really quick.
Okay, but never hung out with her socially or?
No, I don't even think I spoke to her.
Okay. Was Catherine Magbanowa, if you know, the girlfriend that was right before you with Charlie?
I'm sorry, what?
Was she the girlfriend that preceded you or was right before you?
No, I didn't even know about her. There was another girl before me.
Who was the girl that was right before you?
That I know of, it was Whitney Kick.
How long did he date Whitney Kick?
So initially when I met Charlie in February, I don't know if it was February around then, he was with Whitney at that time. So I think he broke up with her a little before we got together. So
was there anybody else between Catherine Magbanowa and you other than Whitney Kick, to your knowledge?
There was.
Okay, who was that?
Someone named Jessica.
Okay. Did you ever know of Catherine Magbanowa to be employed working for Charlie Adelson?
No.
During the time frame of the bump, so the bump in April, but prior to Ms. Magbanowa's arrest in October, was the defendant picking up communication with Catherine Magbanowa? Did you notice that he was communicating with her more?
I don't know if it was that time frame, like I said.
During this time frame that I'm talking about, did the defendant express concerns to you that his phone was being
in an
tapped?
apartment that is paid by?
I mean, it was probably during that time frame, but he did say that at some point. So.
Were you
Can't
still
speak to the
dating
truth
the
of that,
defendant
but-
at the time that Catherine Magbanowa was arrested on October 1st of 2016?
Yes.
What was the defendant's behavior like after her arrest?
I mean, I think around that time, the media got a hold of the story, so there was.
That's not my question. What was the defendant's behavior like after Catherine Magbanaw's arrest?
Well, I guess his behavior was just someone that's being convicted of murder, or not convicted, accused of murder. I'm sorry.
All right. Was he, quote, very scary to be around?
I mean, I might have said that.
You might have said that, or you did say that?
I think I did say that because we had a fight, so I was afraid one time.
Was he, quote, just like angry and different?
I guess he was, yeah.
Was he violent, agitated,
No.
and short-fused during that time frame?
I believe so.
Did he have trouble sleeping or being alone? Didn't want to be home? Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
When the case came up, did everything just tick him off?
Yes.
Did he start getting really red and screaming and take random walks, like just acting like a crazy person?
Yes, yeah.
Did he get a second phone around this time frame and possibly even a third phone?
I saw one other phone. I don't know about a third. So
Did he start communicating with you via the WhatsApp application?
he did. He started that because he was also out of the country once, so we started using it then.
Did he sleep with a gun at night? In that time frame specifically?
So when you say sleep, do you mean like physically in the bed or?
You tell me.
So
where was the gun?
He had guns because he had his carry license. So he had a few at different places. So in his bedroom.
But
he
specifically
slept.
in this time frame, did he change his habits in reference to the gun?
No,
So
not
he didn't,
that I know.
Okay, so he didn't begin sleeping with a gun under his pillow or near his bed where he hadn't before.
Not sleeping with it. Like it was in the room though, so I don't know.
All right. Was
where.
he super stressed and very affected by the arrest of Catherine Magbanwa?
Yes.
But not super stressed and very affected from what you observed by the death of Daniel Markel, was he?
I have no idea about that.
Well, you said he wasn't.
Where is that?
In the interview that we just reviewed.
I mean,
where
what
you
line
said,
is it?
'84, lines 23 and 24, which we've already done. I think you couldn't find page 84.
No, but I think I know what you're talking about. I think I was speculating on it. He didn't say.
He wouldn't show like any sympathy or anything, right?
I mean, that was my opinion, but I have no idea if he did or not.
Well, the question was, did he express it to you?
I think his actions did, but he didn't physically, like verbally say it.
His actions expressed grief over the death of Dan Markel? What were those actions?
Well, I mean, just somebody concerned, upset over this tragedy and everything.
But that's the opposite of what you told law enforcement in your law enforcement interview.
Well, that
isn't
was
it?
like a long time ago.
Has your memory improved since 2018?
Sonny is in the courtroom and is
Regarding
conveying
what?
information
This
to us.
incident and
Everybody say thank
Charles
you to Sonny.
Adelson's lack of remorse over the death of his brother-in-law.
So after that, after whatever I said, obviously it's been a lot of years. So he probably expressed sympathy after I said that.
All right. What about his mother, Donna Adelson? Did you know her?
I did.
How was she holding it together during this time frame where the bump was occurring, after the bump occurred?
I think she was also stressed out.
Did you observe her to be crying or appear as if she had been crying?
I've seen her like that before, yes.
Did she tell you she was on painkillers for stress?
She may have, I'm not sure.
Did you notice that Donna Adelson was really involved with her grandchildren?
I believe she was.
And was that Wendy's kids?
Yes.
Specifically? Did Donna Adelson ever express any concerns to you about who killed Dan Markel?
No.
Did you say to law enforcement that the Adelsons weren't ever curious, like who really killed him? They weren't upset about it, it seemed like. Did you say that?
I might have said it.
Page 50, lines 19 through 23.
Oh boy, this girl is trying to keep her home and not lying on the stand. Those two might not be compatible.
Okay, so what were you asking? I'm sorry.
Did you say, quote, like they weren't ever curious, like who really killed him? They weren't upset about it, it seemed like.
I did, and I was speculating again, so.
Did the defendant ever say anything about something he did coming back to him?
Where is that?
Why don't you answer the question first?
Wait, what was, you said something coming back to him? What do you mean?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, did the defendant ever tell you about something bad he did coming back to him?
I think he was referring to a horoscope.
Yes, tell us about that, please.
From what I recall, I think we were just reading horoscopes and I don't even remember at this point. I'd have to look it up again, but.
Page 109.
Okay.
Did you review this transcript this morning before your testimony today?
I reviewed it beforehand in the email that you sent. So which line was it?
Page 80, I'm sorry. This is page 109, line 9 through page 110, line 1.
Yeah, this witness does
The question is,
really
did you
does
say
not want to testify.
that the
but he has
horoscope
no
was
choice.
something about something you did in the past will come back and take a big toll on your life? And he said, quote, "Isn't that so true? Wow, that's on point," or something.
Yes.
Was this before or after the arrest of Catherine Magbanua?
I really don't remember that part.
Did you ever ask him about what happened to Dan Markel?
I did, yes.
And what did he tell you?
Well, he told me
This woman needs a
he was
stunt
shot
brain.
and they didn't know who did it.
Okay. What about Wendi Adelson? Were you ever around her during the time that you were dating her brother?
Yes.
Did she ever express any concern to you about the murder of her child's father?
I don't really remember too much of it.
Did the topic come up at all regarding
I think
death?
a topic about her being a single mother came up, and that's all I remember.
Did she make a comment to you that things were still hard for her even though Dan was gone?
Did she make a comment, you're asking?
Yes.
I think it was something along the lines of that, I remember.
And did at some point Charlie Adelson tell you that he and Wendi were actually fighting about this case?
He mentioned that at some point in time.
And was Wendi not speaking to the defendant for some period of time because of something to do with this case?
I don't know like how long the time was, but I believe, yes, she wasn't speaking to him at one point.
And did you know what the thing having to do with this case was that caused them to not be speaking?
I have no idea.
During the time that you were dating Charlie Adelson, I think you said you would stay over there at the house in Whale Harbor. Was that every night or most every night?
Every night.
One of the reasons why I think the prosecution is bringing up this witness is not as much of this is her testimony at the time, but show that Charlie has a type of women, and criminal mastermind is not one of these types. Airheads is his type. So that will go against his claims that, oh, this criminal mastermind, Katie, she pulled everything. No, I don't think the jury will buy that. Very good. My theory, take it as you want.
Maybe one night, like we missed, like, or if he was out of town, then.
During the time that you were over there, did you have an opportunity to observe large amounts of cash in his residence?
I've seen cash there. So.
All right. And are you aware of a large safe that's there in the residence?
There is a safe.
Okay. And during the time that you were dating him, did he have money in that safe, cash?
I believe so.
All right. And did he have thousands and thousands of dollars, stacks of hundreds? Did you say that?
I believe at one point in time.
Did you say, quote, hundreds are like dollars to him?
I did say that.
Did you say that, quote, all of his money is like stapled together, the hundreds in bundles?
I believe I did say that.
Do you need to review the statement?
No, I mentioned like the staples. I just don't remember the bundle part. Are those my exact words or?
The relevance here is that apparently the money that the now convicted murderers carried around were hundreds stapled together. Now, this claim Charlie has tried to refute, and all Charlie's lawyers, but here she is saying it out loud.
Page 42, lines 22, I'm sorry, 42, lines 20 through 22.
Okay, I see it.
Oh, that would be funny if IRS shows up and says,
And
yeah,
did
we
you
are
say
going to
all
take
of his
the rest
money
of
is
it.
like stapled? All of his money is like stapled together, the hundreds in bundles.
Yes.
After your breakup with Mr. Adelson, has he made any large purchases on your behalf?
In 2014, you wouldn't know anything about that, right?
Right.
Okay.
What just happened?
Has anybody tried to tell you? Has anybody, I don't know, that is my question.
No.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
What just happened?
Is there any water?
You'll be off the witness stand soon.
Okay, thanks.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Okay.
Let's start right there. Good afternoon. My name is Dan Rashbaum.
Hi, good afternoon.
Have we ever met before?
No,
Have you ever seen me before in your life?
I saw you on the internet, but no, never in person in my life.
Fair enough. Have I ever talked to you on the phone?
No, I got a subpoena from you the other day to attend trial here, but I've never physically heard from you.
Has anyone from my office,
If she was a state witness, he was planning to call her anyway, just in case she wasn't supposed to. Even if the state didn't call her, he subpoenaed her because he really wants her there. Don't know why, but we will find out.
my colleague Kate Myers, anyone from my team at all ever reached out to you about anything?
No.
Okay.
I was actually surprised you didn't get a depo or anything from me. So
I never deposed you, right?
no, I haven't heard from you or Charlie or anyone.
Okay. So let's just make that clear. Let's clear up a couple other things. Professor Markel was murdered in 2014.
Right.
Did you know Charlie Adelson in 2014?
No.
You didn't start dating him until, I think you said, give or take, October of 2015, right?
That's right.
So any type of feelings he had about the murder of Professor Markel in 2014, you wouldn't know anything about that, right?
Right.
Okay. We're going to do a little bit more of this in a little bit, but that time period that Miss Kappelman was asking you that you were confused about where Charlie was acting odd.
Right.
You know what the bump is, right?
The Donna thing, the
Yeah,
extortion.
Where law enforcement approached Donna Adelson on the street.
Yes.
You probably watched it on TV.
Yes, everywhere.
Right. And you know there was a wire involved in that, correct?
I do.
And that's the point in time that Charlie Adelson was acting kind of weird, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Let's go back a little bit. When you dated Charlie, did you go out a lot when you were dating?
It was like 50-50, but yes, in the beginning we went out a lot every weekend. If we could do nights sometimes too.
Did he work a lot?
A lot.
He started early in the morning and came home late at night a lot of days?
Almost pretty much every day, but like Sunday and Saturday sometime. Saturday, Sunday.
And he worked most of the time 6 days a week.
Yes.
And his work would take him all over the southern part of the state, right?
Right.
He'd be in the car a lot, right?
Yes.
When he dated you and he was in the car, did he bother you a lot by calling you all the time while he was driving?
He knew I was at work and we would see each other before leaving the house. And then when we got back, so he didn't have a need to really call me on his way to work. He would text me and we would text sometimes throughout the day if I had a chance.
Now, you said Charlie keeps a lot of cash at his house, right?
I probably said that, yes.
Okay. And he staples his cash, correct?
That's what I saw, yes.
Okay. And again, you saw this cash at his house in 2016, right? When you dated him, well after the murder.
Oh, yeah, well, way after that, yeah.
Now, there is this discussion about a gun and sleeping with it. He keeps a gun in his nightstand next to his bed, right?
Right.
Are you aware that that habit started on July 18, 2014?
I have no idea.
But ever since you knew him, he kept a gun on his nightstand, right?
Not on it.
In the drawer in his nightstand.
I
Apologies.
think it was in his safe and in the car. But
By the way, his house has a lot of camera equipment, right?
yeah.
Like a lot of camera equipment, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that that camera equipment was installed within 2 weeks of Professor Markels' murder? Are you aware of that?
No.
But it was there when you were there, correct?
Right.
How would she know that?
How about the barbed wire behind his house? He has barbed wire, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that that was installed after Professor Markels' murder?
No.
Did you ever go to the Adelson Institute?
I did.
Did you see all the camera equipment there?
I didn't notice.
Oh, really? When do you expect? But she
Now,
might be recalled.
I think you
She's
talked about
not
this,
supposed to
that
be
there were a
in
lot
the
of,
courtroom.
that media was starting to come around, right?
Yes.
And this was in 2016 after the bump and after some arrests
Right.
and after the Tallahassee Police Department released an affidavit saying that Charlie Adelson was part of the murder. Do you recall that?
Right.
And you asked him and he said he didn't do it, right?
Hearsay.
Sustained as a self-serving hearsay.
Move to strike.
Members of the jury are to disregard the last
Question by Mr. Rauschenbaum. Please continue.
Did Ms. Kappelman just ask you whether you asked Charlie Adelson about the murder?
Yes, this is cross-examination.
Not in the same context, but yes, basically.
Judge, may I go sidebar? I want to make sure I don't step on it. Let me ask it this way. After you asked Charlie Adelson
Okay, good.
if he knew anything or participated in the murder, did you continue to date him?
Yes.
Did you continue to stay at his house almost every day?
Yes. We were every day until we broke up.
You didn't have any worry about your safety, right?
No.
By the way, during this time period,
Oh, can I interrupt you? Sorry. I did have a worry
really?
about,
Hold
oh,
on. They're going to need to ask you the question. You just don't get to start offering statements unless it's clarifying the last question.
it was clarifying it.
Then you may clarify your answer as to the last question.
So, I'm sorry, the last question one more time, because now I forgot it.
Please ask again.
I have forgotten it as well.
Did you continue to stay at his house and spend time with him? I believe that was the question.
Now I remember. Okay, you asked if I felt safe. So at one point in time, he was getting death threats and all this stuff. So at that time when we were together, I kind of felt unsafe with people recognizing us or something like that.
Did you ever feel unsafe? Do you ever think that Charlie Adelson was going to hurt you?
No.
Now, during the time after these media reports, etc., did Charlie take trips overseas?
Yes.
Did he always come back?
Yes.
Did he once tell you he wasn't,
Objection.
withdraw,
Hearsay.
withdraw. Ms. Kappelman asked you about how he was angry, how he was upset. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
At that time, there were Dateline specials being aired, right?
Yes. More than Dateline, but
And what was his reaction to these media reports?
I think he was just flustered and stressed out.
Yeah. One thing, the previous trial in 2022 was against Catherine, Charlie's ex-girlfriend, the girlfriend who now is convicted of first-degree murder and stuff like that. So her changing her testimony from last year to now, maybe the state doesn't care. I don't know. All they needed in was the stacks of cash stapled together. That's what they need in this trial.
And a ton of different emotions.
Was he angry?
Yes.
Now, you were interviewed by law enforcement in 2018. I think that's what we established finally today, right?
Yes.
And your testimony then was essentially the same as it was today, correct?
My testimony, from being, yes.
They asked you pretty much the same questions.
Yes. We just went over my transcript basically, so.
That was in 2018. There's nothing today that they asked you different, is new from 2018, right?
No, my memory just didn't remember the dates, but no.
But their questions were the same. There's no new topic.
Right.
When was Charlie Adelson arrested?
I believe it was April 2022.
So 4 years after they asked you those very same questions, correct?
Correct.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Okay. There is the argument that no facts in the case has changed since 2018, which I don't believe is correct.
Just double check.
They needed the convictions to get here. Unless the murderers and Katie was convicted, the charges against Charlie would not have been brought. That's the change in facts. Come on, attorney.
Has Charlie ever told you to lie?
Has he ever told me a lie?
Yeah.
Objection. Hearsay.
Oh,
He has, yes.
He's told you to lie?
Oh, I thought you said a lie.
Has Charlie ever told you to lie?
No, never.
No further questions.
But that's contradictory. You have Charlie asked you to lie?
Right.
She said yes. Or told you a lie. Okay, she doesn't believe Charlie have told her a lie.
So the
Well,
defense
whatever.
was trying to get you to move the time period of when Charlie was acting crazy and angry to when the news articles were being published.
Right.
But in your law enforcement interview, you articulated that he had been acting weird for weeks prior to that first news article. Isn't that right? And you didn't
That's
know
what
why.
I remember. Yes.
Ma'am? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And did they
Thank
raised,
you.
oh, didn't
Yeah,
he tell you?
you're correct.
He didn't have anything to do with it. Did he tell you that he had purchased a vehicle for Ms. McBano or given her a vehicle?
He didn't tell me, but I saw that in the 2020 thing and asked him about it.
Okay, and he admitted he gave her a vehicle.
He said his father, it was an old car that his father
Did he give
transferred.
her a vehicle?
I don't know.
Did he mention giving her or contributing to a breast augmentation for Catherine McBanoa?
He said he never contributed to that.
If you'll look at tab 1 of the binder in front of you, the trial on May 23rd, 2022 should be your first tab.
Now they are getting into what she actually said a year ago.
And if you'll look first on page 1197, lines 19 through 24. Are you with me?
Yes. Can you
I
say
haven't
the
asked the
lines
question.
again? What were the lines?
Yes, ma'am. It's 1197 is the page, and the lines are 19 through 24.
Right.
Did you previously testify? Question, did he put you on the payroll at the Adelson Institute after you broke up? No. Do you recall him telling you that he gave Catherine McBanoa a car? Answer, I do. Page 1216.
That's what he said, yes, at the time.
And would you turn to 1216 now?
I'm there, yes.
Oh, okay. And in that testimony, did you also testify? Question, so now your testimony is that he told you he paid for half of her breast augmentation.
He said that at one point, but I think it was a joke.
That's not up to you.
No further questions.
Jesus Christ, that's
Witness be recalled by either party.
air.
Judge, we do have her on the subpoena, so there's a possibility.
You may step down.
Okay, she's subpoenaed. The defense might use her. And I would guess that they will go after her regarding the contradictory things between trials.
State calls Wendi Adelson.
Here's Wendi again. This is probably to impeach her through other people's testimony. That's basically the same dress.
Adelson, you remain under oath. You may be seated.
Ms. Adelson, we've got 2 points we need clarification on from you. When we talked about your relationship with Jeffrey Lacasse, we talked about a occasion on July 13th, 2014. It would have been the Sunday before the murder. And on that occasion, did you at your residence that evening, in the context of discussing the relocation issue with involving you and your children moving to South Florida, did you say that Charlie, your brother, this defendant, had explored all options to resolve the problem, including hiring a hitman, and it would cost either $15,000 or $50,000?
No.
And did you have a conversation with Jeffrey Lacasse at your residence that night where you said you wanted to share something in confidence with him?
No.
Did you ever say that your brother had seriously hired a hitman where you weren't repeating the joke? You
No.
were serious. All right. And second point for clarification involves that dinner where you got sick at the dinner table. You recall which evening I'm speaking of?
I do.
This would have been about 2 weeks to a month after the homicide, I believe. Okay. And on that occasion, did you ever tell Jeffrey Lacasse that Charlie had referred to the dinner as a celebration dinner?
No.
Did you ever tell Jeffrey Lacasse that it was a celebration dinner?
No.
No further questions.
Cross-exam.
Very briefly.
I would have objected.
Good afternoon.
Asked and answered.
During your interrogation, do you recall Jeffrey Lacasse's name coming up?
Yes.
And do you recall that it was Jane McPherson who brought up his name, not you?
Yes, correct.
And do you recall, as a result of his name being brought up, he was considered a suspect?
Yes.
And do you recall that Detective Isom asked you a lot of questions about him?
Yes.
And he asked you about his car.
Yes.
And he asked you about his travel schedule.
Yes.
And he asked you for his information so that he could speak with him, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, we are.
But you didn't bring up his name, right?
A minute or two behind.
You didn't try to frame Jeffrey Lacasse for any murder, right?
Absolutely not.
In fact, Jane McPherson was the one who brought up his name, correct?
She was.
I have no further question.
Please approach.
This will be interesting. Yes, thank you, Sonny. You are amazing. Yeah, the defense attorney works with what he has. Regarding Mr. Adelson's guilt, do I think he was involved? Yes. Has the prosecution proved it? I'm not there.
But Jeffrey Lacasse's name did come up while you were in the interview room, being interviewed in reference to the shooting, right?
Jane McPherson brought him up.
She was in the room with you during the interview.
For some of it, not for the whole time.
Okay, but during the part where Jeffrey Lacasse's name came up, she was in the interview room with you.
Yes, she brought him up.
And this is the same interview that we've referenced previously where you were taken from the restaurant to be told about what happened with Dan.
Yes.
Nothing further.
You may step down, ma'am. Will Ms. Adelson be recalled by either the state or the defense again?
Certainly hope not, Your Honor.
You remain under subpoena.
Remain under subpoena.
Please call your next witness.
Jeffrey Lacasse.
Mr. Lacasse, you remain under oath. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Lacasse, I want to take you back to July 13th, 2014. This is going to be the Sunday before the homicide that we're here about. Did you see Wendi Adelson evening at her residence here in Tallahassee.
Yes, after we returned from dinner and a movie, we went back to her residence. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And at some point that evening, did the issue of the relocation battle that was going on back in the summer of 2013 come up?
It did.
And is that the issue we've already touched on, which has to do with her wanting to move to South Florida with the children and filing a petition to do so in the courts?
That's right. And by extension, the issue of being stuck in Tallahassee.
Okay. And while discussing that issue, did Ms. Adelson make some statements to you about her brother, Charlie?
She did.
And what were those statements?
She asked to speak to me confidentially in a very serious tone of voice, told me that Charlie had investigated all possible options to take care of the problem of Danny Markel, including hiring a hitman, which would cost about $15,000. And I later revised that and thought maybe it was $50,000, but the dollar amount was the only thing in question.
Oh,
She
so the
definitely said
judge ruled
Charles
that
Adelson had
somebody
looked into hiring a
opened
hitman
the
to
door.
kill Danny Markel.
And when did she say Mr. Adelson had
Oh,
looked into
really?
hiring a hitman?
When the
Somebody
relocation
opened
was
the door.
denied the previous summer.
Okay. All right. And the dollar amount, so she either said 15 or 50, you're not sure which?
That's correct.
Okay. And when she said this, what was her demeanor like?
She's very serious.
All right. So definitely not to be confused with the TV joke.
No, I'd heard that joke repeatedly. I knew that joke. This was something very different. This was chilling, a little scary, made my stomach flip. I found it disturbing. The joke was said in a lighthearted manner, and this was not said in that way. This was serious and said confidentially.
All right. Thank you. And I want to, well,
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure when.
okay. I think we should go from there to the next day.
Must have
It's going to
been
be
why
July
the-
14th, 2014, the Monday before the murder.
This must have been why the lunch break for us was extended, because somehow, somewhere, the judge said, okay, somebody opened the door. This is now in. Okay, it's in.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see Wendi Adelson on that day?
Yeah, I can't remember if I contacted her, if she contacted me, but she was excited to see me. And I wasn't so sure about that because the night before we had an awkward conversation at the conclusion of that night. And I had told her that she didn't want to do this anymore, that she could just send me a text and I wouldn't, take any offense. We would just, break up. So I didn't get that text. Instead, I talked to Wendi Adelson and she was excited to see me.
All right. So what did you do?
Well, then she needed to call me back, and it went from her enthusiasm about seeing me to let's just meet at yoga tonight, go in separate cars. So there's a real shift in about 30 minutes.
Did you go to yoga?
We did. We went to yoga.
All right. And after yoga, was there a discussion about your relationship and the status of your relationship?
Yeah, a very brief one. I mean, yoga is not a great place to talk, obviously. So while we were sitting there, she seemed very cold, and I kind of got the feeling that it was over, that this was it. So as we walked to the car, I tried to talk to her about the relationship, and that didn't go well. And so I just kind of put up my hands and walked away, feeling sad that this was it.
All right. And as you walked away, was that the end, or was there more conversation after you began to walk
No,
away?
she called out to me, and I walked back towards her. And she was deeply curious. Well, let me back up slightly. During that conversation, she didn't have any interest in spending any
Wendy's
time with me for the rest
boyfriend
of the
at
week.
the time
Kinda
of the
confirmed,
murder.
like, this is over. But then when she called me back, she had a series of detailed questions about what I would be doing on Friday.
And Friday is going to be July 18th, right?
Yes,
And that's the date of the homicide?
that's exactly right.
What were her inquiries of you regarding that date?
I had a trip planned to Tennessee. She was aware that I was planning to leave about 11 a.m. On Friday. I need to get to Atlanta for an early dinner, so with traffic, she knew I was departing at 11. And at the yoga studio in the parking lot, she had asked if I was still going, if I didn't go, why not, what route I would be taking a lot of bizarre amount of interest in that trip that didn't make sense to me at the time, given that she didn't want to spend time with me.
And how does it make sense to you now?
Well, if I had left on my trip at the scheduled time that she had known about for quite a while, I would have driven pretty close to Danny Markel's house about the same time as at the murder, in a similar looking car to the suspect vehicle.
What type of vehicle did you drive?
I drove a 2004 Nissan Sentra that was silver metallic gray color.
Okay, so not a Prius. I thought he drove a Prius, but yeah, those are quite
So
smallish
if you had
cars.
followed your original plans, you would have been passing by the Markel residence or nearby there around the same time as the killers were fleeing?
Yeah, I would have been at Capitol Circle in Thomasville. Sure, I would have been on the same cell tower, for example. I think my life could have been pretty complicated had I taken my original plans.
All right, so you didn't, I guess, take the original plans.
No, I did not. I had made a last minute decision the night before to leave Thursday night instead. I had not informed Ms. Adelson about that because we weren't speaking. Actually, no, I don't know that anyone, for sure that anyone in Tallahassee knew I had changed my plans, just the people at the other end.
All right, so you were actually in Tennessee at the time of the homicide.
I was.
And when we've heard you were called in as a potential suspect, and apparently named by a Jane McPherson. Do you know who that is?
I do.
Okay, who is that?
That was a friend of Wendi Adelson's, and she was a doctoral student in our program. I had not much of a relationship with her, just a kind of a working relationship. We'd worked on a couple projects together, but I didn't know her very well at all.
But someone that knew that you had been dating Wendi.
Yeah, I think she was a confidant of Wendi Adelson's. Yes, for sure.
Okay, so you get called in, and were you able to provide documentation to show that you were in Tennessee and not in Tallahassee?
Yeah, I was excluded fairly quickly because investigators found Kmart surveillance footage of me at a Kmart in Tennessee using my credit card and my cell phone showing me there shortly after the murder. So it was impossible that I was the shooter.
All right, and then was there also some similar type coincidences around the time of the trip that the killers made in June?
Yes. On June 6th, I had a business trip to Gainesville, and I departed at 11 a.m. on a Friday, June 6th, which Ms. Adelson would have known about by March. So really, I take 2 trips out of Tallahassee in my car the whole spring and summer semester. And both times, Hitman tried to kill Danny Markel.
Okay. Any further contact with Wendi after the yoga date?
We, about 10 days after the murder, she reached out to a mutual friend, and we had a few phone calls.
And during one of those phone calls, did you learn about a dinner where Wendi had become ill at the table?
Yes, I did learn about that.
And what did you learn about that dinner?
That she went out to dinner with Charlie for what he called a celebration dinner. He said something to her. She spontaneously vomited on the table.
And this would have been within
This
how
is not
much time after the homicide?
Within a few weeks.
Was it specified that the celebration was in reference to Dan Markel's death as opposed to anything else?
Wasn't specified.
But whatever it was, that's the dinner where she vomited.
That's right. That's right.
One moment, please. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Let's shift gears a teeny bit.
Okay.
When you and Miss Adelson were dating, there were occasions when she would drive, right?
Yes.
Did she have a good sense of direction?
I don't know.
You're aware that when she was married to, she lived in Professor Markel, she lived on the house on Trescott, right?
Yes.
And when you were dating Wendi, would she often use Trescott as a shortcut to get from one place to another?
She used it a few times when I was in the car, if that's what you're asking. She did that on June 27th, the day we departed to Gainesville at 11 a.m.
Mo's back.
I think you said.
Oh, have you heard anything?
Yeah, so basically, Wendi is a lying heifer who lies.
Yeah, I don't know when the judge changed his mind about all of this, but apparently he did. Somebody
Yeah.
found case law or anything to support that Jeffrey could say this.
Well, I'm pretty sure that the state was probably like, we have done this in several other trials. I don't understand what that Schnell is going on here.
Mm.
And little Mr. Prissy Pants, the
Yeah.
defense attorney, you know,
Mm.
going on about my fairness, probably.
Yeah, it might be that some of this has been in the prior trial. I don't know. I have no idea. But whatever they brought up, it was enough for the judge to change his ruling. So now it's a credibility. Now it's he said, she said. But what goes for Jeff is similar looking car, apparently not a Prius, but the 2
yeah.
times he goes out of town is the times attempted and the actual.
Yeah, and even though it was someone else that brought it up in the, you know, when she was, you know, interrogated, it wouldn't take much for her friend to say, "Oh my gosh, you know, didn't you and Jeff just break up?" I mean, if she had been saying to her friend on the drive over, "Gosh, me and Jeff just broke up and he was really upset and I don't want to say anything because Jeff's such a nice guy, but oh my gosh, Jeff, you know, da 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 da." You know,
Hmm.
it's not hard to manipulate someone into
Yeah.
saying to not being the person. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not
And
putting
this,
anything.
yeah, and speculating here. Now we know speculatively, cell tower and everything. She knows the route he is supposed to. I mean, the timing is odd. How would they know that he was going to the gym? Pick up, leave the kids, go to the gym, unless that's what he always did. But then why would they stake him out? But yes, he would be in a heap of trouble being in the area, ex-boyfriend to her. They were investigating him. He would be in a heap of trouble.
Yeah. So, I mean, he seems like it seems like she targeted him to have a patsy. With
Yeah,
the
but
hot
oh,
and cold and how she just kind of used him and didn't really want to go any further. I feel bad for Jeff. I mean, she took him to yoga class, which just seems upsetting on so
Hmm.
many levels to me, but I'm not flexible, so you know that.
Yeah. And Sue, is there any chance they will go after Grandma Mastermind? Everything about all these trials is pointing to the state going after the Adelsons. But they
Well,
can only get there in steps.
so think about it with like, okay, where regardless of how you stand on the political thing, how they're trying to go after Trump, let's say, you know,
Sure.
they're trying to get the little people to flip right now so that, you know, you can have stepping
Hmm.
stones of, well, you know, these people fairly unrelated to anything have said, you know, guilty. So obviously if they've said, you know, or taken plea deals, then, you know, with the rule of transitive properties, then
Hmm.
the top guy is super duper guilty, you know.
Yeah. But let's not get too far behind.
One of your interviews that she would do that at least 100 times, drive by the house.
That was a figure of speech.
Now, you mentioned, we'll start with the joke, the bad joke.
Yes.
You mentioned this TV joke, how it was lighthearted, bad humor, certainly in the context of what happened, but it was a joke.
Yeah, it was dark humor, I would say, but it was clearly a joke. Yes.
And do you recall that joke being given at that Yardbird dinner?
I don't.
Could it have been given at that Yardbird dinner?
It could have, but I don't recall it. And I actually think I might remember that.
I'm sure you do.
Given what happened.
I think one thing that has been established is you believe that Wendi Adelson tried to frame you for Professor Markel's murder, right?
I'm suspicious that there was an effort made in that way, yes.
And so that has affected your viewpoint, correct?
Sure.
Well, let's talk about your viewpoint. And we have to go a little bit back and repeat a couple things to put it in context. So you meet with Charlie Adelson. He tells you that he's in the he's friends with people in the criminal
I wouldn't
element.
go this far into this, counselor.
You say thanks for a great meeting, correct? Send him a nice text.
The next day I sent him a text, yes.
You don't go to the police.
No, I don't go to the police.
He's a lawyer, of course.
You then hear that Charlie's made a joke many times about this TV being cheaper than hiring a hitman.
Heard the joke twice.
Okay. You don't go to the police.
No.
Then in June, at a time when Wendi Adelson is breaking up with you, she sits you down and she says, I have to confide the biggest secret in my life. That a year ago, my brother actually looked into hiring a hitman. That's your testimony here today, right?
You said in June, sir?
in June. I'm sorry, in,
Okay,
Ju-
but
yes,
that's still
I'm sorry, in July.
looking into
In July.
Can you restate that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll do it again.
It's not a. He
I'll try to
hired
keep it lower this
someone.
time.
Sorry, what did you say?
So he looked into, I mean, okay, granted, look, this is rural Indiana. I'm just saying, you know, everyone has that shifty ass uncle. I mean, shifty behind uncle that, you know, if you have that ridiculous ex-husband that is acting a fool, you know, everyone has that shifty behind uncle that, you know, says like, I know someone who, so granted, everyone has that shifty uncle who's like, "Yeah, I know a guy that can take care or something." Okay. So there's a level of seriousness. And if his girlfriend was acting all crazy already, how much salt are you going to put behind if she's already hysterically crying and leaving dates and all of this other stuff when nothing has happened yet? I mean, it would be the boy that cried wolf against a very well-known, well-funded family. What
Yeah.
is he going to say?
Yeah.
This argument is ridiculous.
Yeah,
I'm going
I
to say
mean,
another word.
in that situation, don't you just want to get the F out of there? Just,
Yeah,
oh,
seriously.
please don't remember me.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, he probably was just ready to GTFO. You know, this woman is way too much. She's got way too much baggage and a crazy family. No, thank you. So, him trying to go after a man that they obviously used as a patsy or attempted patsy is not going to look good.
Yeah.
Well, yes, sardonisms. He continued to try to make excuses for her weird behavior. He needs a self-defense
Yeah.
course for
He was
crazy.
simping.
Yes. And she isn't
In
all
July,
she's
But I
not a
don't.
10.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
of 2014,
Yes.
about a week before the murder, when you're breaking up with Wendi Adelson, or things are seriously not good, she sits you down and she says, Jeffrey, I've got to confide in you. My brother actually looked into hiring a hitman. That's your testimony here today.
No, she didn't sit me down. She said it in passing, and she had a habit of blurting out things that weren't in her own self-interest. But she did do that. She did make that statement. Yes, sir.
And it was chilling to you.
It was.
Unlike the joke, you thought it was real.
It was real, yes.
Did you go to the police?
I did not.
And then you break up.
Kind of. She strung me along for another week, as you know. Mostly, yeah, but kind of.
Well, the murder happens and you get called in as a suspect of the murder.
Right.
And you're upset at that point.
Yes, I was upset.
And you have a first interview with the police. And then you have a second interview with the police.
Yes.
And during the second interview with the police, you talked solely about Wendi Adelson.
Yeah, I think that's right. I felt like I needed to say they need to look at Wendi Adelson as well. That was the point of that talk. Yes, sir.
That was the point of that talk.
Yes.
And you don't mention actually Charlie Adelson at all in that second
I
interview.
already had done so, so yes, you're correct.
So that second interview, you talk just about Wendi Adelson. And in fact, you're so uncomfortable in the interview. You tell the police that. You say, I'm so uncomfortable. And Detective Isom asked you why. Do you recall that?
It wasn't a Detective Isom.
Okay, I'm sorry. The detective who was interviewing you asked you why.
I don't, you have to remind me on that.
Well, let me remind you what you
Yeah.
said. You said, because it's hard for me, because if she would take me back right now, I would go back to her.
Yeah, I was still under her spell to some degree. I would say I was fairly pathetic at that point. I would acknowledge that. Yeah.
So let me understand this.
He called himself that
right
as
words in your mouth. Wendi Adelson has told you that her brother looked into hiring a hitman sometime in 2013. He gets murdered.
He does.
You go to an interview, and during that interview, you're still thinking about staying with Wendi Adelson. You don't want to talk badly about her because you still want to be with her.
You're talking about this July 23rd interview specifically?
Yes.
Yeah, it only been a week. It was still pretty fresh. I was still pretty mixed up. That's right.
Okay, well, let's see how mixed up you were after that. So then you're clearly broken up at that point. We can agree, right?
Actually, I would say yes functionally, but I've testified before that Ms. Adelson and I had conversations in August where she behaved as if we were still together, and we had a conversation that finally ended it, initiated by me. Now, practically, we were broken up.
You never dated. You never went on a date with her again, right?
Never saw her again in our courtroom, right?
Fair enough. Fair enough. Then she tells you, according to you, that my client, Charlie Adelson, says that she had a celebration dinner with Charlie, and that the celebration dinner was about the murder of Professor Markel.
I don't recall saying that last part.
But that's how you took it, right?
I worried that was the case. I told the police, and my understanding is Wendi conceded she threw up on a dinner table.
Do you know that the first time you told the police that was in March of 2015?
I do know that.
So what happened in September of 14? What happened in October of 14? What happened in November of 14? What happened in December of 14, January of 15, February of 15? You still didn't think that was important to tell the police?
I'm happy to answer that. I think you deserve an explanation on that. You may have noticed in my March 6, 2015 interview, I come in with notes, big pile of notes. Those notes are written in July of August. They're written pretty quick after the murder. I didn't come in right away, partially because I was scared of your client. I was scared of the repercussions if I went on the record further about my suspicion. So I was reluctant to come back in because I was frankly scared.
Oh, I get it. You were scared of him in August of 14, but you weren't scared of him in March of 2015.
And I decided to man up, decided it was a homicide and needed to man up. That's a decision I came
Right.
to.
You weren't scared to tell him that my client had actually looked into a hitman a year earlier. That didn't scare you. You could tell him that in July.
No, I was.
Hold on, sir. Let me ask a question.
Fair enough.
In July of 2014, you told police that Charlie Adelson, you heard, actually looked at hiring a hitman. You weren't scared to tell him that.
I asked for police protection. I was scared.
You told them that in July of 2014. Isn't that correct?
Yes, in the same conversation, I said, can I get some assurances? Can I get some protection? I have something I want to tell you. I'm scared to tell you.
But you were too scared to tell him about a celebration dinner comment, and you waited almost half a year to tell him?
Well, I did wait half a year to tell them, but the notes I brought in were written right after that interview. I also wanted to get my thoughts together because I thought this day might come. And I wanted, in those first two interviews, there was a lot going on. It's pretty traumatic. So I wanted to collect my thoughts. So that's what I was doing, in addition to being pretty frightened and having to get over that idea.
Isn't it true that those comments never happened, and you're upset because you believe that this family tried to frame you for murder?
Everything I'm saying is true.
I'm sure it is. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Move to strike the I'm sure it is.
I'll withdraw it.
Wow, someone's getting sassy. Someone's getting a little sassy pants.
I have no further comments for this. Or questions.
This may seem like a fine point, but I want to make sure it's crystal clear. When Mr. Rashbaum was asking you about the hot tub conversation, Mr. Rashbaum said that his client said that he was friends with people in the criminal element. Is that exactly what was said?
The word I recall is he had connections and friends on both sides of the tracks.
Okay. Connections to the criminal
elements.
element.
And particularly, there was the Cuban neighborhood comment that I repeated to the TPD later.
Gotcha.
Actually, on July 21st, first interview, I mentioned that comment.
Okay. How many pages of notes do you have in reference to this case?
Like right now or over the last 9 years?
I mean, kind of over the last 9 years.
Yeah. I'm a researcher by training. I'm an analytic person by nature. So those 6 months.
Oh my God.
It's pretty obsessive.
I may start loving this man again.
Writing. I condensed it down. I think if you watch the videotape, you would see me bring in 3, 4, 5 pages. But I would say I wrote probably 100 pages before I came in to see them the third time.
Going through every receipt.
Yes.
Every detail.
Yes.
Partially out of what? What motivation?
Well, pretty traumatic. So fear was part of it. Like if they can catch the people that did this, I'll be safe. That was a big piece of it.
Mm-hmm.
Also, this was a brutal murder and I wanted to see justice done. And I did not want to leave something sitting on the shelf. If I was in the possession of something that could help, I wanted to help.
And you did, isn't it true that you didn't know what was going to end up being important out of all the nuggets you dug out of the phone and everywhere else?
I had no idea. And I also told them repeatedly, I hope and pray this wasn't Wendi and Charlie Adelson. But just in case, here's the stuff I have. And
Mr. Rashbaum asked you about why didn't you go to the police when you learned that Mr. Adelson had in fact looked into hiring a hitman. Just to reiterate, the statement was made the Monday before the murder, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's the statement that where Wendy's relating it to you.
Yes.
All right, so that's going to be in 2014.
Yes.
Okay, and she's making a statement about something that occurred in what year?
2013.
All right, why didn't you go to the police with this information?
Because it was a past tense thing she was reporting. I did not sense that it was a present danger. I didn't know Hitman had already visited Tallahassee. I didn't realize there was an active murder plot.
In hindsight, should you have gone to the police with this information?
Yes.
One moment, please. Nothing else, Your Honor.
Maybe go sidebar briefly.
Approach.
All right. That was interesting.
Well, Mr. Yippee got a little Twitter
Yeah.
baited there.
Yeah. I'm not
Again,
entirely sure how that helped his client.
I look, I get vigorously defending your client. And this might just be my personality where I don't like confrontation, so it tends to turn me off right away. But being unnecessarily antagonistic and sarcastic to a person that hasn't been that way to you first, it bothers me. Now, if Jeffrey had gone in there and been a complete tool first, I could understand his attitude, but his attitude was just gross to me. But I mean, again, if he went to the cops, what would they have done? They would have gone to the Adelsons. The Adelsons would have said, "We're doing nothing," and then it would have just looked like the boy crying wolf. It would not have.
At this point,
Well,
And
I
he's
think what may
right.
make sense first, with all respect, is maybe let them just ask him whether he has the notes first and whether they can get them, rather than do an inquiry. I don't think the state has done anything wrong.
well, I think that directly goes to factor one, whether there's a violation, but yes.
I don't think there's a violation, but I think I'm entitled to the notes if he has them, and then we can recall them.
Very well. Does your client need to use the restroom or take a break?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll take a 10-minute break and we'll go back on at 3:40. Ms. Kappelman, how many more witnesses do you plan to call before we? Okay.
Who are the two?
3:40 to start again.
Okay. Yeah, this is interesting. Let's go to live. Oh, we are up to speed. There are still. However, they got everything in from the state. Now, I'm not a big fan of hearsay or double hearsay. I don't really care for the exceptions because the exceptions are just getting more and more and more. And if the end result in this does, because we had that double hearsay in the Zachariah Adelson trial, and that was allowed, and I don't like it because it sets up innocent people just by having somebody on the stand saying, I heard that they said, I heard from them that somebody told them 2 steps away. And I
Now,
don't like it.
is the defense trying to call a Brady motion because this witness has notes that they weren't able to see? Or a Brady violation?
Maybe. I'm not sure because he's not called as an expert.
Well, he said that he wasn't sure of a violation, and I was trying to think of what kind of violation there could be. As a non-lawyer, I only know of like one,
Mm.
and that's the Brady violation. So I'm
Yeah.
sure there's other violations of violence.
Should we do a so, oh, let's see. I'm asking Dave. Jeffrey said on the stand he had notes taken
Yeah,
over months.
yes, and then I have
And
also been, I did get copies. So on a totally unrelated note, while we are on a break
yeah, I
here
am.
in
Yeah.
So things are popping off. So in Delphi, I have both the motion to disqualify and the motion to leave Mr. Rossi on, and two lawyers from Allen County, one of which just got, or let me see, what was I? Sorry, I know that this was. Two new public defenders have been appointed for Mr. Allen, but one just was suspended from his jobs a few weeks ago due to substance abuse. And the other one told news when the case broke that the state's witnesses were all very consistent in their stories. So prior
Huh.
to being appointed, these two were appointed from the same county the judge that is being called to disqualify is from. Now, the way that this can be worked around is that the judge can pick public defenders, but she can't pick his private counsel. So if Mr. Rossi would like to continue to work pro bono, I guess, as his private counsel, that is an option. But it's looking pretty. The motion to disqualify is pretty damning, at least in my eyes. But I'm not a lawyer person, so.
We can check with Dave if he can show up. I have messaged him and I have the call sign. Yeah. The Dave signal is out.
And I mean, Law Kong, I think, I mean, I know he's the jilted boyfriend, but also they did try to set him up as the killer. So
Yeah. And when it comes to credibility, I everything involved, I have him a hair over her with all what was going on, especially with him being called in as a suspect. And if he hadn't decided to drive there the night before, he might have been jailed and career ruin. Yeah.
just as I can see him being the kind of anal retentive guy that keeps all of his receipts to keep his gas mileage logged to see how he's doing as far as, look, he's my kind of nerd. I'm just saying, Mr. Mo will do this, so he's my kind of nerd. So I'm telling you, he has what we call the recipients or the receipts. So my guess is he has 100 pages of daggone notes, plus itemized
Yeah.
receipts, plus the Xerox stamped copies.
Okay. Ghost story. The Jeffrey who we saw on the stand was Wendy's boyfriend at the time of the murder. Well, they broke up around the time. So, also, why break up a week? They broken up a week before, or something like that, before the murder happened. When she was called in to, okay, do you know anything? Well, apparently, one of the first people that were pointed at by her friend was Jeffrey. And Jeffrey was out of town twice during that spring. Both times first time was around the first attempted murder. Second time was at the time of the murder. He was supposed to drive there around lunch on the day of the murder. But without telling anybody, he decided to drive there the day before, so they could remove him as a suspect. And from where he lived to where he gone, he would have passed by close to the victim's home. So had they checked the phone towers and everything and the GPS data, they would have seen that he was close by at the time of the murder.
I know his notes aren't facts, Lakong.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I know that he would keep receipts and everything, because I'm just, I live with one, I know, and I am one. Well, sort of chaos demon style, but look, I have a pile of receipts that I will someday organize.
Yeah, don't be around murders, because if they go into your computer and everything,
Oh,
our Google history does imply we are very, very disturbed people.
between Loch Ness monsters, ancient aliens, and all of the unaliving things I have on my things, like we might as well just. Your Honor, sir, I know what my Google history says, but in reality, it's my Kindle book list that really needs Jesus.
Oh.
I mean, in second thought, I'd like to plead the fifth. How do I do that, perhaps?
Oh. Well, I know that when I use, even now, I have when I close down, everything is erased from my history and everything. But that doesn't mean it's actually erased. But it's at least one step. This is in case of passing. I don't have to ask a friend to go in and erase my history for the reason of my family and stuff like that. Oh, I wonder what he searched for.
My family should know better.
Yeah. And then on my other stuff, I have my clients and everything, and that is encrypted as fuck. So good luck with that.
Mine will probably be encrypted just because I can't remember any passwords. Mine is self-encrypted because I can't remember my daggone passwords.
Yeah, it's like but at least on my phone I don't have fingerprint or face recognition because no. I don't. It's enough that our passports here in Sweden has to have our fingerprints on it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess that makes some sort of sense. I don't know.
In the EU, I think it's all around the European Union, because if you get a passport in one country as a migrant, then if you try to alter something to go somewhere else, then they still have your fingerprints on file.
Oh, well, that does make a certain kind
yeah.
of sense.
For instance, the terrorist in Belgium a couple of weeks ago who killed a couple of Swedes, he was previously in Sweden, thrown out, and then got himself an alternate person ID and got to Belgium, but they found out,
Everyone may
and
be seated.
he was about to be thrown out of Belgium as well.
Where are they ready back there?
He said he did the notes for 9 years.
Okay, just okay.
Yeah, there will be a lot of noise about those notes. I would
Oh
assume.
Lord, poor Jeffrey's back on. He's like, did he bring the binder with him? He probably did in a little satchel.
Yeah, he shouldn't have said that. He should not have said that. He wasn't asked about notes, was he? No?
Well, he got a little irritated when Lawyer Man was asking him, and he said, well, I changed my answers because I had notes, and you'll notice I brought notes in because I wanted to get everything straight because I was all traumatized and such.
Yeah, this will be interesting.
Oh, Jeffrey, you just weren't going to make it out of this court. You thought you were done.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, please tell me he brought them in a binder with little page protectors, on each of the sheet. With the receipts stapled.
Rashbaum would like to inquire of the witness about the notes. So we figured we'll do that now since he's here.
Without the jury or with?
With.
Okay.
This is unexpected.
It'll be quick, Your Honor, I promise.
What in question that becomes 9?
I didn't say that. Louder, please. Just keep it.
Are we changing grounds to notes? Notes! Grounds!
Questions pretty soon.
Oh, this poor man. He was like, Jeffrey should have run. Should have gotten in his car and hauled the ass.
Hey. Hi, Sonny.
Do we think Charlie would look better with a beard?
Does the notes include Charlie with the devil horns painting?
Are those notes lawful law?
Everyone may be seated.
I stole that
Members of
from
the jury, the defense
ALX.
is going to have a very brief
LG or
recross of Mr.
LEJ muted.
Mr. Lacoste, those notes, pages and pages of notes, did you provide them to the prosecutors?
No, they were destroyed. I used them to guide my interviews with investigators, and then I destroyed them.
You destroyed them?
Yes.
Oh,
Why'd you destroy them?
Fucker.
I don't know they wouldn't have been of any use to anyone else. They were just little talking points for me. We went through every single thing on my notes. It was on videotape, and then I got rid of them.
Oh, you moron.
So when you were on the videotape, you were reading your notes?
I was using them as prompts to remember to talk
You're
about
a
each thing.
dumbass.
The investigator guided the
Never
interviews.
mind, your
Sometimes
plot
we
exploits
didn't
are
stick
dumb.
straight to them, but I made sure everything on the note got discussed with investigators.
That's it.
But we wouldn't know that because we can't see him today, right?
No, but you can watch the videotape of my interview with Craig Isom and see what's on the notes.
Oh, I can see the writing on that videotape?
I guess not, but that's the material that was covered.
Sir, truth is, you destroyed those notes and we can't review them, right?
Yes.
No further questions.
Redirect this guy.
That's it. Your hotness is down. You are no longer cute,
Was
sir.
there any law or instruction from a law enforcement officer requiring you to do something with your personal notes?
No, I don't think I even needed to create notes. I chose to organize my thoughts to talk to Investigator Isom, but it was to help me make sure I covered what I wanted to cover. And of course, he ended up asking most of the questions anyway. That's how it works.
And everything in the notes
Hi, Nikki.
included in the interview
Yes.
was provided to us.
Yeah.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Yes, that's it. So, please call your next witness.
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, this kind of pissed me off because if he had notes, the cops should have taken the physical notes at the time. They chose not to. This, yeah. Not happy. Not happy at all. That's a blunder from the cops. Because even if he's telling about that, means that would be a part of the investigation against Wendi. Those notes are evidence. They should have been taken from Jeffrey.
Okay, so
Please raise your right hand, sir.
is
Do
Ryan
you swear or
Fitzpatrick,
affirm the
friend of
testimony
Charlie?
you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You may take your seat.
Sir, please say your name and spell your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, RyanFitzpatrick.
Where do you live, sir?
Lantana, Florida.
And what line of work are you in?
I'm in roofing now.
Okay. Do you or did you at some time have a relationship with Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you guys friends?
Yes, ma'am.
How close were you?
Very close.
What time frame were you close friends with Charlie Adelson?
From about the time that I moved to South Florida and around about 2012. And then as years passed, we grew a lot closer.
Approved. Long time.
Until when?
Till about 2018, 19-ish.
All right.
Oh,
did you spend a lot of time together?
Look at chat.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you talk
Thank
to
you,
him
Baker.
daily?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you
I'm
know
gonna
his
take,
family?
Yes, ma'am.
Meet his girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Would you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Blue suit, light blue tie, white shirt.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will reflect.
Was the defendant, Mr. Adelson, very close to his sister Wendi?
Yes, ma'am.
If you know, how did the Adelson family feel about Dan Markel?
Not fond.
And did that include Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
I mentioned the girlfriends. Did Mr. Adelson have a lot of girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am.
Was one of them Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever have an occasion to meet her?
I think in passing I might have met her once or twice, but I didn't have a personal relationship with her, no.
Did she stand out to you as being someone special or of more importance to him than any of the other women in his life?
Objection leading.
Sustained. Please rephrase your question.
Hello,
It's a
everybody.
yes or no question.
Welcome
Did
here.
she stand out to him as being
Remember
somehow
to-
special or different from the other women?
The quickest rundown I can possibly make about this case for all you new people. Dan Markel is dead. This person here is the suspect, Charlie Adelson. There's been two prior. He is suspected, accused of hiring hitmen to kill his former brother-in-law. And the hitman and the facilitator already convicted. Now the state has moved on to Charlie. Charlie Adelson and Charlie Adelson's family, the Adelson family in Florida, are a wealthy family.
Yes.
And they are all C words. We can all agree on that. Now, the state has the burden of proof. He is regarded as innocent until proven otherwise. And so we have to wait for the jury, but we are still on the state's case in chief. But I'm not so convinced he did it alone. I'm quite certain most of the Adelson family was in on, because, yeah, and all of that. But yeah,
Yeah, think about it like a top-down organization, and nothing happens if mom doesn't give the go-ahead.
okay, let's continue. On here is on the stand is Ryan Fitzpatrick, who is Charlie's former friend, and he will probably not be testifying to anything positive about him.
And in his life. Are you familiar with the defendant's practice of stapling his money?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know the denominations or how he would staple it?
10 100s would be 1,000. Easier to count that way.
At the time that Dan Markel was murdered, how did you learn of the murder?
I can't remember. They never spoke about it, so
And when you say they never spoke about it, who was
the
that?
family never spoke of it.
So you didn't learn about the murder from your close friend?
I do not believe so, no, not directly.
Right after the murder, did Mr. Adelson tell you that his girlfriend, Catherine Magbanowa, was extorting money out of him?
No, ma'am.
Does that seem like something he would have mentioned to you?
Yes, ma'am, probably. I imagine so.
When law enforcement posing as a thug approached his mother in what we're referring to as the bump, did he tell you about that?
I don't recall, no, ma'am.
He didn't tell you that he thought that the person that approached his mother was either the FBI or someone posing as Rivera's brother?
I can't remember if Charlie directly said that to me or not. So I don't know. It's been so long.
Okay. Did he ever make a statement to you about murder?
Charlie, as you've heard in testimony and depots, he made a lot of tasteless jokes. And he said something along the lines of, you can get away with anything, you can get away with murder if you keep your mouth shut.
When was that statement made?
Jeez, years ago.
Before or after this murder?
It would be after.
Was his behavior after, are you familiar with the arrest that occurred in May of 2016, I should have clarified.
Katie's arrest?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And did his behavior change at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he seem relieved and less stressed out after she got arrested?
No, ma'am, he did not.
What was his demeanor after her arrest?
Nervousness, agitation.
Remember
stress.
to hit that thumbs
So you
up
seem to get
before
more stressed
and
out
subscribe.
after she was
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
If you're not already.
Was he weird like that before, like between the time of the murder and the time of Catherine Magbanowa's arrest?
Say he was weird.
Like that, like the
No,
behaviors you just
no,
described?
ma'am, not that weird.
All right. And are you familiar with some barbed wire that he had around his residence?
No, but I kind of like that idea.
When was the last time you were at his residence at, the name is escaping me, Whale Harbor?
It would had to have been around
Gotta look. This is
probably the summer of 2018.
Okay. And when you were out there, when you were at his residence in the summer of 2018, did y'all use the pool area?
Yes, ma'am.
He's got a nice grotto style pool out there.
Very nice. Yes, ma'am.
And did you observe when you were out there barbed wire around this perimeter of the pool?
No, I don't think so. No, ma'am.
All right. What about weapons? Did Charlie Adelson frequently carry or have weapons around him?
Charlie had a gun. Yes.
Where did the gun stay, if you know? On his person, in the safe, bedside table?
I mean, I didn't know what his regular practice was, but I can imagine he would put it by his bed when he slept.
All right. Was that just the one gun that you were aware of, or did he have a bunch of guns?
I believe he had more, but I can't testify to that.
So when you were in the residence, there weren't guns laid out in the residence.
Not like my house, no.
Sorry.
Did you have a falling out of some kind with Mr. Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
When did that occur?
I would say about the last time that I recall vaguely being at his residence, probably about the summer of 2018.
Okay. And you guys have filed lawsuits against each other or just one direction?
Charlie had filed a lawsuit against myself and others. It's since been dismissed. So.
All right. And so you don't like the guy anymore? Fair to say?
I mean, he's not a big fan. No.
Okay. And have you said some ugly things about him on social media and that sort of thing?
I've said it to him.
All right. And are you here to try to bring him down?
No, I don't want to be here at all.
Were you here pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
One moment, please.
Oh my gosh, have we found our oh gosh, Smith from Charlie or Alderson case? This man does not want to be here, and he is going to run off at the mouth. Oh, I love it. This might be our favorite. You know what? Screw Jeffrey. This is now my favorite because he threw away his notes. I hate him now.
Approach.
Okay, background. Wendi Adelson divorced the victim. There was custody battles, quite intense. Grandma, Donna Adelson, wanted Wendi and the kids to relocate to Miami. And she gave some suggestions on what to do to spite the victim in order to get the kids down to Miami.
Now, keep in mind that both of these families are Jewish. Now, Dan Markel's family seems to be more faithful in their Judaism and being good people than the Adelson, Adelson families. So, now Donna would email Wendi, and she first threw out the salvo that, hey, Wendi, if you have put on your Facebook status that you're going to baptize the boys and turn them into Catholics, that might get Dan to react crazy, and then you can take that to the court and show that he's unhinged. Again, ridiculous. Now, if that didn't cause a big enough stir, there was always finding, cute little Hitler Youth outfits. I shit you not. You're my favorite turds. I can't with this woman. I call her Granny Satan, and she is scum of the earth. As one does, Sal says.
Yeah. Yep. Grandma, and just for reference, Grandma Adelson her parents lived through the Holocaust. Yeah. And she suggests her daughter dress up her grandchildren in Hitler Youth uniforms just to make the father angry.
Not only that, but Wendi took from a safe deposit box a survivor of the Holocaust, one of her rings, and I don't know the custody of that ring. I hope that the Markel family got it back, or the Markel family got it back, but I'm not sure. It's just this family. I'm so glad to have an asshole back on stand.
Yeah, back as defendant. I mean, you still have to have every evidence possible to beyond reasonable doubt, but finally a person and family who really deserves a
I
conviction.
know I can make fun of Balky all I want. all the time.
Yeah. But so we don't get too far behind here.
Sorry, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, let's see little man try to get all tough with this guy, because he could get all tough and aggressive with Nevish little lawyer or professor guy, but let's see him try to act tough with this guy. Florida man don't take shit. I mean, excuse me, crud. Sorry. We've been here for 7 hours. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think we're safe. Yesterday's stream is
believe-
green, and I called Nancy Grace a cunt. So I think we're safe.
Why is it I get in trouble for using
Did
this?
you give a
C word?
deposition in this case previously,
In Catherine's case, yes.
back in 2021?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna approach and have you read.
Not the guy on the stand, but the defendant is really, really bad.
Page 46 and 47.
Here's the question, so I don't know if she's refreshing.
Yeah, I'm gonna refresh your recollection with your deposition.
There's no question to refresh.
This comment was asked the question.
Did you say that he told you about the bump?
If I said it there, then I said it there. I mean, it's just been years, so it's hard to recall.
I
And
understand.
I'm tired.
Would it refresh your recollection to review the deposition to see exactly what you said?
Yes, ma'am, it would.
Page 46 and 47. And you can scroll down.
And Nicholas, how dare you assume Nancy Grace's gender? We don't know that for sure.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
So did Mr. Adelson tell you about the extortion attempt on his mother in 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
But definitely never told you about Catherine McBanawa extorting him in 2014
No, ma'am.
or 2015?
No, ma'am.
No further questions?
Thank you.
Ryan Fitzpatrick was friend of the defendant. Not so much anymore.
You met Katie once or twice, right? McBanawa?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
You didn't know her personally?
No, sir, I did not.
But Charlie mentioned to you that the father of Katie's kids tried to run him off the road?
Yes, sir.
Tried to kill him?
Yes, sir.
And that was in 2014?
Vaguely, yes, sir. If that's what I testified to, then yes.
Charlie talks a lot, right?
Indeed, he does.
Repeats himself a ton, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, I think Ms. Kappelman just refreshed your memory that you were aware of the bump, that Charlie told you about the bump.
Yes, sir.
By the way, did you communicate with Charlie on WhatsApp?
Yes, sir.
You ever talk about murder on WhatsApp with him?
No, sir.
Can we pause real quick? I'll explain the bump.
Okay, yeah.
So, very shortly after the murder of Dan Markel, after they had caught the two gunmen and were closing in on Katie McBanawa, and they had sort of made the money connections to the Adelsons, they had someone, an undercover FBI agent, walk up to Donna Adelson or Granny Satan with a folded up piece of paper and basically say, look, I know you helped out Catherine with her stuff, like with her money. And my friend is in jail now and he wants your help too to remain quiet or something along those lines. That was the bump, so to speak. So it was part of the extortion or the bump. They were bumping them to see what these people would do because they had gotten traces on their phones to see if they could get them to start talking.
Yeah, and start talking with each other so they can record it and have evidence enough for wiretapping and stuff like that. And so that will be going on later on in this trial, where we will listen to wiretaps and 1 or 2 videos where Katie met with Charlie and stuff about removing these new extortionists via the same route they used to take care of Wendy's ex-husband, allegedly. Or something. Well, allegedly in the case of Dan Markel, Katie, or Titties, as we call her, because she got a breast enlargement from this guy. The 2 hitmen, by the way, is Tito and Tata or something like that. Toto. So it's Tito, Toto, and Titties. And then here's Charlie. I'm speeding up a bit so we can catch up.
Ms. Kappelman asked you about whether Charlie started to act nervous at the time of around Katie's arrest. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that shortly before her arrest, law enforcement released an affidavit calling for Charlie's arrest, which the state attorney refused?
Okay. Sunny Tanner is in the courtroom, so she is reporting directly back to us here in the chat. Thank you so much, Sunny, for being there and reporting back to us. She
Yes,
can't hear
thank
us
you.
because, she's in the courtroom. So, right. Thank you, Sunny. Please. Let's continue.
What? I don't understand your question.
Are you aware that there was an affidavit that was released by law enforcement calling for Charlie's arrest?
I believe there was like a probable cause or excuse me, or something like that. Yes, sir.
And that was broadcast to the entire world, right?
It was broadcast. Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was back in 2014, correct?
I believe so. Yes, sir. That's when.
I'm sorry. That was back in 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
At the time that he started to act kind of weird.
Yes, sir.
Also around that time, there were 60 Minutes, 2020, and Dateline specials, right?
Yes, sir.
And there was also this bump, right?
Yes, sir.
And after Katie's arrest, there was even more suggestion that Charlie somehow had some role in this, right?
Yes, sir.
By the way, you continued to be friends with him after that, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, isn't it true that you stole from Charlie?
No, not at all.
It's not true that you took checks that were supposed to be made out to the business and took them for yourself?
That's alleged in a lawsuit that's been dismissed. So.
Was that lawsuit dismissed because Charlie Adelson got arrested in this case?
Why I never hired an attorney because I wasn't worried about it.
When was it dismissed? After his arrest in this case or before?
I found out last week, so I don't know. I don't care.
Do you think it was dismissed after he was arrested in this case?
That's speculation on your part. I have no idea. I didn't think about it. Didn't lose any sleep over it.
Was a lawsuit for hundreds of thousands of dollars?
About $2 million. But I don't have that anyway, so I didn't worry about it.
Before he filed that lawsuit, he demanded that you repay him, right?
Hey, Baker's here.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Mo.
This man is in full F deficit, and I love it. I mean,
Not Baker, this guy, and the defendant's lawyer.
Baker, are you in full F deficit as well?
I'm in man juice deficit.
Oh, hold on.
Ah.
I won't be joining you in half an hour and a half because this cold haven't left my body, and I should be in my bed, but
sick.
I'm gonna do my wind down with you on stream.
Ah. You all are just mean. I can't drink until Mr. Mo comes home, just in case, one of the children tries to explodorate themselves, which is likely to happen. You've seen my children. But can I just say, God bless this witness. We have found our Chandler Halderson, Mr. Smith. This man gives no Fs. He is just like, I don't give two shits, dude. It was a lawsuit for $2 million. Whatever. I don't have it.
After Dave did the 2 first days for me, and I saw this one pop up, I thought, I'm skipping the other one. It's so freaking boring. And then Nick put up, he was doing it. I was so, Nick, you sweet.
Yeah, but I was looking for a trial because all my other trials are postponed. So, this.
Just,
Stop
I'm getting a
using
side.
my leg as a scratch board.
I'm gonna get a sidecar to share with you.
Ah, okay.
You
hold on. Has everybody met Jingles yet?
Here I am, just being sober and stuff.
Yeah. Look
Jingles
at this
gonna
happy
bite your ass
face.
later.
He's already done that today. Say hello to the
Jingles is gonna
audience.
eat you before
Hello,
you're dead.
hello. Oh, he's so pissed off at me now.
Just remember that before you're dead and he starts eating you.
He already does it. I mean, he's using my legs as scratch poles. He's scratching whatever he can reach. Hey, okay. Oh, wait. Let's do one of these. What time is it? What time is it? What time is it? It is... Yes, it is grifting time. You have now the opportunity to sponsor me with a membership or a super chat. Well, you have that all along, but if you like my content, if you think this channel is worth it, let's do this. And this. You can $3 a month,
just
and for a
$3.99
membership.
month, you can sponsor this Swede.
Yeah, help the Swedes.
Yeah,
maybe get his cat defanged.
Yeah, it's live Swedes. Cheers, and I'm using my Danish. Cheers.
Yeah, skål.
Skål.
I'm using my dad's from when he was in the Air Force.
Aww.
Okay. So he was flying drunk. Yay.
He was a firefighter.
Okay.
So, but this case, as I understand it, 2 have been convicted so far, and the claim that this guy, 3 has been convicted so far.
Yeah.
And the guy they're trying now
is the guy paid for and solicited it.
The murder of his brother, former brother-in-law.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it is apparent that the state is going after the entire Adelson family because they are scum.
I needed a trial with a scummy person.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
so
I'm
nice
so
to
happy.
have an a-hole.
Yeah. I'm
That
so
looks
happy.
like
We have a trial with
Valky.
an asshole. Yeah. We are 7.5 hours in. We can use words. Yesterday, about this time, I called Nancy Grace a cunt. And that stream is still green. So I think we're safe. Sorry, Baker.
Crap, we're all gonna start dying and coughing.
Yeah. And now I don't
barely
call...
recovered from my hand comment earlier this week. He only started breathing normally.
Yeah. And the reason why I called her that, at the time of the murder, she put on a show and showed pictures of the kids unblurred.
Don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that. And I saw in the chat yesterday that, well, she might have an editor or who put it in without her knowledge. Yeah, but not Nancy Grace show. She has control over it. So yeah.
Nancy Grace is the Pierce Morgan. Nothing gets on there without her express saying it because she has to make sure it looks right with her hair.
Yeah. But we are falling behind. I want to see more of this guy telling. I want to go back a bit because I want to see this exchange again.
Before you go.
Oh. Thank you. Yay!
Don't flip that, anyone.
Hothead Red, thank you so much for your $50 super chat. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Thank you. That calls for a celebration. Cheers.
If we must.
Yeah.
Just because
we Scandinavians are very, very hard to persuade to drink.
I have noticed this about both of you. I just can never get you guys to drink at all.
No, it's very hard.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Redhead.
Thank you for Hothead Red. Yep.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Hey, we are members of the MLS School of Names and Stuff.
Yep.
That's what I keep telling everyone. I'm just like, look, I'm not even going to say this name. I'm from the MLS School of Names and saying stuff. So here's the deal. I'm going to pretend I said it. You're going to pretend I read it, and we're going to move on. and we're both going to agree that this happened. It's a tacit agreement, everyone.
Let's get to it. I shouldn't interrupt you. You have another stream.
No worries.
Mo, you're doing your 500 today or tomorrow?
Tomorrow. I have to run up to get the ciders because I'm supposed to. Sal was going to show me how to do a sound bar, or show me which site he got the sound bar from, because I'm supposed to be reading a certain piece of music that has a bunch of cursey words. So I wanted to sound bar my way through that.
So a Taylor Swift number.
Could Taylor Swift be put on an asteroid and away from me? Because I don't ever want to see her face again. Oh my God.
She is a very, very pretty girl, but she's now in her 30s, I think. So it gets more uneasy for me to see a face without a wrinkle.
No, I don't care about her, and I don't care about foosball, and I don't want to see her face anymore, and I don't care about foosball.
Okay, for all you Swifties out there, this is not the opinion of this channel. Do not mass report me. And
look, I like her music, but if I don't want to see her every day when I'm trying to find newsy news. Could we have her segregated to her own damn section of the internet?
Yeah.
For those of us that don't want. All right, let's go.
Let's go. Yeah.
After his arrest in this case or before?
I found out last week, so I don't know.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, did he just roll his eyes?
Now, isn't it true that you stole from Charlie?
No, not at all.
It's not true that you took checks that were supposed to be made out to the business and took them for yourself?
That's alleged in a lawsuit that's been dismissed. So.
Was that lawsuit dismissed because Charlie Adelson got arrested in this case?
Why I never hired an attorney, because I wasn't worried about it.
When was it dismissed? After his arrest in this case or before?
I found out last week, so I don't know. I don't care.
Do you think it was dismissed after he was arrested in this case?
That's speculation on your part. I have no idea. I didn't think about it. Didn't lose any sleep over it.
Was a lawsuit for hundreds of thousands of dollars?
About $2 million.
Oh, that's.
But I don't have that anyway, so I didn't worry about it.
Before he filed that lawsuit, he demanded that you repay him, right?
I guess that's what he says.
Well, did he text you and demand repayment?
Yeah.
He said he was going to start taking what you owed him out of your paychecks. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And you didn't like that?
No.
So you threatened if he tried to recover any of the stolen money for you, you would go to law enforcement and tell them that that he was involved in Professor Markels' murder.
I don't know if that's what I said verbatim at all.
Well, let's see if I can refresh your memory.
I mean, how could he steal $2 million? I mean, that's
notice the state is not.
Where
worried.
did that money come from? Yeah, he doesn't worry one bit.
I mean, the state isn't worried, and he's all over here like just Twitter pated, like I'm gonna get you.
I mean,
Do you recall
it's dismissed,
saying to Dr. Charlie Adelson, I don't owe you shit. I'll be on the phone with the FBI today. Get your affairs in order before prison, punk. You're going to rot in jail, you mom, fag. Do you recall saying that?
I mean, if you read it, I did.
You open your mouth and I will open mine. Watch, motherfucker. You're a miserable Jew and you're going to get what you deserve. Do you recall saying that?
If you're reading it, then I said it.
Oh, wonderful chocolate.
I dare you to threaten me again. I'll be on the phone with the FBI before you blink, you murderer. Do you remember saying that?
Yep.
Get fucked. I'm going to get you in jail. Do you remember saying that?
I guess if it's in there.
This is amazing.
Well, I mean, he's just owning it. I mean, what are you going to do?
You ever heard of a website on Facebook called True Crimes Blog, True Crimes Case, the Dan Markel case? Let's discuss. You ever heard of that?
Yes.
You're just posting pictures of Charlie on that website this week, right?
I don't know.
You want me to show you them?
What difference does it make? What does that have to do with anything?
May I approach, Your Honor? Does this refresh your recollection of a picture you posted of Charlie on that website just days ago?
Yeah, it's a good picture.
Show it. Show
You say
it.
you have nothing to gain from this case and you don't really care and you don't want to be here, right?
Right.
Just on Tuesday, do you recall writing to someone, I want to propose a wager. Let's see who gets involved. The over and under on Life Plus. Laugh out loud.
Yeah.
Yeah. You posted on there that you were going to help get this man a life imprisonment, right?
I don't know that it suggested that I was helping him do anything. I was just speaking my opinion, which that's free speech, and that's what all the other idiots on that thing do as well. So
I want to propose a wager. Over under on Life Plus. That's what you said.
You think he'd come on for an
No further
interview?
questions.
I'm just asking for a friend.
This is amazing.
How do you feel about it being a brother husband?
From Mr. Rauschbaum as to the post on the social media site.
No question, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Please
Here's the thing. She waited until he was done to get it formally off the record. That's amazing. Good call, prosecutor. Good call. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
This is amazing.
How
That
does
was
this man walk
amazing.
around with balls that brassy?
Oh.
I've been listening to medical examiners and a defense team so boring. I missed watching paint dry. And within 5 seconds, I hear the defense lawyer reading the F word. Not only the F word, but also the F word you can't say about men who like men anymore.
Oh,
I feel
dear.
cheated.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, you absolute glorious man. Absolute glorious man.
All
I
right,
don't care
we
if you
must
stole
see-
or not. Absolutely glorious.
We must see if we can get him on as an interview. This would be epic. I don't know how we do that, but we must get him on interview. That would be awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. Charlie Fitzpatrick. Yeah.
call your next witness.
Should we approach on that one, Your Honor?
You may.
He's like, and 0 Fs given.
Yeah. Could I please do it again? Just to yell at the. And look at this guy.
Why are they doing a
Yeah.
proffer of Luis without the jury?
Louis is probably the next person on the stand. Louis, if I remember correctly from
He
Sonny's comment, is the former roommate of Charlie. Oh.
Mo, I already have my first story. For
No,
stabbing
Luis Riviera was the primero of the Latin Kings. He was the prison snitch.
Oh, that Louis. Okay. Oh, this would be amazing.
Jury is exiting.
He
Please
wasn't the
rise.
killer because he was 5'4". He was too short to be the killer.
issue that's already been addressed at sidebar. We'll bring the jurors back in. Looks like time-wise, Mr. Rauschbaum, I know I didn't want to cut off your access of getting started on any cross-examinations, but do you wish to start your cross today or move into next week?
I think, I mean, I don't know when they're going to be, but probably next week.
Very
But
well.
but if they're quick, then maybe I would start it. Can we just go sidebar after? And
That's fine.
Okay, pause. Okay, that brings us almost up to speed.
Mr. Rivera may be seated. Mr. Rivera, I'm going to swear
They
you now
go
in
to
front of the
6
jury.
or
Please
is
raise your
the-
right hand, sir.
This is the one who snitched in the first trial.
Oh.
Against the shooter. Now, do I believe it was some contention who is the actual shooter, but he was incarcerated for a different felony, and he was approached, and he chose to sing like a fucking bird. And normally, I don't care for prison snitches, and maybe he is the shooter, and the accused, the person who was convicted of the murder, was the driver. But either way, it's first-degree murder. This guy got 19 years. The other guy got life, and then all of a sudden, and in the second trial, well, it was a two-in-one trial against the killer and Catherine, the instigator or middle hand, and then she was hung jury on her. Then they had a second trial in 2022. In that trial, the prosecution managed to get audio enhanced on one of the videos, and that was enough. The discussion in that one was enough to get her convicted. Don't know why the judge allowed manipulation of the video, but it was allowed. So, and this is then the now trial where they are trying to get to the person who allegedly paid for everything, and that is Charlie.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I swear.
You may take your seat. You may examine when ready.
What is your name, sir?
Luis Rivera.
Mr. Rivera, where are you from?
Miami. I'm Puerto Rican, but raised in Miami.
And I see you're wearing a jail uniform. Have you been convicted of a felony?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times?
I don't remember.
5
Once.
sound right?
45, yeah.
All right. And are you currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you serving a sentence for both this case that we're here about and also a federal case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's start with the federal case. What is the nature of that charge?
Conspiracy RICO with the Latin Kings.
Conspiracy, RICO, like a racketeering,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's related to your involvement with the Latin Kings?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a gang?
Gang, family.
Okay. And that was a group that you were affiliated with when you lived in Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we've heard that when some incidents occurred during this case, you were incarcerated in Broward County. Were you incarcerated in Broward County back in 2016?
No.
You were never in Broward?
2016?
Yeah.
No, I was in the feds.
Okay. So you were incarcerated, but not in Broward. That was part of the ruse that you were.
Yeah, I
in
was in
Broward.
Broward, but I was 2016. I was in the feds. I was in Coleman.
All right. So at the time of what we're calling the bump, you were actually in federal custody.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that on the racketeering case?
Yes, ma'am.
You're still serving a sentence on that case?
Absolutely.
Okay. And is that case in any way related to the murder that we're here about today?
No, ma'am.
All right. So when law enforcement came to talk to you and identified you as a suspect in the murder case, you were already serving this sentence unrelated. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been promised anything in reference to that federal case
No,
for your
ma'am.
testimony here today?
Nope.
All right. And have you ever gotten any help on the federal case for your cooperation in this case?
No, ma'am.
All right. What did you get for your cooperation in this case?
In this case, the murder case, I'm 19 years.
And was the 19 years to be served concurrently or at the same time with the federal sentence you're already serving?
Concurrent with the same time as the feds.
What is your release date once you conclude both sentences?
Both sentences, probably 2032, 33.
32 or 33? 2032 or 2033?
Yeah.
Okay. And what is it that you have to do in exchange for this 19-year sentence on the murder case?
How to testify.
All right. And what do you have to testify to?
The murder.
All right. And has anyone told you to say anything other than the truth in the case?
No, ma'am.
Have I
You
or
don't believe
anyone
him?
promised you
I
anything
don't
other
care.
than what we've already discussed?
He was either the
sentence you
driver
got?
or the shooter, and through Florida law, it doesn't matter. You are
Anybody ever told you that you had to testify
and
about
might
a
as well
specific
pull the trigger.
person in order to get a deal?
No, ma'am.
At least he's not the one, oh, I heard someone say in prison, kind of prison snitch. That might help. Like in the Charlie Adelson case.
All right, I
He
want to
looked
talk
me
about
in the
how you came
eye.
to be a participant in the murder of Dan Markel. Did you participate in his murder?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you came to be a part of that?
From a friend,
And who's your friend?
Garcia.
Who's Garcia? Is that Sigfredo Garcia?
Sigfredo Garcia, yes.
How did you know him?
Childhood.
And had you described him as a brother previously?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that because he was in the gang or
No,
just
he's not in no gang.
he was not in a gang,
No.
but he was a good enough friend that you referred to him as
Yes,
a brother?
ma'am.
And back around the time that this crime occurred in 2014, were you and Mr. Garcia together all the time?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Garcia, is he the one that came to you with the information about this job that needed to be done?
Absolutely.
And I say job, is that what this murder was to you?
Yes, ma'am.
So your motive for coming to Tallahassee and participating in this murder was money?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Did you know Dan Markel?
Nope.
Did you know anything about him?
Nope.
All right. So do you know why Garcia or how Garcia came to know about this murder or this job?
His girl,
Who's that?
Katie.
All right. So am I correct that Katie hired Garcia and Garcia hired?
Oh no, don't do that.
I had the same problem all day.
you?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was to actually come to Tallahassee to do the murder?
Hey,
It was me and him.
how about
You and Garcia,
Yes, ma'am.
but not Katie.
No.
So she stayed in Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And who was to get the money once the job was done?
Katie.
All right. And did she get the money?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know where she got the money from?
Mm,
Do you
my-
know where she got the money from?
Yeah, the people. She got
Who are the people?
the dentist. I called them the dentist at that time.
The dentist?
Like Wendi and her brother.
Okay.
And
And
them.
do you know which one of them actually handed Katie the money?
No, absolutely not.
And you weren't there for that.
No, ma'am.
So Katie went to get the money from the people, which includes both of them,
Yes, ma'am.
and then brought it back to you.
Yes.
Okay. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a
the
minute.
state is actively going
Did you originally
after
describe the purpose behind this
Adelson.
murder as helping a lady in
They
Tallahassee
can't do
get her
that
kids?
unless they convict.
What you mean?
Did
Hold
you
on,
describe
Peters.
the? I know
And
your
up.
purpose was money,
Yeah.
but whoever did the hiring had a different purpose, right?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of that purpose?
For the kids.
To get these kids.
Get the kids back.
Sonny is in the courtroom.
And
Remember
do you
that.
know any more about that? Which family member did what and whose kids they were or anything like that?
No, I don't think I know the kids was Wendi. That's her name.
Wendi, they're Wendy's kids?
Yeah, that's the only thing I know.
Okay, and it had something to do with getting Wendy's kids.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know the dentist?
No.
Have you ever met the dentist before? What did the dentist have to do with the lady in Tallahassee that had the kids?
That's her brother.
And what was his connection to you or to Garcia?
To me, nothing. His connection that was Katie's boyfriend.
All right, so Katie was Garcia's child's mother
Yes, ma'am.
and also was dating Charlie Adelson.
Absolutely.
Did you know before the murder was committed, did you know how much you were going to be paid?
No.
When did you find out how much you were going to be paid?
When we was driving up.
Okay, so that was before the murder was committed.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
All right. And so when you were driving up, you found out the job was going to pay how much?
Yes, please, but didn't know how,
Well, it only
how
gave
much
me
you were being
37.
paid.
$37,000?
Yes, ma'am.
And how much was the total bill for the job?
It was $100,000.
And that was split between who?
3 ways.
You and who else?
Me, Garcia, and Katie.
Was this job in any way related to your gang affiliation?
No, absolutely not.
To show you State's Exhibit.
Yeah, hearsay, but the defense doesn't object.
Yeah,
I would
only-
assume that a big part of this is because some of this is something he's never testified to until today.
I'll show you 37 and 38.
He seems so sweet.
You recognize these photos?
Yep.
Are those photos of the folks that were involved in this homicide?
Yep.
Plus another young lady. Who's that?
That's my baby mama. She's not involved.
Okay, and what's her name?
Jessica Rodriguez.
All right.
Oh,
Judge, at
bad
this time, I asked
call,
for
bad call,
evidence
prosecutor.
37 and 38.
Do not bring in
No
family.
objection. States 37 and 38 are admitted.
Published 37 at
What's
this
the reason to
time.
bring? Oh, crap.
Thank you.
Oh. Why was this necessary? Why was this necessary? Do not bring in family. Do not bring in family.
Who's that on the far left in the green shirt?
Garcia.
Okay, and next to him,
Katie.
and next to her,
Jessica.
and then that's you on the right.
Yes, ma'am.
When was this photo taken? Let me ask you this, was it before or after the homicide? If you know.
I can't remember.
Did you previously say it was taken sometime after the homicide? I can't remember.
I can't remember.
Okay. States 38. Who are these folks?
That's me and Garcia.
Did Mr. Garcia go by any nicknames?
Tutu.
And what about you? Did you have a nickname?
Tato.
Tato, Toto, and Titties.
What I heard his nickname as the female anti-stress device starting with a D.
No, not Dido. Tito.
Okay, that's.
I
Well-
keep Tata, Toto, and Titties, whoever that is.
No,
It's-
it's TU. It's Tato, so TUTO, then Tutu, and then Tatas.
So there are two nicknames for boobies, and one for one ballerina's dress.
Makes sense.
A gang sign or something. It's
have
like
no
the
idea.
young.
He's a Vulcan?
Yeah, live long and prosper.
Yeah.
Yes,
He
I'm
says that
sure
to everyone
this
on the lines.
panel is the greatest panel to understand exactly the cultural difference. This panel.
We're game experts.
Yeah, we know all about.
Okay.
If you want to learn about Latin America, you ask the whitest panel ever assembled on the YouTube.
Yes, we know arroz con pollo very well, and gracias.
Hola.
That's about it.
Dos
And more
cervezas.
salsa and chips, please. That's about.
Yeah, and since it is this trial, guten Abend.
That's
you who know the reference in this trial. Those who knows. And that is why I'm covering the Young Thug trial, because whoever to get you the news about Young Thug, a suburban hood gangster rapper, than a white Scandinavian.
I used to be in a street gang. Or we called ourselves a street gang. We were 4 guys going around doing hand signs like this and called ourselves the East End Pussy. We were tough.
The East End Pussy?
Yeah. And with that knowledge about my previous life, it's getting close to 11. My daughter just texted me. She wants to talk before I go to bed. So,
okay.
Have so much fun with your finally Friday stream.
Oh.
And
yeah.
Oh my.
Salbert
That
Mo,
is,
I sent you the links if you are ready for a go-go tomorrow. I know, Mo,
Okay.
you are always on taxi duty somewhere.
I should be good because my daughter just has to be a spectator for state since I guess she didn't. I don't know how sports work.
You just clap
No idea.
whenever you see your daughter.
Yeah.
And
Well,
tell her to go for the knees. But thank you for having me on, Nick. And
in cross country, I don't know that it's a contact sport, but I'll remind her next year.
every sport is a contact sport if you do it right.
Diving.
Have a great
triple.
Friday night. Goodbye,
Yep.
chat, and
Goodbye.
thank you for having me on, Nick. See you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so it's like Jeff with YW Melly. Yeah, white people across the world, the best people to cover black rappers. We're getting a bit behind.
Had you ever been to Tallahassee before you came for this murder?
No, ma'am.
Did you come to Tallahassee one time or more than one time?
Twice.
And both times, was that with just you and Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Both times, did you come in a rental car?
Yes, ma'am.
How long can we go back to, I don't know, just,
oh, for fuck's sake.
oh. How long had Catherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia been, I guess, on again, off again?
Probably 10 years.
So at the time of this homicide, they'd been on and off for about 10 years?
Yes, ma'am.
So you knew her pretty well as far as through Garcia, right?
Yes, ma'am.
7?
And did she go by Katie sometimes?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, she had her kids 3 years before the murders, 2011, 2010.
And she looked young as heck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he'll get way
Well,
yelly
Matt,
with
let's
this
say
guy.
59 at this time. Can I turn anything on? Mr. Rivera, have you seen this exhibit before?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had an opportunity to take a look at the phone numbers associated with the people on this chart that you know?
I've seen them, but I don't remember them.
Don't remember those numbers?
Is
Have you previously
34
testified about the numbers?
No, maybe one of them. I think it's probably mine.
Okay, did you
Time
have an
of the murders,
opportunity
it was
to
24,
look at the rental
25.
contract?
Okay, there they are. Oh. She was 24, 25 at the time of the killing. But then she had broken up with Garcia. What's his face? Yeah, they've been around each other since she was 13 or 14. And he was a few years older. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, let's not go there.
Act that you filled out for
Yes.
the rental car that was used in this homicide, the Prius. All right, and that contract has your phone number on it, correct?
Yes.
And if that phone number matches the one up there, would that be the correct number for you at that time? Or at least one of them?
Probably one of them. I had multiple phones, though.
Yeah, you had a couple phones, right?
Yeah, I bet you do. They're called burners, kids.
The address that was on the rental contract. Can I see that contract?
Aw.
Aw. Hi, Luna dear.
Luna loves you.
Oh, I love her.
One moment, I'll show it to you. It's Normandy. Up in Normandy. Is
Normandy.
that where you were living at the time of the murder?
No. I was just on my license.
So you provided your driver's
You
license.
lied to the government
Yes,
about
ma'am.
where you were
Oh!
living? Sir, how dare you?
And at the time on your license, I'm approaching with States 58. It had this 1805 Normandy Drive on your license.
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you actually living at that time?
I was living with Jessica.
Okay, and was Jessica's address at 1515 Northeast 135th,
Street, yeah.
number 14?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I want to talk about the first trip. Do you know the date that you left to come here for the first trip?
No, ma'am.
Does June 4th of 2014 sound correct?
Probably.
All right, how did you get here? Who drove?
I drove. He drove half, and I drove the other half.
All right,
The first
so
time.
you both did some of the driving.
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you know where you were going?
I have standards.
Oh, he knew his way.
Sometimes double
Who did?
standards.
Garcia.
How did he know his way?
He had a piece of paper with an address and a picture.
What can you describe what the piece of paper
It's a
looked
regular
like?
piece of paper.
Like a regular piece of paper like this size?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it
You
white?
didn't have
Yes.
Waze?
Was it like this kind of paper that goes in a printer?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was printed on it?
It was the dude's address.
Okay. Was the address printed or handwritten, if you know?
Man, I can't remember.
Okay. Did it have a photograph on it?
You can't trust anybody these
All right.
days.
So it had a photograph and an address. Anything else written on there?
Why does
That's
this
it.
Or
hair
typed?
look printed
Not
on?
that I remember.
Okay. So that's how you knew who you were supposed to kill and where that person lived?
Yes, ma'am.
So you didn't get the address from the prof's blog?
Yeah.
No.
You don't read the
This guy
prof's
is
blog?
5'4".
We know that.
Are you on the prof's blog server
Whoever
list?
I can't remember his name. He's at least a foot taller.
But he's 5'4". This guy could have unalived Murdaugh's kid. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. And so could the prosecutor in Jodi Arias' trial.
Yeah.
He does have a lot of rage.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
That wouldn't surprise me.
I mean, there's a
I
lot
wouldn't
of
be
guys between 5'2" and 5'5". I mean, that's not an unusual short. It's just like me at 6'4". Yeah, there's other people my height, but not that many. You can't just say,
Yeah.
oh, 5'2", 5'3", 5'4". No, that's impossible. Nobody is that short. Yeah, except like
Me.
incoming racism, like 20% of all
Did Mr.
Asians.
Garcia
and,
get any information about
South
Mr.
American.
Markel from a blog?
Yeah.
No.
Did either of you, to your knowledge, go on the computer and look on his Facebook
No, ma'am.
or search him in any kind of way?
Not at all.
All right. So everything you did from this piece of paper.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to the address on the paper on the first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to see Professor Markel that trip?
No.
What did y'all do that trip?
We tried to follow him, but we lost him. But
All right. So you saw his vehicle
yes, ma'am.
and tried
Can't
to
get
follow
good
it.
help
Yes, ma'am.
nowadays.
Do you remember where you followed
I
it
have
that
to ask
trip?
this guy why
Not that
exactly
trip. I
they
don't think I
chose the
remember.
Prius.
Okay. Did you watch his home? Sit and watch his
No.
home during
Yes,
the
ma'am.
first trip?
You ever
Did
seen,
anybody
like,
get
the
out of the car and look around or poke around his property?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did that?
Garcia.
Gain Bainers would use
Well,
Why
the
didn't the
Prius
murder get done?
That's
to,
on
like,
the
the
sneak
trip?
nature
up.
of the beast.
Man, I can't remember.
Nature of-
Did you have a weapon with you?
I think we had. I don't remember.
Did you previously say that you each had a firearm on both trips?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember
It's like,
where
I can't
which weapon was the
remember.
murder weapon?
It's like,
Yeah, I
oh,
remember
saying
the motor-
incriminating
the weapon.
things.
Where did the murder weapon?
Sorry, what did you say?
It's that old reflex to not say incriminating things.
Yeah.
You could tell he was like, oh, I know I'm supposed to say yes, but I'm not going to say yes because
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
we
she
don't say
wasn't involved.
incriminating things to the popo.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of short people who
Get underfoot.
And they usually have an attitude.
I mean, when I lived up in Gothenburg, and at the time I worked extra at a club that may or may not have been a legal establishment, and one of the guards made me look small. The other one was about this Lewis guy's size. People were more afraid of the smaller guy, because a huge guy with a small guy, yeah.
Well, look, I have seen
Both were Hells Angels, by the way. That might have been yeah.
I've seen The Real Watchmen, and Warshat was short, but Warshat,
that is one of the most underrated superhero style movies. That movie.
it was a little too, I can deal with I can deal with Saw type, like gory, but that was a little too in your face, like real life gory for me.
Yeah,
So-
that comment from Rorschach that I'm
You're
not
locked
in
in.
here with you. You are in here with me. Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I won't spoil the end for you, but that ending, yeah, that was a bit emotional. He didn't.
Yeah, I felt so bad.
Yeah. Let's continue.
And come from.
I got it.
Today's
Where'd you get it from?
movie
On the streets.
recommendations
All right, and
are
was that in
done.
Miami or up here?
Miami.
Okay, so you went and got a weapon. Was that specifically for the purpose of
Yes,
committing
ma'am.
this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that weapon come up here on the first trip with you?
I think so.
All right, and was there another firearm in the car as well?
We had two.
Okay, whose gun was the other one?
Garcia.
And the murder weapon, what type of weapon was that?
38.
Is that a
Hold on, I got a link on Rumble that I guess is okay to play. I don't know why. From thank you. Oh, okay. That guy was only here to give a link. Okay. Thank you. Bodybuilding 684. I will just show the picture. So thank you for being here. I hope you gave me a thumbs up. This is what he showed me. I won't play it, but I guess thank you for being on Rumble. Not many people are, and yay.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Ta-da! At least it's just I have a lot of people on Rumble just spamming with Bitcoin scams and stuff. This guy just wanted to show off his body. Sure. Okay.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. There you go.
Ghost story.
Nah, let it stay there. He was nice. He kept talking at least. The spammers just post links. So yeah, sure. Whatever.
revolver?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Was there a particular
No,
plan
Winter
as far as
Soldier.
who was going
Rumble
to
does
actually
not
do
need more
the
sex
murder?
bots.
I was supposed to do it.
Okay, and was it always going to be a shooting?
It's going to be a shooting.
What was the plan? Were you always going to do it in his car, or what? Was there any kind of plan?
No, there wasn't no plan. Really didn't plan nothing out.
So it was just going to be if an opportunity arose, you were
If
going
there was
to
an
take
opportunity, we do what we got to do and go.
it. What if an opportunity arose when the children were present?
I'm not doing that in front of the kids.
Okay.
Not me.
Did somebody instruct you on that, or that was just a given that you weren't going to do it?
I was not going to do it.
Mo went to Rumble and
On that first trip, when you were discussing this murder and the payment, was there any conversation about maybe switching it to a robbery?
Yes,
All right. And who brought up the possibility of switching it from a murder to a robbery?
me.
And what was your suggestion?
My suggestion was to go back and rob the lady,
And who's the lady?
Wendi.
Okay, because did you believe at that time that Wendi was the one that had this money to pay for the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So your thought was, hey, let's just take the money.
Just take the money.
Don't even have to do a murder, right?
We don't have to do none of that.
And why didn't that happen instead of the murder?
He told me he can't. He just had to do his job. I'm like, I just went with it because I was my friend. So I just went with the
Garcia told you that you had to get this job done.
Yes, ma'am.
And the job had to be done for Katie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's talk about the second trip. Is that when the murder happened, July 16th through the 18th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's the rental car agreement that I already showed you. That was the Prius you traveled up here in?
Absolutely, yes.
And we talked about your phone number, but there's another phone number on that rental agreement that says brother. Is that Garcia's phone number?
I don't remember.
Okay. Who would be the brother that you would put on the rental contract as going with you?
Garcia.
Did you take phones with you when you came to Tallahassee? Cell phones?
Yeah.
And did you have the phones on or off for the actual homicide?
No, we
It was
are
off at that
at
moment.
1.25.
And did you take the
In
same guns
roughly
with
an
you
hour,
that second trip?
finally Friday stream. So this is probably
Where did you
the last
stay while you were
business
here?
of the day.
In the hotel.
Then I
Was
will
there an incident while you were
redirect
here
all
for that
to
trip
my
prior to
finally
the actual
Friday
murder
stream.
where one of the guns was discharged? in
And
the Prius?
I think
Could you tell us what
Mo
happened?
and Sal has the link
But the gun went off.
already.
Garcia was gun. I was driving.
And
he
it
put a
will-
hole right through the
but
floor
I might
in
be
the passenger side.
playing
Were
the
you actually out
previous
on the
guy's
roads when this
testimony a
happened? I was
few
driving.
times
And
because
did it
that
have an
was
impact
amazing.
on your ability to drive the car?
Yeah, it hit the gas line.
Right. So how'd you get it fixed?
Oh, he
I
flagged
also
somebody down there.
invited
We met
Larry,
the
the
first time,
DUI
some people,
guy,
and they gave
Jeff,
him a ride to
Ozzy, and a lot
the
of other
AutoZone to get
people.
a piece of hose to connect it back.
So somebody gave you a ride to the AutoZone.
Yeah.
Not me, him. I was in the car. I never got off the car.
This is the
All
last
right, you
witness
stayed
of
with the
the day.
disabled vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Garcia come back and do something to the car?
Yeah, he fixed it.
And it was able to be operated after that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did y'all follow Dan Markel at all during this second trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you follow him this time?
Follow him to the daycare and to the gym.
Okay. After this, I'm doing a finally Friday stream. I will start that as soon as I can after this stream ends. And then we will just talk crap, have fun, have a drink or two. You will send me money, maybe if you choose to, and stuff like that. And because it's Friday. And we will probably play the previous guy's last
Yes.
5 minutes of testimony a few times because that was amazing. These
Yes.
guys are invited. Larry, the DUI guy, is invited. Dave is invited, and a lot of other people are invited. Don't know if they will show up, but hey, whatever. Yeah, I just been up since 5:30 this morning. I can sure. I have to start it immediately after because if I take a pause, I may fall asleep.
I understand completely.
Yes,
I
I
really
know
do.
it's Saturday in the non-existing country.
I know. It's almost like you think you're real.
Yeah.
But I do love fairy bread, so.
Was
We'll
there a
allow
reason that the murder had to get done on the day it did?
It was just the right thing, the right opportunity, I guess.
Okay, did you have any information that the victim was going to be leaving town the day after the homicide occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor,
Is the answer struck?
Yeah, if it's not struck, you need to rephrase your question.
All right, so how did you find out that the
That
victim
was
was leaving?
interesting. The answer was not struck. So even if it was a leading question, the answer was not struck. That is implying that the plan was to implicate Jeffrey.
Leaving town the following day?
Can't remember that good.
Was it from a blog?
Objection, Your Honor. Meeting.
It's not leading, Your Honor.
Do you notice
Was it
every
from
time?
a blog?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what blog was that?
The blonde was Wendi.
No, I was
you
saying
mean?
from the computer. Did you
Oh,
research
no,
it on
no,
the
no,
computer?
no.
Okay, so somebody gave you the information.
Yeah, somebody
A
else.
person.
Person.
And how did you actually talk to the person?
No, ma'am.
Who talked to the person?
Tuto. Or Garcia.
Garcia talked to the person.
Talked to
All right.
Katie.
Okay, so Garcia got the information from Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
And do we know where Katie got it from?
I don't know.
Okay, were you present when Garcia talked to Katie and found out we
Yes,
got to
ma'am.
do it today?
Yes, ma'am. It was on the phone.
I'm sorry.
They was on the phone speaking.
He was talking to Katie on the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were present for that.
I was in the car.
Who was driving the green Prius on, like, whenever you were following Mr. Markel right before the murder?
Me.
Did you go to, I think you said the daycare. Where else did you go that day?
The gym.
Have you seen the video surveillance from the gym in this case?
I've seen it now.
Yeah, where the green Prius is at the gym. Have you seen that?
I've seen it.
And is that you driving that Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is Garcia in the vehicle as well?
Absolutely.
All right. Did you know whether or not the kids were in the car at the time you were at the gym?
Now he dropped them off. I seen him when he dropped them off in the daycare.
So you actually saw the kids go into the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
So is it after the daycare that you proceed to the gym?
Yes.
And what about after that?
We followed him to his house.
All right, so did you wait in the car while the victim went into the gym and worked out?
Yes, ma'am.
And did y'all know at that time, like, we're gonna do it when he comes out of the gym, or not necessarily?
Not necessarily. No.
So you're just following him to see where he goes?
To see where he goes.
And where did he go?
To his house.
Did you see the bus video that shows the Prius shortly before and shortly after the homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you driving the vehicle at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us what happened when you got to Mr. Markel's driveway.
Well, he had turned he turned the block before.
Baker,
We
stop
kept
calling
going.
Dave.
So we went in front of his house. So when he pulled in, we pulled in right behind. I pulled in right behind him.
Is what you're describing, you entered his street from two different directions?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you met at did you meet at his driveway?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you pull in behind him, what happens next?
Garcia jumped out and
I
shot him
have to go piss.
How many times?
twice.
Okay.
Where was he standing when he fired the shots?
Right in front of the driver's side, by the driver.
Did you see what the victim
I don't
did
know. I'm just
during this
pretending I'm a
attack?
body
put his hands up.
language expert.
How was
see
it
if I can
decided
go
that
into
Mr. Garcia would
um,
end up being the shooter instead of the original plan,
what to
which was
call
for you
it,
to do it?
for
I
Halloween.
was driving. I had no time. He jumped out and did it. He had the gun the whole time.
All right, so either one of you were willing to do it when whoever wasn't driving when the opportunity arose?
Maybe, but it was really his job. So he did it.
You mean why was it his job?
He's the one that was getting paid, but he knew about the whole thing.
Well, you were getting paid too, right?
Yeah,
But he secured the job.
yes, ma'am.
The bus video that we looked at, one of them shows the passenger side, someone in a white shirt moving around a lot right after the homicide. Can you explain to the jury what was going on in the car at that time?
He was trying to hide the gun.
And that's Garcia?
Garcia
Where did he put the gun?
ran in the front, in the passenger side, right under the rug.
Okay, what ultimately happened with the gun?
We threw it away
Where?
in the river.
On the way back to South Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where y'all
In a
went when
van
you
down
left
by a
Tallahassee?
river?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you turn your cell phones back on?
He turned his phone off?
And we turned them on right away, I think.
After leaving Tallahassee?
Yeah. I remember. I really don't remember, but it got turned on.
Sometime after the murder, they got turned back on.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember who made the first phone call out of the two of you?
I didn't make no phone call. He did.
Who did he call?
I think he called Katie. Well, he called Katie. He
Say
called
that again?
Katie. He called Katie.
He called Katie. And were you able to hear the conversation,
called
Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that conversation?
He told her everything is done. She's like, I know. And he's like, what the money?
Okay, let me back up just a little bit. How did she know it was done?
I think she got a phone call right away before we did.
All right, but somehow she indicated she knew.
Yes.
All right, and you asked about the money. Did you personally ask about the money, or was that Garcia?
That's Garcia.
What did she say about the money?
You'll get it tomorrow.
Did you get it tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am.
On the way back from Tallahassee to Miami, did you stop in Pembroke Pines at an ATM machine?
No way back.
Yeah.
I know we stopped. But
I'll show you states 39 through 45. Have you seen these before?
yeah. That's it. Seen it.
And are these appear to be ATM
Yes, ma'am.
images?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's the date on the ATM?
Dave will
17,
see it
2024.
on the Finally Friday
2024?
stream.
14, sorry.
All right, that's the day of the murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is this the green Prius that y'all came to Tallahassee
Whoa,
in?
is that
Yes, ma'am.
woman
All right,
trans?
are these fair and accurate photographs of you
No,
in the
no.
green Prius
That's,
on the day of the
that's
homicide?
the
Permission
victim's
to
mother,
introduce
and
publish
she is
states 39.
Dave,
very.
Dave, wait until the Finally Friday. I will play it for you.
She's very faithfully Jewish, and once you get married, if you're very faithfully Jewish, you wear a wig instead of showing your real hair in some parts of it.
Okay.
Don't ask me why. I don't know. I just know that part for some reasons, and I have no idea why. That's all I know.
Hope jury notes aren't stapled together. All the little clinkling of his chains.
States 39. 40, please. $41, please. Make that bigger, please. Who's pictured in this exhibit, Mr. Rivera?
That's me and Garcia.
That's my
Who's
handsome
that in the
face.
foreground, closer to the camera?
That's me. I'm the driver.
Okay. 42, please. Who's that in the passenger seat?
Garcia.
43. And 44. Did you and Sigfredo Garcia go out that night when you got back to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember where you went?
We went to a bar.
Was Catherine McDaniel with you that night?
No, I don't think so.
Do you know where she went that night?
No, I don't know.
All right. The next morning, is that when you saw her again?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Tell us what happened the next morning.
The next morning, I woke up. I went to the barber shop, and she went to my house and took the money.
Got my hair did.
She had the money at your house?
Yeah.
And did you go home and get it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go home with some purpose?
Purpose to pick that money up.
Yeah. Why were you worried about the money?
I was worried about my baby mama taking it.
You were worried about your baby mama taking it?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that Jessica, the one we saw in the
Yes, ma'am.
photo? So if she'd seen that money,
If she would have seen it, she would have probably took it.
okay.
But she never seen it.
How much money was in there?
37. I think it was 35,
37,000?
35.
35,000. And how was it packaged?
100 staples.
All $100 bills?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you mean by staples?
They were all stapled. It was $1,000, each $1,000 staple in the top corner.
All right, so you got 35,000. I think you previously said you got 37. Where did the other two come from?
Garcia gave it to me.
Why did he do that?
She gave it to me.
So he just gave you 2 additional stacks out of his cut?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how much he got versus how much Katie got?
No,
Can you not remember that?
I don't remember.
Okay, but it added up to 100. Is that what you previously
Yes,
said?
ma'am.
Did you buy anything with your cut of the money?
Just a motorcycle.
Did you report it to the IRS? I mean, these are her gains.
Yeah.
You
Oh
fill out a
no.
W-9?
They're gonna.
Virtue Estates 46 and 47.
The IRS now has pew-pews,
I know.
so
Yeah.
Is that a picture of the motorcycle you bought with the murder money?
That's Garcia's.
That's Garcia's. What about 47? Is that your motorcycle there?
That's mine, yeah.
Okay, and this is
Garcia.
Garcia's. And then what about,
Just saying, since the lawsuit of $2 million was brought up, allegedly Charlie sued his former friend for it. The IRS might be very, very interested in how was he supposed to steal $2 million, and how is that not reported in your tax return? Yeah.
this Monte Carlo in the background? Did y'all buy that too?
That's Garcia's. He got it.
Did he buy that with the murder money? Or after the murder? Shortly after the murder?
Yeah, something like that.
All right. Are these fair and accurate photos of those vehicles?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 46 and 47.
Any objection? Okay. States 46 and 47 are admitted.
Publish 46, Your Honor.
You may.
And 47, please. Did you make any changes to your cell phone after the murder? You remember?
I remember.
Did you meet with investigator Jason Newland with my office to look at this? What I've marked as state 63, this exhibit regarding the calls in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And do these initials next to these calls indicate that you've authenticated the voices that are highlighted?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I'd ask to move in evidence state 63.
Any objection? Okay. State 63 is admitted.
So you were able to recognize the voices of Catherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia on those recordings?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever had any kind of contact with any member of the Adelson family?
No, ma'am.
During the time that Catherine Magbanua was dating the dentist, were you around her during that time?
I mean, I've seen her a few times.
Okay, and what was the context of, like, what was the occasion that you would see her if she was with the dentist?
Not with him, but I've seen her when she come looking for Garcia.
Okay, so if she was doing something related to the kids or something
Yeah,
like
that's
that?
it.
During the times that you saw her while she was dating the dentist, did she ever brag to you about the dentist at all?
No, ma'am.
Did she ever tell you the dentist has a lot of money?
No, ma'am.
The dentist has a safe full of cash in his home?
No.
Yeah,
So do you even know who the dentist is? I mean, do you know who he is here
Never
in the
met him.
courtroom?
Never met him in my life until today.
Well, the dentist lawyers have indicated that you and Garcia got this idea on your own to come to Tallahassee and kill the professor. Is that true?
No. Not a good one.
Did you kill him and then try to get Katie to blackmail the dentist?
No.
That's silly.
When you suggested to Sigfredo Garcia on the way up that it would be easier to just do a robbery, would it have been easier to rob the dentist back in Miami than to come up here to do a murder?
I never said nothing about him because I don't know him, but I said, let's go rob the lady.
Right.
Just like
but
that.
If you had known that it was actually the dentist that had the money, would you have been just as happy to rob the dentist?
Absolutely.
Would that have been less trouble than coming to Tallahassee to do a murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, at least he's honest about that.
Yeah, he makes sense.
1 moment, please.
In some odd way.
An equal opportunity robber.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. If he knew that the dentist had a couple of $100,000 in cash in his safe, yeah, why not? What's he going to do? Report it to the IRS?
May I have 1 moment, Your Honor? Take your time.
Happy Halloween. Rattle, 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 rattle.
Very well. Members of the jury, we are going to recess at this point. Cross-examination of the witness will take place by the defense on Monday morning. Once again, I'm going to give you the same instruction that I've given throughout. You're not to discuss this case with each other or anyone else. Do not watch the news coverage. Do not seek out any information about this matter. Have a restful weekend. We will see you on Monday morning. Please report at 8:30.
Okay. What will happen now is that I will try to simultaneously start the stream on Finally Friday, about half an hour too early, and stuff like that, so that everybody can smoothly go over there and watch us drink, joke, and talk smack about other cases and stuff like that. And yeah. What? Are you watching other streams? Who's
Who
watching
am
other
I?
streams? No.
Do what now?
Sal.
I have
Oh,
no.
he's watching my. Are you watching my stream, Sal? Well,
No,
I will be starting that one, but you two can grift meanwhile, while I'm setting that one up.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, Sal, do you want to go first?
Sure. Check out my channel, Dolly Talk. Cover court trials, funny cases, weird cases. Make fun of people who are really creepy, like Mark Jensen. I'm going to be doing that trial, or doing evidence I've gathered from Kenosha that hasn't really been released before and wasn't really shown in the trial. Tomorrow after Jody.
Okay.
Ooh.
Mo.
And I am Mo in the Deep End. Tomorrow I will be on Stabby Day with Baker. And then I will be going to do my 500 celebration stream, which is a little bit later, but we had a man flu invasion and then a creeping crud invasion. And then someone decided a Smurf explosion. So it was just all shenanigans last weekend. So I will be doing that tomorrow evening. I will be singing, or not singing. I will be not singing for your safety and sanity and eardrum's sake. I will not be singing unless I get too schnookered. Hopefully not. But I did promise everyone that I would spoken word a certain song. So I need to have Sal's help to get some sound effects going for certain words to cover up that certain bad words in WAP, because no one is more equipped than my Midwestern ass to spoken word that song semi-sober and other things. So I will invite everyone if they get a chance to come. If not, it'll just be a casual stream where I thank you guys for supporting me and we just have fun. And I attempt to not turn all shades of red with that song that is, oh my gosh. But I
Okay,
did say I was
I'm starting the other stream and sound is all over me. Thank you, everybody. I'm sending you over to finally Friday and everything, and I will see you there immediately.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Let me get something to drink and I will be over there.
Yeah, I'll be right